Chapter 1797. At night, the sky was pitch black, and only a few stars twinkled. Fong Chun sat in the courtyard, admiring the beautiful scenery. Beside him, Little Mouse, Xiao Huang, and Pangolin were playing. "Boss, when are we going to take revenge?" Little Mouse was in the pro-war faction and had always wanted to take revenge on Lotus Flower Mountain and the Zhou family. However, Fong Chun was not in a hurry. The Zhou family was able to stand in the easternmost land for countless years. Their foundation is not something we can compare to. What I'm most worried about is that the Zhou family has a true god, Fong Chun said to himself. It's very likely. From my experience, Lotus Flower Mountain is nothing to be afraid of, but the Zhou family must have a true god, Pangolin said. After all, it had lived in the heavenly realm for too long and had some understanding of the Zhou family. But if there's a true god, then won't our plan fail? Little Mouse was a little anxious. We've waited for so long, so there's no need to be anxious. Moreover, I'm with Star and Moon now. If there's no other way, we'll leave this place and go somewhere else, Fong Chun said. Suddenly, Fong Chun frowned slightly. Little Mouse was about to speak, but Fong Chun stopped it. Fong Chun's eyes stared at the sky, and a black shadow flashed in his mind. A trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes, and he immediately lowered his head deliberately. The hidden figure sneered and quietly approached Fong Chun. "Go to hell." The figure suddenly punched Fong Chun's head. Crack! Fong Chun's figure instantly collapsed. Seeing this, the assassin was a little stunned. However, at this time, he was already surrounded. "How dare you kill my boss? You're courting death." Little Mouse and Xiao Huang attacked together, and the aura of a heavenly god instantly erupted, directly trapping the assassin in the middle. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the assassin was killed by Little Mouse and Xiao Huang, a divinity realm assassin. Fong Chun's face darkened. If his guess was correct, this person should be from the Han Hai armament. "You won. Han Hai Armory, you finally can't hold back anymore," Fong Chun said softly. Han Hai Military Tower. The housemaster looked at the life slip in his hand with a gloomy expression. "Master Wu, we have underestimated him. Since the assassination failed, he must have sensed something. What should we do next?" The housemaster asked in a deep voice. "Don't worry, Tower Master. As long as we can get rid of him, the Han Hai Armory will be able to regain our position as the dominator. The Chamber of Relics is nothing to be afraid of." Master Wu sneered. "Tomorrow, the Han Hai Military Tower will send the invitation to me. Tell them that I want to compete with the chief armorer of the Chamber of Relics." "Very well." The House Lord's eyes lit up as he looked at Master Wu. This old man has made a small breakthrough in his refining skills. Although he was unable to forge a heavenly divine artifact, the top-quality divine artifacts that he was able to forge were all top-notch. As long as I can defeat him, I will be able to force him to leave the Han Hai city. Master Wu said, "Very well, I will do it right away." The next day, the Chamber of Relics received a letter of challenge from the Han Hai Military Tower. The House Lord's face darkened as soon as he received the letter of challenge. Soon, he went to find Master Shui. "Master Shui, they are obviously coming for you," the House Lord said. Fong Chun looked at the letter of challenge in his hand and sneered. Then he said, "Help me accept the challenge." The Han Hai Military Tower had failed the assassination attempt, and they wanted to use this method to deal with him. Fong Chun was very confident that no one in the small Han Hai city would be able to defeat him. The date of the challenge was set to be 3 days later. It was unknown who had deliberately spread the news. In less than a day, the entire Han Hai city had heard the news. All the immortal cultivators were talking about it. "Have you heard? Master Shui is going to compete with Master Wu of the Han Hai Military Tower in 3 days." "Yes, I have also heard about it. It is said that the title of the most powerful armorer in the Han Hai city will be decided by this competition. Master Shui is new here after all. I wonder if he can defeat Master Wu. Who cares? As long as I can see the exciting battle, nothing else matters. Yes, I must go and see it in 3 days." The Han Hai city was bustling with noise and excitement. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. There was a temporary martial arts arena in the square of the Hanhai city. UU2. Early in the morning, the square was already packed with people. They were all there to watch the battle between the two masters. At 8 o'clock, the Chamber of Relics was the first to arrive. Master Shui was among the Chamber of Relics team. He closed his eyes and took a rest. After a while, people from the Hanhai military tower also showed up. Master Wu's gaze landed on Fang Chun. He harumphed coldly, and his face was filled with disdain. He had not expected that the Lord of Hanhai City would be alerted by the battle. Everyone, it is an honor to see the battle between the two masters today. I will be the judge. It will be fair and square, the Lord of Hanhai City said. Hearing this, the crowd was shocked. Masters, please come to the arena. Fang Chun and Master Wu walked to the arena. Fang Chun had a lazy expression on his face, as if he did not care about this competition at all. City Lord, I have a favor to ask of you, Master Wu suddenly said. Go ahead, Master Wu, the Lord of Hanhai City said. It will be boring if there is no prize for our battle, Master Wu said. It will be more exciting if there is a prize. What do you want, Master Wu? The Lord of Hanhai City asked. Whoever loses will leave Hanhai City and will never be able to enter again, Master Wu said. Well, the Lord of Hanhai City did not know what to say. He looked at Fang Chun and asked, Master Shui, what do you think? Fang Chun shrugged and said, I don't care. Master Shui, does that mean you agree? Master Wu sneered. I'm just afraid that someone will not fulfill their promise. If that happens, there is nothing I can do, Fang Chun said with a smile. If I lose, I will leave immediately, Master Wu said angrily. The Lord of Hanhai City rolled his eyes and said with a smile, Masters, please don't worry. I will be the witness. No matter who loses, they will have to fulfill their promise. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. With the Lord of Hanhai City's words, Master Wu was relieved. He waved his hand, and a refining table appeared in front of him. Dong, the heavy crafting table, smashed onto the martial arts practice stage with a deafening sound. When Fang Chun saw this, he also took out the Heavenly Sword platform. EU3. However, the Heavenly Sword platform looked too ordinary from the outside. As for Master Wu, he couldn't recognize it at all. Trash. Refining mainly depends on one's strength. The refining table is an external factor, Fang Chun said lazily. I hope Master Shui will say the same thing later. After saying that, Master Wu began refining. The rules were very simple. Two people would use the same materials to refine a divine artifact. Whoever refined a higher grade divine artifact would win. Hiss! Master Wu's refining process was very exciting. There were often exclamations from below. Unlike Master Wu's refining, Fang Chun first had to adjust the temperature of the Heavenly Sword platform and the flame. After that, he would start refining. When Fang Chun was done, Master Wu had already entered the second stage. When Fang Chun started, Master Wu had already reached the third stage. A moment later, Master Wu shouted and a brand new supreme-grade divine artifact appeared in his hand. He glanced at Fang Chun and saw that he was still refining. Lord, I think you agree to reveal it, Master Wu asked. Master Wu, why don't we wait for Master Shui to finish refining? Whispers could be heard in the square below. Master Wu's refining process was very fast, but Master Shui didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. His face was full of smiles. It looks like Master Shui is going to lose. Yeah, even if he can refine a supreme-grade divine artifact, it will take too much time. He won't be able to beat Master Wu. Master Wu is too arrogant. The voices of discussion rose and fell one after another. CCC Pavilion Young Master Hai, who was standing behind the Lord of Oceanic City, looked at Fang Chun anxiously. However, at this moment, Fang Chun's mind was completely occupied by the refining of the sword. It was as if the Heavenly Sword platform and him were the only things in the entire heavenly realm. Every time I forge a sword, I have to temper it 1,000 times. This process is also the growth process of a sword cultivator. Fang Chun seemed to have a hint of understanding in his mind. He vaguely touched something and wanted to grab it, but he couldn't. Saint Level. Chapter 1798. During this time, Fang Chun had been forging swords, and his understanding of swordsmanship had reached a whole new level. Swordsmiths were called swordsmiths. It was because they had spent their lives with swords. They understood swords, and swords understood them. Fang Chun could communicate with all the swords that he had forged. At this moment, Fang Chun's mind suddenly buzzed. The bottleneck that had been bothering him suddenly disappeared. Fang Chun felt that his mind was filled with a lot of information about sword forging. This information on swordsmithing was many times more powerful than the information he had in his possession. The divine sword that was in the process of being forged also shook and let out a sword hum. Fang Chun's body was surrounded by wild sword qi. Everyone was puzzled when they saw this. Master Wu of the Hanhai Weapon Tower sneered and said, "It's just forging a divine sword." I can't believe he went crazy. It seems that the title of Master Shui is not true after all. Master Wu's mockery of Fang Chun did not make the Chamber of Relics give up. Master Wu, the competition is not over yet. Don't you think it's too much to say now? The Chamber of Relics Lord said coldly. You will know soon. Master Wu flicked his sleeves and sneered. On the martial arts stage, the heavenly sword platform let out a buzzing sound. Fang Chun quickly hammered the divine sword in his hand. Although his mind was filled with a lot of information about sword forging, he still forged the sword out of habit. After a while, Fang Chun finally woke up. He shook his head hard and finally confirmed that he had reached the saint level. Is this the saint level? Fang Chun felt that the art of sword forging was very mysterious. Looking at the divine sword that was being forged in his hand, a smile appeared on his face. Then, Fang Chun forged the long sword at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. This scene caused the crowd to be astonished. He is just pretending. Master Wu thought that Fang Chun's sword forging was a failure and could not threaten him at all. On the rostrum, the Lord of Hanhai City's face became more and more serious. A few hundred years ago, he had seen such a situation. He would never be able to forget the scene where he witnessed a transcendent step into the saint realm with his own eyes. A few hundred years later, this scene appeared once again. The more he watched Fang Chun forge the sword, the more the solemn expression on the governor of Oceanic City's face disappeared, replaced by a smile. There was no longer any suspense in this match. How does Master Wu compare? How can an extraordinary level blacksmith compare to a saint-level blacksmith? Fang Chun's sword forging process was dazzling, but it was smooth and natural. In the end, everyone's eyes could not keep up with his speed. Dawn when the last sound came. Fang Chun opened his eyes and stopped forging. A completely different divine sword appeared in front of him. This long sword exuded a strange aura, giving people a terrifying feeling. Master Wu frowned and sneered. It can't be a supreme-grade divine sword. Master Shui, Master Wu has created a supreme-grade divine artifact. What is the grade of your sword? The Lord of the Sacred Artifact asked hurriedly. Hearing this, Fang Chun looked at Master Wu. I think I have one, Fang Chun said calmly. What arrogance. I want to see what grade of longsword you've refined. Master Wu sneered. Unless you can create a heavenly divine artifact, there is no way you can beat me. As he spoke, Master Wu walked over to Fang Chun and took the long sword from Fang Chun's hand. This kind of sword is too trashy. Master Wu only took a glance and made a conclusion. Master Wu, take a closer look, Fang Chun said with a smile. There is no need to take a closer look. Your sword is at most in superior grade divine artifact. There is no suspense in this match, Master Wu said. There was a gloating look in his eyes. Fang Chun wasn't angry. He smiled and said, Master Wu, you can't even tell the grade of my sword. You don't deserve to be called master. Master Wu was so angry that he wanted to throw a tantrum. However, he suppressed his anger and continued to observe the long sword. This time, he covered the long sword with his immortal will and observed it carefully. When Master Wu's divine sense enveloped the long sword, his expression changed greatly, and he cried out involuntarily. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Fang Chun. The latter's face was full of smiles, as if he had seen this coming. How was this possible? No way. Master Wu shook his head and couldn't believe what he had seen. Master Wu, what is going on? The Lord of the Vast Ocean Tavern asked. Master Wu looked at Fang Chun with a complicated expression. After a while, he heaved a sigh and handed the long sword to Fang Chun. Then, he turned around and left. I have lost. Master Wu ignored Master Hanhai's shouts and walked away, leaving behind a lonely figure. What is going on? The Lord of the Vast Ocean Tavern wanted to figure out what had happened. He walked onto the stage and checked the long sword made by Fang Chun. What is a heavenly divine weapon? This time, even the Lord of the Vast Ocean Tavern was shocked. The square was also in an uproar. Deafening screams resounded in the sky. Everyone stared at Fang Chun with their mouths agape, unable to believe their eyes. The senior members of the Chamber of Relics were celebrating. They had never thought that Master Shui could make a breakthrough at such a critical moment. Yes, this sword is indeed a heavenly divine weapon. If you don't believe it, you can come and check it yourself, the Lord of the Vast Ocean City said. Heavenly divine artifact. Grandmaster Shui had actually forged a heavenly divine artifact. He had become the first saint-level sword forger in the Vast Ocean City. Everyone's hearts were in turmoil as they shouted Grandmaster Shui's name. The Lord of the Vast Ocean Tavern left the square in disappointment. After losing Master Wu, they had to make adjustments as soon as possible. Otherwise, their businesses would be suppressed by the Chamber of Relics. Fang Chun enjoyed the attention of the crowd as a calm smile appeared on his face. He had finally made the first step after so many years of cultivation. The golden heart in his body also resonated with the sword and let out some sword sounds. It was beating very vigorously. Master Shui, congratulations on becoming a saint-level sword forger. The Lord of the Vast Ocean City also walked down and said with a smile, Master Shui, you have made a breakthrough in the process of making the sword. I am lucky to have seen two people become saint-level sword forgers in a few hundred years. Fang Chun nodded and handed the heavenly divine weapon to the Lord of the Chamber of Relics. The latter was a bit confused. Lord of the City, Lord of the Chamber of Relics. I can only achieve what I have today because of the support of the Chamber of Relics. I will make this heavenly divine weapon for the Chamber of Relics, Fang Chun said with a smile. After becoming a saint-level sword forger, the heavenly divine weapon was not that important to Fang Chun anymore. He wanted to use this opportunity to give the sword to the Chamber of Relics in return. The Chamber of Relics and the Vast Ocean City owed him a favor. They would work even harder when they took over the Vast Ocean armament. Master Shui, the Lord of the Vast Ocean City, nodded. The news that a saint-level sword forger had appeared in the Vast Ocean City spread immediately. Many immortals were shocked, and they could hear people talking about Master Shui wherever they went. In the following days, Fang Chun and the Lord of the Vast Ocean City discussed about taking over the Vast Ocean armament. The Lord of the Vast Ocean City was fully supportive. The Chamber of Relics treated the heavenly divine weapon that Fang Chun had given them as their most precious treasure. With the support of a saint-level sword forger, the Chamber of Relics became the leading business in the Vast Ocean City and the surrounding cities within a month. On the other hand, the business of the Vast Ocean armament had plummeted ever since Master Wu left. The Chamber of Relics had also suppressed them, and they were about to go bankrupt. 88. 8. In order to bring down the Vast Ocean armament once and for all, Fang Chun had done everything he could. Although the Vast Ocean armament had the support of the Zhou family, it was still no match for the Chamber of Relics. After 2 months, the Vast Ocean armament went bankrupt. The collapse of the Vast Ocean armament also alerted the senior members of the Zhou family to the situation in the Vast Ocean City. After they learned that there was a saint-level sword forger in the Vast Ocean City, many ideas came to their minds. The first idea was to recruit this saint-level sword forger into the Zhou family. Chapter 1799. Hanhai City, Blood Mansion. The current Blood Mansion was one of the most sacred mansions in Hanhai City. Originally, Fang Chun didn't want it to be lively, so he specially chose a piece of land at the edge of Hanhai City to build a mansion. But now, the surroundings of the Blood Mansion were bustling, as if the center of Hanhai City had suddenly moved here. Every true god's dream was to enter the Blood Mansion and take Master Blood as their master. Within the Blood Mansion's garden, whenever he was bored, Fong Chun would come to the garden to relax. After reaching the Saint Realm, Fong Chen's comprehension of the Sword Dao reached an unprecedented height. The bottleneck of his cultivation seemed to have loosened a little. I reckon that in a few months, I'll be able to step into the Divine Spirit Realm, Fong Chun said leisurely. Stepping into the Divine Spirit Realm meant that he could become a heavenly god. 11 spirit-breaking fruits. Star and Moon, Xiao Huang, and Little Mouse, one for each of them. He still had 8 left. Aside from the one he needed, the remaining 7 were enough to create a heavenly god. Fong Chun planned to build his own force. In the future, he would definitely have to fight against the Zhou family in Lotus Flower Mountain, so he couldn't do it without a foundation. Boss, there are a few people outside. They say that they are Zhou family's elders, and they want to see you. Little Mouse suddenly came in and said, Yes, Zhou family's higher-ups. Fong Chun slightly frowned and said, They're much later than I expected. Bring them in. Soon, the Zhou family's elders were brought into the garden. I presume this must be Master Blood. I've heard a lot about you. I'm an elder of the Zhou family. A white-bearded old man said with a smile. Behind him were several divine spirit realm servants. Elder Zhou, why have you come to my blood mansion? Fong Chun asked. Master Blood, I won't hide it from you. Everyone knows that our Zhou family cherishes talents. Whenever we discover a few extremely talented experts, we will provide them with resources. Elder Zhou said with a smile, I've heard that Master Blood is a Saint Realm swordsmith. Our Zhou family hopes that Master Blood can become an honored guest. Oh, let me join the Zhou family. Fong Chun glanced at Elder Zhou and smiled. Elder Zhou chuckled. It feels good to talk to smart people. Great Master Shui, I'm sure you're aware of our Zhou clan's influence. There are almost no forces in the Far East that dare to challenge our Zhou clan. If you join the Zhou family, you can directly become a consecrator. One had to know that the status of a consecrator was second only to the patriarch and had the same authority as the elders. Furthermore, you can enjoy all the resources of the Zhou family. For a saint-level swordsmith like you to forge a divine sword, you will definitely need a large amount of materials. If you join the Zhou clan, these will not be a problem, Elder Zhou continued. Fong Chun looked at Elder Zhou and said, What if I don't join? Elder Zhou was a little startled, but his expression soon turned serious. My Zhou clan has a business in Hanhai City that went bankrupt not long ago. If our Zhou clan were to find out who was behind this, we would definitely not let that person off, Elder Zhou said with a smile. Our Zhou clan likes to protect our own. If an outsider dares to bully a member of our Zhou clan will definitely not let him off. Elder Zhou's words were filled with a threatening intent. Elder Zhou, it seems that we have nothing to talk about. Fong Chun stood up and said coldly, I am a stubborn person and hate being threatened the most. Great Master Shui, I hope you will reconsider. Elder Zhou continued to persuade him. However, it was impossible for Fong Chun to join the Zhou clan. Seeing this, Elder Zhou could only leave helplessly. Outside the Shui residence, Elder Zhou's expression was gloomy. Elder Zhou, are we just going to let it go? The servant asked. This person is too arrogant just because he is a saint-level swordsmith. We have to teach him a lesson, Elder Zhou said coldly. In the Shui residence, Little Mouse laughed heartily. Boss, it feels so good to see the Zhou clan's angry expressions. If you did not stop me, I would have started a massacre, Little Mouse said. He was a battle-hungry person and liked to talk with his fists. Don't worry, there will be a time for you to make a move, Fong Chun said thoughtfully. Night fell. Fong Chun called Little Mouse over. Boss, why did you call me over? Tonight is destined to not be peaceful. Aren't your hands itching? Let me give you some exercise, Fong Chun said with a smile. Boss, you mean? Little Mouse opened his eyes wide and was very excited. Fong Chun nodded lightly and closed his eyes. They waited until dawn before the Zhou clan's people arrived. 4 hours later than I expected. It seems like the Zhou clan is not fearless, Fong Chun said with a cold smile. The Zhou clan's god hidden in the void changed his expression, but he still walked out. a saint-level swordsmith dares to go against our Zhou clan. You are courting death. This person was a divine lord. I think the one courting death is you. Little Mouse had a bad temper and attacked with lightning speed. Roar! A terrifying power instantly swept through the entire Shui residence. Dong! Little Mouse suddenly punched out and collided with the Zhou clan's god. You dare to stop me with this little strength? The Zhou clan's god sneered and immediately prepared to attack. Pucci, however, at this moment, he felt something pierce through his body. Immediately, blood spurted out and pain spread throughout his body. Pangolin climbed down from his body and mocked. You dare to learn from others and become an assassin with this little strength? Xiao Huang stood on Pangolin's body. With this little strength, you are not even enough for the three of us to exercise. After saying that, Xiao Huang spat out extremely cold annihilation frigid water from his mouth. Hiss! Without any resistance, without even the time to send a message back, the Zhou clan's god's soul dissipated, and even his corpse was corroded by the annihilation frigid water. Fangchen calmly watched this scene. Little Mouse curled his lips and felt somewhat helpless. The Zhou clan is too stingy. Why did they only send one god? It's not even enough for me to fight. Ha! With the three of us working together, even if it's a divine lord, we won't be afraid. Pangolin laughed. It had been a long time since he had such a carefree battle. At the same time, he was also very impressed by Xiao Huang and Little Mouse. The former was a member of the royal ant family and had a large amount of annihilation frigid water in his stomach. He did not dare to provoke him. The latter was a unique divine rat in the universe. He had super strong defense and hard teeth that could crush anything in the world. He felt that he would be left behind by these two monsters sooner or later. All right, go back and rest, Fang Chun said. The night was as still as water. In a dark courtyard, the Zhou clan's elder's face was extremely gloomy. Damn it, the god sent to assassinate Master Shui had already died. This also meant that Master Shui had completely broken ties with the Zhou clan. How dare you go against the Zhou clan? You are courting death, the Zhou clan's elder said coldly. However, at this moment, a ghostly voice entered his ears. If you want to kill Master Shui, I can help you. Who is it? Elder Zhou growled. Suddenly, a scarred man walked out of the darkness. Who are you? Elder Zhou asked coldly. I'm your friend. I don't know you. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. You and I have a common enemy, so we should be considered friends, the scarred man said eerily. A common enemy? Elder Zhou frowned. You mean Master Shui? The scarred man nodded. His eyes were filled with blood-red, killing intent. He gritted his teeth and said, Master Shui and I cannot live under the same sky. If I don't kill him, I am not human. Elder Zhou thought for a moment and then said, even if we don't join forces with you, if the Zhou clan wants to kill someone, no one can stop us. Haha, 88. 8. The scarred man laughed hoarsely. Of course, your Zhou clan won't be afraid of a saint-level swordsmith, but don't forget that the attention of all the factions is on him. If your Zhou clan dares to kill him openly, you will definitely become a target for everyone. A saint-level swordsmith could definitely cause a commotion in the Far East. Now, all the factions were paying attention to him and even wanted to rope him in. Elder Zhou's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. So, with your Zhou clan supporting me, I will kill him. This is the best choice. The scar man chuckled. Elder Zhou slowly nodded when he thought of the death of the god he had just sent. Chapter 1800. Fang Chun had already experienced the Zhou clan's conduct. If they failed to rope in others, they would secretly send someone to kill them. Fang Chun had long been on guard against this. Although the first god they sent was killed by him, Fang Chun knew that the Zhou clan would definitely not let this matter go. He was ready to leave Hanhai City at any time. With Fang Chun's current means, he easily found out where the Zhou clan's elder was staying in Hanhai City. Rather than waiting for their assassination, it was better to strike first and gain the upper hand. That night, Fang Chun, Little Mouse, Xiao Huang, and Pangolin went to the mansion where the Zhou clan's elder was staying. Soon, they arrived in front of the mansion. Fang Chun took out the array core and immediately set up a saint-level array. Go in. Fong Chun quietly entered the courtyard. At this time, the Zhou clan's elder was discussing something with the scarred man. Fong Chun, who was hiding in the void, opened his eyes wide when he saw the scarred man. Could it be that the Zhou clan is colluding with the Holy Light religion? Fong Chen's heart slightly moved. If the Zhou clan was really colluding with the Holy Light religion, then things would be complicated. Who is it? Suddenly, the scarred man scolded sternly. Then, he stood up abruptly and began to set up a saint-grade array. What's going on? Elder Zhou asked doubtfully. Someone has sneaked into the mansion, the scarred man said coldly. When he saw the scarred man, Fong Chun fled. Without waiting for the scarred man to set up the saint-level array, Fong Chun put away the array core and quickly rushed toward the city lord's mansion. Boss! Little Mouse roared. The three of us will stay and stall him. No, you guys go quickly. Go to the city lord's mansion and find the lord of Hanhai City. Tell him that the remnants of the Holy Light religion have appeared in Hanhai City. I will stop him. Fong Chen's words were filled with an unquestionable tone. Seeing this, Little Mouse, Xiao Huang, and Pangolin quickly headed to the city lord's mansion. Fong Chun, on the other hand, turned around and stared at the scarred man who was rushing towards him. Let's see where you can run to this time, the scarred man said sinisterly. I'm afraid you are the one who needs to escape. Fong Chun sneered as he glanced at the city lord mansion in the depths of Hanhai City. The scarred man's heart moved a little when he saw this. He immediately said, Before that, I will kill you first. As soon as he finished speaking, the scarred man set up a saint entry-level formation, instantly trapping Fong Chun. Kill! The scarred man suddenly threw a punch at Fong Chun. Being caught off guard, Fong Chun was struck by the scarred man's punch. His body was sent flying, crashing heavily into the saint-level formation. Fortunately, Fong Chun's physical defense was very strong. His perfect sword body had transformed and blocked the scarred man's attack. The scarred man was also a little surprised. He did not expect a god to be able to block his attack. I like to see how many times you can block it. While the scarred man was stunned, Fong Chun used the space-time book and hid in the void. At the same time, he took out the formation I and began to destroy the saint-level formation. Boom! While the scarred man was looking for Fong Chun, a deafening roar of anger came from the depths of the city lord's mansion. Oh no, Lord of Hanhai City. The scarred man had a hint of retreating in his heart. However, at that instant, his sacred entry-level formation began to shatter. Fong Chun's figure appeared in front of him. You are dead, Fong Chun said coldly. The scarred man's heart was filled with rage. This damned guy had repeatedly ruined his plans. If he did not kill him, it would be difficult to appease the hatred in his heart. After saying that, the scarred man did not care so much and used a thunderous attack. Dong! The whole earth trembled, and the buildings around the street were instantly turned into ruins. Fong Chun took out a supreme greatsword and suddenly used the fourth move of the 7 stars falling sky. Whoosh! 4 starlights burst out from the sword and pierced towards the scarred man. You are courting death, the scarred man said coldly and immediately punched out. Dong! The two collided, and a deafening sound erupted. Fong Chun felt a terrifying aura rushing towards him. His body was instantly sent flying like a kite. It was also at this moment that a roar was heard. Then, an extremely terrifying power came whistling. The Lord of Hanhai City had arrived. When he learned that a remnant of the Holy Light religion had appeared, he was furious. A remnant of the Holy Light religion dares to enter my Hanhai City. The Lord of Hanhai City was a veteran heavenly god realm powerhouse. Although his strength was not as strong as heavenly god Lien, Yi, and Panyu warrior immortal, he could not be underestimated. The Lord of Hanhai City's terrifying attack instantly forced the scarred man to retreat. After the latter felt the Lord of Hanhai City's strength, he hurriedly set up a saint-level formation. If I want to leave, you can't stop me. This person was confident that he could safely leave this place with a saint-level formation. However, he neglected Fong Chun. Although the latter was sent flying, he did not suffer any injuries. Fong Chun stood up and activated the formation core with all his strength to break the saint-level formation. Lord of Hanhai City, the formation has been broken, Fong Chun roared. The Lord of Hanhai City nodded, and then his figure flashed as he fought with the scarred man. A terrifying battle broke out in the entire Hanhai City. The surrounding buildings were constantly turning into ashes. This battle lasted for a full hour before it ended. The Lord of Hanhai City's body was covered in blood. His face was pale, and his body was trembling. However, the scar man had been killed, and his cold corpse fell on the dark street. Lord of Hanhai City, are you okay? Fong Chun ran over and asked. The Lord of Hanhai City shook his head, indicating that he was fine. As long as you're okay. Fong Chun breathed a sigh of relief. He had been reckless today. If not for the Lord of Hanhai City, it would have been very difficult to leave calmly. He had never expected that Elder Zhou would collude with the scarred man. After a slight adjustment, the Lord of Hanhai City's complexion eased a lot. Master Shui, how did you find this person? The Lord of Hanhai City asked. Lord of Hanhai City, I found that Elder Zhou was colluding with this person, Fong Chun said. The Lord of Hanhai City's expression changed drastically. His figure flashed, and he quickly went to Elder Zhou's residence. Fong Chun did not follow, but returned to his own residence. Whoosh, 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 as soon as he returned to his residence, Fong Chun hurriedly woke up Star and Moon. Brother Chun, what happened? Star and Moon asked with some confusion. Let's get out of here quickly. Fong Chun's group hurried through the night, quietly leaving Hanhai City. Originally, Fong Chun had planned to go to the other regions of the easternmost land. But after thinking about it, he gave up on that idea. Not to mention whether or not he could pass through the easternmost land. If he encountered the Zhou family or Lotus Mountain along the way, it would be troublesome. Furthermore, he wasn't sure if the Zhou family was colluding with the Holy Light Temple. The Lord of Hanhai City would definitely investigate this matter. At that time, the Zhou family would definitely investigate him, and he might be exposed. In the end, Fong Chun chose to hide in the Eastern Sea for a period of time and cultivate. The Eastern Sea was very wide. Normally, people from the Divine Realm would not come here. Fong Chun took out a flying divine item from his bosom and sat on it with Star and Moon. They quickly sank into the endless sea. The next day, the matter that happened in Hanhai City caused a huge commotion. The Lord of Hanhai City attached great importance to the matter of the Holy Light Temple. He personally contacted the Zhou family's patriarch, who hurriedly rushed over to investigate this matter with the Lord of Hanhai City. On this day, everyone was surprised to find that Grandmaster Shui had disappeared. Grandmaster Shui's whereabouts became a mystery. The Lord of Hanhai City guessed that Grandmaster Shui was afraid of the Zhou family's revenge, so she temporarily went into hiding. As the city lord of the Divine Realm, his responsibility was to protect the safety of the Divine Realm's people. For such a matter to happen, the Zhou family needed to give an explanation to Hanhai City. Lord of Hanhai City, are you satisfied with this explanation? The Zhou family's patriarch smiled. Zhou family's patriarch, since the matter has been investigated clearly, let's end it here. The Lord of Hanhai City nodded. The Zhou family's patriarch was truly vicious and merciless. In order to end this matter, he actually personally killed Elder Zhou. The Holy Light Temple is a malignant tumor of the Divine Realm. Everyone has the right to kill them. How can my Zhou family associate with them? The Zhou family's patriarch nodded. I deeply regret that such a traitor appeared. Chapter 1801. Fong Chun's guess was very accurate. After settling Elder Zhou's matter, the Zhou family focused on investigating him. Unfortunately, he had already left the vast sea city. Otherwise, his identity would be exposed. At the endless Eastern Sea, waves were surging. Fong Chun returned to the Emerald Ripple Island again. The Emerald Ripple Island was not too far from the vast sea city, but it was temporarily safe here. Plus, with the saint-level formation, unless a Divine Realm expert passed by, it would be impossible to find anyone on the Emerald Ripple Island. The group sat on a piece of bluestone and looked at each other. Boss, I say we should just fight with the Zhou family, Little Mouse said. Rat Grandpa, with our little strength, how can we fight with the Zhou family? Xiao Huang said. Pangolin on the side also nodded. Although they all had the strength of a divine realm expert, they were only at the divine ancestor stage. With the foundation of the Zhou family, any one of them would be a divine realm expert. I'm going to attack the divine spirit stage on the Emerald Ripple Island. Don't run around for now, just stay on the island, Feng Chen said. Everyone nodded. Star and Moon's face was full of happiness. As long as I'm with Brother Chun, anywhere is fine, Star and Moon said with a smile. Feng Chen activated the formation I and set up a saint-level formation on the Emerald Ripple Island. Then, he began to cultivate in seclusion. For this seclusion, Feng Chen's goal was to become a divine realm expert. Plus, he had 8 spirit-breaking fruits. As long as he broke through to the divine spirit stage, he could eat the spirit-breaking fruits. Dong! The golden heart beat rapidly. Wisps of golden liquid emerged and merged with the power of destruction to form sword-shaped runes that were imprinted in Feng Chen's mind. Day after day, he cultivated. After half a year, he finally broke through to the divine spirit stage. Rumble! A deafening sound came from Feng Chen's body. He suddenly opened his eyes. His primordial spirit had finished transforming and was crystal clear. He was extremely shocked, and his body had also undergone a great transformation. Divine spirit stage? For the current Feng Chen, half a year was nothing more than a snap of a finger. After breaking through to the divine spirit realm, Feng Chen could finally consume the spirit-breaking fruit. Crack swallowing a spirit-breaking fruit into his body, the medicinal efficacy of the spirit-breaking fruit immediately spread out. Feng Chen could feel the divine power in his body surging wildly. What a domineering effect. Feng Chen couldn't help but sigh. The reason why the spirit-breaking fruit was so overbearing was because it could speed up the conversion of God power into heavenly God power. One of the most important signs of being a heavenly God was the heavenly God energy. The difference between God force and heavenly God force was huge. Hiss, hiss, hiss at this moment. The golden liquid and the power of the destruction precept formed a sword-shaped rune that was finally put to use. The sword-shaped rune drilled into the spirit-breaking fruit, causing the spirit-breaking fruit's medicinal effect to speed up. Feng Chen felt that the divine power in his body was transforming at a speed invisible to the naked eye. At this rate, it will take at most 3 days for the transformation to be complete. Feng Chen smiled to himself. After coming to Emerald Wave Island for half a year, he was almost isolated from the world. He didn't know what happened in the easternmost land. His only goal now was to cultivate diligently. Only when his strength increased could he take revenge. After thinking for a moment, Feng Chen closed his eyes and began to transform the heavenly God power. 3 days later, Star and Moon, Little Mouse, Xiao Huang, and Pangolin surrounded Feng Chen, their faces full of smiles. Brother Chen, you've become a heavenly god? Star and Moon asked softly. Boss, I'm really curious. How strong are you after becoming a heavenly god? Little Mouse asked. Xiao Huang and Pangolin were also looking forward to it. Feng Chen smiled and stood up. I'm looking forward to it too. Boom! All of a sudden, the clear sky turned pitch black. The sound of thunder reverberated across the sky. Spatial storms could be seen everywhere in the sky. A terrifying aura filled the entire deity world. At the same time, all the experts in the deity world noticed this. What exactly happened? Why is it like this? Is it the birth of an expert? What a terrifying aura. It makes one's heart tremble. The experts of the 7 apex superpowers stood on the clouds and observed the situation. Nanling, what did you discover? The 7 apex experts asked each other through voice transmissions. I'm not sure. To be able to erupt with such a terrifying aura, is there a cosmos god in the deity world? Impossible, absolutely impossible. If there is a cosmos god, we'll definitely know. Soon, the 7 apex experts finished their transmissions. They weren't sure what had happened and needed to investigate. On Emerald Wave Island, a voice that seemed to have existed since ancient times sounded in Feng Chen's mind. This voice made Feng Chen's heart tremble. My successor, when you become a heavenly god, you'll be my true disciple. Fong Chen knew that this ancient voice belonged to the owner of the Golden Heart. There's still a long road ahead. The destruction system is my favorite system, and it's also my way of entering the Tao. I hope you'll succeed. When this voice sounded, dense information appeared in the mind of Fong Chen. Fong Chen hugged his head with both hands. He was in so much pain that he felt his head was about to explode. In an instant, Fong Chen fell into a coma. The dark sky returned to normal at this moment. It was as if nothing had happened. The 7 giants of the deity world didn't know that this phenomenon was caused by Fong Chen. Fong Chen discovered that he was deep in the Sword Tao Ocean. Pitch black seawater. Fong Chen stood on a huge golden sword, drifting with the waves and floating in the Black Sea. Sharp sword chi came from beneath his feet. These sword chi had a unique characteristic, and that was the aura of destruction. Destruction Sword Tao. Fong Chen felt as if he had stepped through the door of the destruction Sword Tao. Voila! Fong Chen's wrist shook, and the huge golden sword beneath his feet appeared in his hand. Then, he waved his hand, and a terrifying sword chi shot out from the huge golden sword. Dong! The sword chi shot into the Black Sea, setting off stormy waves. I see. Fong Chen's mind was suddenly enlightened, and he laughed loudly. Suddenly opening his eyes, Fong Chen realized that Star and Moon and Little Mouse were beside him, looking at him strangely. Why are you looking at me like that? Fong Chen asked, puzzled. Boss, do you really not know? Or are you pretending not to know? Little Mouse asked with wide eyes. You fell into a coma right after breaking through to the divinity realm. You don't know what happened in the deity world at that time, but the world turned dark and it was very scary. After a while, the deity world returned to normal, and we brought you here. You were unconscious for a whole month, Little Mouse said. Hearing that, Fong Chen's heart trembled. He had only cultivated for a short while in the Black Sea. He didn't expect that a month had passed in the outside world. Brother Chen, are you all right? Star and Moon was a bit worried. She gently stroked Fong Chen's face with her white hands. She thought that Fong Chen must have been in a rush to raise his cultivation base and had gone mad. Don't worry. I'm fine. Fong Chen grinned. Becoming a heavenly god had actually triggered the thing that the peerless expert had left behind for him. Boss, now that you've become a heavenly god, your strength must have skyrocketed. How about it? Let's spar. Little Mouse had been impatient for a long time. He knew how monstrous his boss was, and he wanted to experience it for himself. Brother Chen just woke up. Let him rest for a while, Star and Moon said softly. Fong Chen nodded. You 3 can play for a while. I've comprehended something after breaking through, and I need to digest it. Boss, you really are a cultivation maniac. Somewhere in the deity world, an azure-robed man was looking at the sky where this strange phenomenon had occurred. His lips curled into a crafty smile. The successor of the destruction system has finally appeared. As the azure-robed man spoke, the golden heart in his body began to rapidly beat, as if responding to him. If Fong Chen was here, he would definitely be shocked. That was because this person's golden heart was exactly the same as his. Chapter 1802. The strange phenomenon that happened that day shook the entire god realm. The top giants, after investigating to no avail, thought that it was caused by the Holy Light religion. This matter attracted the attention of the god realm. However, on the Jade Wave Island, Fong Chen was peacefully cultivating. After becoming a heavenly god, Fong Chen knew how terrifying the Golden Heart was, and even more so, how powerful the owner of the Golden Heart was. If he guessed correctly, this person's strength must be at the top of the entire god realm. Even a true god was not worth mentioning in front of him. Too powerful. Fong Chen could not help but sigh. At the same time, he was glad that he could obtain the Golden Heart. In the unseen world, everything was predestined. If not for the Golden Heart, he would not have transmigrated from Earth to the ancient Sword Continent, let alone come to the God Realm. Perhaps he could only stay on Earth for the rest of his life and find a 9-to-5 life until he was old. But now it was different. He had a beloved wife and a body that was close to immortality. Everything was so beautiful. After completing the obsession in his heart, Fang Chen's heart gave birth to an even more powerful obsession, which was to set foot on the peak of martial arts in his lifetime. He believed that in the heart of every martial artist, there was an obsession that belonged to them. The peak of martial arts. How many people fought for it and even lost their lives? However, after countless years, there were still so many experts who advanced dauntlessly. One sitting cross-legged, Fang Chen looked at a file that appeared in his mind. This file was yellow all over. With a thought, Fang Chen gently opened the file. On the file, there were a few bold and powerful words that seemed to have existed since ancient times. With just a glance, Fang Chen felt shocked. Immemorial soul refining technique. Fang Chen's heart moved slightly. This was a sword technique. He hurriedly opened the file. Sure enough, as he guessed, it recorded a sword technique. This old man spent his life's effort to create what I thought was the most perfect sword technique. With the 6 great laws as the foundation, combined with countless laws, it finally formed the strongest sword technique. This sword technique is this old man's proudest work. But this old man always believed that there was always a higher heaven. There should be an even higher level above the cosmos God realm. At the very beginning of the dossier, there was a self-narration. Fang Chen's eyes lit up. He finally knew some information about the owner of the Golden Heart. Cultivate bitterly and achieve great success in the way of the sword. I don't seek to be invincible. I only seek to be defeated. From these words, one could tell that this person felt lonely at the top. Back then, he should have been standing at the peak of the God realm. I perfected the way of the sword in my heart to the most perfect state. Then, I sensed something and used my strength to break open this world and leave this place. The dossier continued. In order to pursue the highest level of sword arts, I'm willing to give up my life. I have a bad premonition about this operation. Maybe this time it will be the end of my life. However, I still left this place without hesitation in search of a higher realm. However, before I left behind my lifelong inheritance. To obtain my legacy, one must grow through slaughter. Only by killing the other 5 inheritors and absorbing their power can one obtain the complete legacy. Fang Chen continued reading the scroll, his heart trembling. Is there a higher realm above the cosmos God? In the deity world, above the deities were the heavenly gods, and below them were the true gods. Under normal circumstances, true gods were rare existences in the deity world. There were not many true gods in the entire deity world. However, many people did not know that there was a higher realm above the true gods, the cosmos God. Until now, there was not a single cosmos God in the deity world. Cosmos gods were existences standing at the peak of the entire cosmos. With a thought, they could destroy the entire cosmos. Who would have thought that the owner of the Golden Heart was a cosmos god? Too powerful. Just looking at the words on the dossier, Fang Chen was incomparably shocked. At the same time, Fang Chen admired this senior's dedication towards the way of the sword. For the sake of pursuing a higher level of the way of the sword, he did not hesitate to risk his life and leave this cosmos. One had to know that the world outside the cosmos was unknown. Whether there were other cosmos or not, nobody knew. Outside the cosmos, it was incomparably dangerous. It could be filled with endless primal chaos. I also know that there is almost no hope of returning from this trip. Thus, I have made ample preparations and only left behind my inheritance. Furthermore, it is divided into 6 parts. When you become a heavenly god, you will be able to obtain the sword technique I created. But this immemorial soul refining technique has a total of 6 moves. Everyone only has 1 move. As for whether you can obtain the rest, it will depend on your capabilities. Towards the end, Fang Chen could even feel the sadness in the words of this person. My successor, if there is a day when you become a cosmos god, I hope that you will not stop pursuing the peak of the way of the sword. We sword cultivators should pursue the peak of the way of the sword as our goal. Fang Chen seriously read through the beginning of the dossier, reading through the narration of the owner of the Golden Heart. At the end of the signature, there were 2 very small words, Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan should be the name of this senior. Fang Chen thought. After reading through it, his heart was incomparably shaken. Was there really a higher realm above the cosmos god? This was something that he could not come into contact with currently. I wonder how teacher Gu Yuan is doing now. Fang Chun thought. According to the records in the dossier, Gu Yuan had left the cosmos for at least a few 100 million years. For countless years, there was no news of him at all. He did not know if he was still alive. Was there really another cosmos other than this one? In the mind of Fang Chun, his thoughts were numb. He did his best to shake his head, gradually straightening out these thoughts. Firstly, there was no need for him to care about the cosmos gods and the situation outside the cosmos. He was too weak and could not come into contact with them. Secondly, he should focus on increasing his strength. The immemorial soul refining technique that Gu Yuan left behind for him was the sword technique that Gu Yuan was most proud of. Its power should be extraordinary. However, he had only obtained 1/6 of it. The remaining had to be obtained from the hands of other successors. It seems that I will definitely meet other successors in the future, Fang Chun thought. Following that, Fang Chun began cultivating the immemorial soul refining technique. He did not know if it was because of the golden heart, but cultivating the immemorial soul refining technique was abnormally easy. It was much faster than cultivating the 7 stars falling sky. The golden heart was beating rapidly. Along with the emergence of a destructive aura, the immemorial soul refining technique had been successfully cultivated. Fang Chun's heart was shaken, but he could understand. Only after becoming a heavenly god could he be considered a true disciple of Gu Yuan. Only then did he completely refine the golden heart. With a thought, the 7 absolute falling star sword appeared in Fang Chun's hand. He then said, "Let's test its power." The golden heart seemed to be about to break out of his body. The golden liquid and the destructive aura fused together and quickly drilled into the heavenly god weapon. Immemorial soul refining technique. The next moment, Fang Chun let out a low shout and shook his wrist. At the same time, his figure shuttled through the void. Shioi, a shocking sword light, burst out in an instant and grew bigger in the sky. In the end, this sword light was a full 1,000 feet in size and slashed on a mountain peak in the distance. The mountain peak was directly razed to the ground. The 1,000 feet long sword light blasted into the ground, splitting open the boundary wall of the Jade Wave Island and into the Eastern Sea. Long with the Jade Wave Island as the center, the sea within 100 miles of the Eastern Sea was turbulent. The momentum shook the sky and was very terrifying. Seeing this scene, Fang Chun opened his eyes wide. What a powerful sword technique. Fang Chun didn't know the specific grade of the immemorial soul refining technique, but according to the current grade of the divine world, the immemorial soul refining technique was at least at the heavenly god level. At the very least, the immemorial soul refining technique had surpassed the heavenly god level and was comparable to the sacred level. This is still an incomplete sword technique. What if it was complete? Fang Chun was dumbfounded. The immemorial soul refining technique was too powerful. As expected of Gu Yuan's lifelong effort, Fang Chun was secretly looking forward to the complete immemorial soul refining technique. If I am destined to grow in this life of killing, so what if I kill a few more people in order to seek the Tao? Fang Chun looked at the sky and muttered to himself. Although these words were a little heartless, this was the reality. If Fang Chun didn't kill others, others would kill him. There was no choice but to resist. Chapter 1803. After mastering the immemorial soul-refining chant, Fang Chun continued to practice the 7 stars falling in the sky with the help of the Golden Heart. As Fang Chun expected, the Golden Heart had completely integrated into his body, and his understanding of the Sword Tao had become even more abnormal. The 7 stars falling in the sky had a total of 7 moves, and he had only mastered 4 of them before. He hadn't been able to master the remaining 3 moves. But now, he had mastered the 7 stars falling in the sky to the extreme. After mastering the immemorial soul-refining chant, I feel that the heaven-grade divine technique is just SOSO. Fang Chun curled his lips and said. The commotion here had alarmed Star and Moon and the others. Congratulations, Brother Chun. Star and Moon, dressed in purple, walked over with light steps. Her body exuded a gentle aura, giving people a breathtaking feeling. As her cultivation improved, Star and Moon's temperament became more and more extraordinary. Coupled with her proud face, Fong Chun was even more stunned. Brother Chun, what are you looking at? Seeing Fong Chen's eyes, Star and Moon blushed and lowered her head. Moon, you're so beautiful. Fong Chen pulled Star and Moon into his arms, and then gently stroked Star and Moon's face. Star and Moon's heart raced, and her face flushed. She closed her eyes. Fong Chun lifted Star and Moon's head and gently pressed his lips against Star and Moon's red lips. Brother Chun, Xiao Huang and the others are still here. Star and Moon resisted slightly and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito. Fong Chen paused for a moment and then waved his hand. Immediately, the saint-level array surrounded them. Okay. Immediately, Fong Chen hugged Star and Moon tightly with both hands, and his lips kept sucking. Star and Moon's breathing was rapid. Her eyes were in a mess, and her body went soft. She fell into Fong Chen's arms. After a while, the sound of delicate panting was heard. Endless spring, outside the saint entering formation. The little mouse looked at the array in confusion and said, What is boss doing? He doesn't need to set up an array to cultivate. You idiot, Pangolin scolded jokingly. Rat Grandpa, have you ever loved a female rat? Xiao Huang asked with a smile. Scram. Little Mouse seemed to have thought of something and kicked Xiao Huang, sending him flying. Let's go. Don't see things you shouldn't see. However, just as the pangolin and the little mouse were about to leave, the sacred formation was deactivated. Fong Chun and Star and Moon walked out. He could vaguely see that Star and Moon's face was flushed red. Although he was doing his best to remain calm, his body was still somewhat unnatural. Boss, we didn't see anything. Little Mouse hurriedly explained. It would have been better if he hadn't spoken, but the moment he did, Star and Moon felt even more awkward. With his face flushed red, he lowered his head and left this place. Boss, did I say something wrong? Little Mouse waved his hands and asked. Fong Chun shook his head in annoyance. What sword technique did you cultivate? Was that movement caused by you? Pangolin asked. I comprehended it. Fong Chun said simply. This involved Gu Yuan and even the secrets of the cosmos gods. He did not wish to reveal it. The moment the apex experts in the deity world knew about it, it would definitely threaten his life. Those true god experts who stood at the apex of the deity world only had one goal, to become a cosmos god. If there was any news of them becoming a cosmos god, they would not let it go. Wakaka, boss, you are too formidable. That aura just now even made my heart palpitate. Little Mouse excitedly shouted, Boss, how strong are you now? I don't know either. Fong Chun waved his hands. Why don't we have a spar? Little Mouse asked with anticipation. All right. Fong Chun gave a strange smile. Oh, violet light appeared around Little Mouse's body. He immediately displayed his innate ability. Behind him, a violet rat illusion of several meters tall condensed. It opened its bloody mouth and let out a deafening roar. At the same time, Fong Chun took out his 7 absolute falling star sword. 7 stars falling sky. He executed the 7 stars falling to the sky. 7 dots of starlight shot out. Oh! Little Mouse tried his best to block, but he was blasted away by the 7 starlights. Boss, you are too strong. Defeating him in a single move was something even divine overlord experts could not do unless they were heavenly gods. Formidable. He just broke through to the deity ancestor realm and already has the strength of a heavenly god. Pangolin felt his heart trembling. Why don't the two of you come at me together? Fong Chun said with a grin. Pangolin and Little Mouse rapidly escaped from this place. They did not wish to be beaten up. Using 7 stars falling sky at full strength should be equivalent to an ordinary heavenly god expert. If I use the immemorial soul-refining art, I would even dare to fight heavenly god Lien, Fong Chun said in a low voice. He had a new understanding of his own strength. The reason he could become so strong was all because of the golden heart. Gu Yuan was too strong, so strong that the entire god realm trembled. I wonder when I'll be able to reach master's level, Fong Chen said softly. Although I'm not strong enough now, revenge is enough. It has been more than a year. I wonder if heavenly god Lien he still remembers me. A trace of coldness appeared in Fong Chen's eyes. Of course, Fong Chen was not a reckless person. He would not take revenge recklessly. He had a plan in mind. I will take in 7 servants for the remaining 7 spirit-breaking fruits to increase my strength, Fong Chen said to himself. After more than a year, the situation in the God realm had not changed. For many years, the God realm had been in such a situation. The 7 top forces each occupied a region. Holy Light Religion's base. I wonder when the sect leader will come out. The 2 protectors discussed in a low voice. The sect leader is secretly plotting something important. He will not come out for the time being, the other person said. Recently, our Holy Light Religion has suffered too many losses. The 7 top forces of the God realm seem to be eyeing us. That's right. I've already informed the instructors outside to be extra careful. The big shots of the God realm have great means. If they follow the vine to the melon and find our Holy Light Religion's base, it will be troublesome. Some time ago, the Blue Wave Island plan failed, and Master Tian also fell. The fall of a Saint-level array master was also a great loss for the Holy Light Religion. However, there was no other way. Don't act rashly. After the Hanhai City incident, the big shots of the God realm have been tracking our Holy Light Religion's traces. At this time, we must not reveal any clues. The 2 protectors discussed for a moment and finally decided that before the sect leader came out, the Holy Light Religion would enter the incubation period. Outside the Hanhai City, on the wide official road, an azure-clothed man was leisurely walking on the road with a wooden sword in his hand. From the outside, this person did not have any divine power circulating around him, as if he was an ordinary person. The wooden sword in his hand did not have the slightest deterrence. It's in this area. I can feel it. The azure-clothed man softly said with a touch of decisiveness in his eyes. Stop. At this time, a group of bandits suddenly surrounded the azure-clothed man. Robbery. The azure-clothed man looked at these bandits with interest. For so many years, no one dared to rob his things. There were 3 people who wanted to rob his inheritance, but they were killed by him instead. The leader of the bandits fiercely said, Kid, obediently hand over the valuable things on you. Otherwise, we will take your life. Hearing this, the azure-clothed man raised the wooden sword in his hand and said, The most valuable thing on me is this wooden sword. If you want it, take it. The leader of the bandits took the wooden sword and carefully observed it. What's so great about this broken wooden sword? However, before he could finish his words, the wooden sword seemed to have a spirit of its own and unexpectedly pierced the bandit leader's eye. My, kill him for me. Poochie the wooden sword once again pierced the bandit leader's other eye. Dong the bandit leader softly fell to the ground, and the wooden sword returned to the azure-clothed man's hand with a swish. The azure-clothed man licked his dry lips, and a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. It's been a long time since I killed someone. I've almost forgotten what it feels like. With that, the azure-clothed man held the wooden sword and began a massacre. 88 Oh devil, you are a devil. Many bandits were terrified and started to attack. A moment later, on the official road, there were some incomparably miserable corpses lying in disorder. The azure-clothed man held the wooden sword in his hand and slowly walked toward the Hanhai City. On the tip of the wooden sword, drops of blood dripped onto the official road. Successor of the destruction system, I am coming. Chapter 1804. In truth, strength was secondary to Fong Chen's strength. Loyalty was the most important thing. Loyalty was the only thing that could truly help him. Fong Chen had only told Little Mouse about his idea. Who would have thought that the 3 of them would join hands and capture a seahorse alive? Boss, what do you think of this seahorse? Asked Little Mouse as he pointed at the seahorse he had captured. Although it a little stupid, Its cultivation is pretty good. It's at the divine spirit realm. Fang Chun was a little surprised, but he still nodded. He had seen seahorses on Earth before. Who would have thought that he would encounter one in the divine world? This seahorse was not something the seahorses on Earth could compare to. Simply put, this seahorse was already a divine spirit realm expert. You have two choices. Submit to me or die, said Fang Chun. You want me to submit? That depends on whether you have the strength to do so, said the seahorse malevolently. It was unwilling to submit. Oh, so you're saying that if I defeat you, you'll submit to me? Asked Fang Chun with a smile. We'll talk about it after you defeat me, said the seahorse. Fang Chun waved his hand, indicating for Little Mouse to release the seahorse. Make your move. The seahorse's bloated body charged at Fang Chun with all its might. At the same time, a terrifying energy surged out of its body. The law of water has actually reached such a level. Fang Chun's eyes lit up. Although the seahorse was only at the divine spirit realm, its usage of the law of water was even worse than his. Crash! The law of water was gentle and unceasing. The seahorse's attack was a continuation of the law of water's power. It was like the water of the East Sea, unceasing. However, Fang Chun was a divine ancestor realm expert. Dealing with the seahorse was easy. Bang! After exchanging a few blows with the seahorse, he threw out a punch and sent the seahorse flying. You've lost, said Fang Chun as he stared at the seahorse. If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss, the seahorse said in a low voice. Fang Chun nodded and took out a spirit-breaking fruit from his chest. He handed it to the seahorse and said, Since you had decided to follow me, this spirit-breaking fruit is for you. Fang Chun said. When the seahorse saw this, it was stunned for a moment before it was overjoyed. He had been stuck at the bottleneck for a long time. If he could consume the spirit-breaking fruit, he would definitely be able to break through to the divinity ancestor realm. The seahorse looked at Fang Chun in a daze, then nodded heavily. I pledge my life to follow you, master. The seahorse took the spirit-breaking fruit and said in a deep voice. Then, the seahorse signed a contract with Fang Chun and recognized Fang Chun as its master. Swallow the breakthrough spirit fruit first, Fang Chun said. The seahorse transformed into its human form and sat down on the ground with its legs crossed as it began to digest the effects of the spirit breakthrough fruit. At this moment, Xiao Huang came over to join in the fun. Boss, let's call him Xiao Hai from now on. Xiao Huang, are you still sad that I gave you this name? Little Mouse asked. Xiao Huang rolled his eyes and was speechless. Just like that, the three of them happily decided that the seahorse's name would be Xiao Hai from now on. With Fang Chun's help, the seahorse successfully broke through to the divinity ancestor realm, and its aura skyrocketed. Thank you, master. The seahorse cupped its fists and thanked him. You don't have to thank me. Fang Chun waved his hand. Suddenly, the seahorse seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, Master, there's something that I don't know if I should tell you. What is it? There's a divine lord realm sea demon in the sea near Jade Wave Island. He's extremely powerful. This is his territory, and we're all under his control. If you take me away, he won't let you go. The seahorse was a bit worried. After all, its master's cultivation was only at the divinity ancestor realm. Divine lord realm? Fang Chun muttered to himself as a faint smile appeared on his face. If he dares to come, he can forget about leaving. After breaking through to the divinity ancestor realm, Fang Chun's strength had increased tremendously. However, now wasn't the best time for revenge. Fang Chun was preparing to break through to the Saint realm in the Tao of Formations and return to the easternmost land. That would be the time for his revenge. Finally, Little Mouse and the other three often went to the bottom of the sea to fight with the sea demons. Of course, they wouldn't just randomly catch some sea demons. It depended on the potential of the sea demons. The seahorse's potential was very strong. Not long after it broke through to the divinity ancestor realm, its natural ability had awakened, and its strength was comparable to a divine lord realm expert. Time passed. Fang Chun accompanied Star and Moon while studying formations. This was the happiest time that Star and Moon had spent in the divinity realm. However, Behind the peace, there were always some waves. On a dark and windy night, the waves in the East Sea were turbulent. A strong gust of wind blew the waves onto the beach, stirring up waves after waves. A crescent moon hung in the sky and shone on Emerald Ripple Island, making it look white and flawless. Emerald Ripple Island was very quiet at night. In addition, Fong Chun had set up a Saint Realm formation. Even if someone approached, they wouldn't be able to easily enter Emerald Ripple Island. Splash! A wooden sword suddenly appeared on the dark surface of the sea. The wooden sword glided so quickly that it couldn't be seen with the naked eye. If one looked carefully, they would discover that there was a man in green standing on the wooden sword. The man's eyes were deep as he stared at Emerald Ripple Island in front of him. He couldn't help but smile. Has it finally arrived? The man in green said in a deep voice, successor of the Destruction series, "Are you ready?" For so many years, the man in green had been working hard on his cultivation. Ever since he became a heavenly god and awakened his inherited memories, he had been paying attention to the movements of the other 5 successors. Through his tireless efforts, he had successfully found the 3 successors, killed them, and seized their power. Now, the 4th successor had finally appeared. Moreover, it was the successor of the Destruction series who was said to have the strongest attack power. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the wooden sword whistled and arrived at the edge of Emerald Ripple Island. When a man in green was about to step onto Emerald Ripple Island, he exclaimed softly. His consciousness had discovered the Saint Realm formation that enveloped Emerald Ripple Island. I didn't expect the successor of the Destruction series to be a Saint Realm formation master. The man in green sneered. He took out a piece of rune paper from his chest. A wisp of flame appeared in his palm and instantly ignited the rune paper. Hiss! The burning rune paper floated in the sky, illuminating the surrounding sea. Whoosh! When the rune paper was about to burn out, a beam of light instantly shot into the Saint Realm formation. Buzz! A huge ripple appeared on the formation. The man in green put away the wooden sword and entered Emerald Ripple Island, as if there was no one there. After seizing the power of the successor of the Destruction series, I can become the strongest below the true god level. The man in green licked his dry lips. He had a heart in his body that was exactly the same as Fong Chen's golden heart. Dong! The moment he stepped onto Emerald Ripple Island, the golden heart throbbed, as if it had sensed the successor of the Destruction series. At night, Emerald Ripple Island was very quiet. Fong Chun and the others had already fallen asleep. Dong! Suddenly, the beating of the golden heart woke Fong Chun up. What's going on? Fong Chun frowned. His expression was grave as he looked inwardly at the golden heart. He didn't know what had happened, but the rhythm of its beating was extremely chaotic. I've never experienced something like this before, said Fong Chun. He glanced at the sleeping star and moon, then gently stood up and walked out of his immortal cave. Looking up, he saw that the crescent moon in the sky was gradually covered by dark clouds. The entire world was pitch black. Fong Chun jumped onto a piece of bluestone and sat down cross-legged, sorting out his chaotic emotions. It's a very strange feeling. He couldn't describe what he was feeling, but Fong Chun had a vague feeling that something big was about to happen. Fong Chun carefully sensed for a while. There was no problem with the saint-level array. This meant that no one had snuck into Emerald Ripple Island. He shook his head and muttered to himself, maybe it's an illusion. During this period of time, he had been concentrating intensely, so it was inevitable that he would hallucinate. A cool breeze blew past, blowing on Fong Chen's face, making a rustling sound. After trying hard to calm down for a while, Fong Chun stood up and prepared to return to his immortal cave. Whoosh! However, at this moment, in the dark night sky, a sword light suddenly cut through the dark void and appeared in front of Fong Chun. Almost at the same time, Fong Chen's figure disappeared, hiding in the void. Interesting. The man in green appeared in the darkness. With a thought, the wooden sword returned to his hand. Crash! Chapter 1805. Who are you? Fong Chun stared at the man. He could feel a dangerous aura from him. Even a divine Lord Realm expert wouldn't feel this way in front of him. Could this person be a heavenly god realm expert? Most importantly, he could easily pass through the Saint grade formation that he had set up without him noticing. This meant that this man should be a formation expert. This kind of expert should not be underestimated. The successor of the destruction system is only SOSO. The man in green carefully sized up Fong Chun and grinned after a long while. The successor of the destruction system. Hearing this, Fong Chen's heart was shaken, as if a storm was raging within him. He stared at the man in green with his mouth agape. He would be an idiot if he still could not guess the latter's identity. You are one of the 6 successors of Master Gu Yuan. Fong Chen's expression became very serious. The 6 successors were destined to kill each other. In the end, only one could stand at the top of the god world. Fong Chun did not expect this day to come so quickly. The green-robed man standing in front of him was one of the 6 successors. At this moment, Fong Chun came to a realization. No wonder he could enter Jade Wave Island without anyone noticing. Moreover, he could cause the Golden Heart to beat so violently. Master Gu Yuan is so affectionate. The man in green looked at Fong Chun with a smile. After today, you are not qualified to call Gu Yuan your master. For some reason, Fong Chun felt that the man in green smile was very dangerous. So you're the successor of the creation system. Fong Chun regained his composure and said in a deep voice, the 6 successors would kill each other. This kind of thing would happen sooner or later. It would happen sooner or later, but it would happen sooner than expected. Since this was the case, they could only fight. But I believe that I will not die in this battle. Fong Chun said confidently. The man in green was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, as if he was talking to his wife, he said slowly, over the years, I have met 3 successors. They all said the same thing as you. But you know the result. The one standing in front of you is me, not them. Fong Chen's eyes flickered. He didn't expect this person to have killed 3 successors. In other words, including him, there were only 2 successors left. From this point, one could see the strength of this person. However, this was also good news for Fong Chun. In other words, as long as Fong Chun killed the green-robed man in front of him, he would be able to obtain the power of 4 successors at the same time. This way, his strength would definitely increase greatly. Presumably, Gu Yuan had left behind the 6 great inheritances for the sake of selecting a peerless genius from amongst them. Do you want to do it yourself? Or do you want me to do it myself? The azure-robed man said indifferently, as if he didn't put Fong Chun in his eyes at all. Fong Chun shrugged. He had no choice but to fight. You are quite confident, Fong Chun said. If I wasn't confident, I wouldn't be standing before you. The green-robed man smiled. I'm just afraid that things won't go as you wish. Boom! Fong Chun leaped and quickly shuttled through the void. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the edge of Emerald Wave Island. This place was far away from the cave where the star and moon rested. He could fight without holding back. Whoosh! The azure-robed man followed closely behind, holding a wooden sword. Why? Are you afraid that our battle will hurt your little lover? Fong Chun ignored the azure-robed man's teasing. His body rippled with a black aura, and the power of the law of destruction instantly surged out. With a thought, the 7 ultimate falling star sword appeared in his hand. The destruction element is known to have the strongest offensive power. I want to see if your attack is as strong as mine. As soon as the azure-robed man finished speaking, the wooden sword in his hand instantly flew out. The trajectory of the wooden sword was extremely tricky. With terrifying power, it instantly arrived in front of Fong Chun. So strong. In a hurry, Fong Chun swung his sword. A resplendent sword light blocked the trajectory of the wooden sword. Crack! The sword light instantly shattered, and the wooden sword continued to fly. Crash! The space-time book revolved, and Fong Chen's figure disappeared from where he stood. The azure-robed man hadn't expected Fong Chun to have such a method. Complete concealment. The azure-robed man spread out his divine sense, but he was unable to find any trace of Fong Chun. His expression became completely gloomy. Do you think you can use such a method to fight me? You're too naive. The azure-robed man sneered and opened his palm. Suddenly, a golden heart broke out of his body and floated above his head. A dazzling golden light burst out, and ripples spread throughout the void. Dong! The azure-robed man used the golden heart to lock onto Fong Chen's location, and then he swung his sword. The wooden sword in his hand seemed weak, but its attack power was extremely strong. With a swing of the sword, it directly split the darkness apart, and a dazzling white light burst out. Fong Chen, who was hidden in the void, cursed inwardly. His figure changed his clothes and dodged the wooden sword's attack, but because of this, he was exposed. Dong! The golden heart in his body was beating rapidly, and it broke out of his body uncontrollably, confronting the azure-robed man's golden heart. Exactly the same. Fong Chen said to himself. Whoosh! The two identical golden hearts instantly clashed, causing the sky and earth to change colors. Our battle will not be like theirs. The azure-robed man revealed a sinister smile. The battle between the two golden hearts did not distinguish between friend and foe. However, the two of them would not do the same. He wanted to use his absolute strength to kill the successor of the destruction system. Kill. The azure-robed man held the wooden sword in his hand and constantly swung out sword lights. These sword lights formed a terrifying cylindrical force in the void. 7 stars falling sky. Buzz. On the 7 legendary falling star sword, 7 stars shone with dazzling light. In a breath's time, the light on the 7 stars connected, and then a powerful sword light shot out from the 7 legendary falling star sword. 7 stars falling sky, the pinnacle of cultivation, could strike down the sky. Crash! The 7 sword lights represented the 7 stars. Under Fong Chen's control, the 7 sword lights quickly merged into one. Every time the 7 legendary falling star sword was swung, it could cause the strongest sword light to flash. Strike down the sky. Fong Chen growled, and the terrifying sword light crashed into the cylindrical force. Dong! The earth trembled, and the dark sky was instantly illuminated by the starlight. Crack! When the two collided, cracking sounds could be heard. Cracks began to appear on the cylindrical force. At the same time, Star and Moon, who were sleeping in the cave, woke up instantly. Brother Chun. Almost at the same time as Star and Moon woke up, Xiao Huang and the other 3 also woke up. Oh no, boss is in danger. Whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Huang and the other 3 rushed over in an instant. What a terrifying aura fluctuation, Xiao Huang said in a low voice. Boss, let us help you. Little Mouse was about to help. Protect you, don't come over, Fong Chen roared. This was a battle between him and the successor of the creation branch. Outsiders couldn't help, and they couldn't help much. Boom! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The cylindrical force exploded, and the terrifying power swept through the entire Emerald Wave Island, causing the surrounding East Sea to shake. On the ground, cracks spread instantly. Boom! It felt as if the entire Emerald Wave Island had sunk a little. At the same time, Fong Chun and the azure-robed man each took a few steps back. The azure-robed man narrowed his eyes and said slowly, "It seems that I still underestimated you." The sword principle of destruction was known as the sword principle with the strongest attack power. The azure-robed man didn't believe it before, but after seeing it today, he finally believed it. However, he believed that he would be the final winner. 88, oh, I overestimated you, Fong Chun said in a low voice. With the protection of Little Mouse and the other 3, Star and Moon would not be in danger. In this way, Fong Chun could also devote himself to the battle. The azure-robed man licked his dry lips, held the wooden sword in front of his chest, and sneered. Next, I will let you know what absolute strength is. Boom! The power of the creation branch spread around the azure-robed man in an instant. Wherever the power of the creation branch passed, the withered flowers and plants on the ground were instantly full of vitality. Chapter 1806. If one wanted to deal with the successor of the creation system, It was impossible to succeed with normal methods. Even if he used the immemorial soul refining art, it wouldn't help. Don't forget that this person had devoured the power of the other 3 successors. He had the 4 moves of the immemorial soul refining art. He was much more threatening than Fang Chun. Moreover, they were both successors of the ancient Yuan school. The latter had everything that Fang Chun had. In the process of fighting with this person, Fang Chun already knew that if he wanted to win, he could only rely on the Voidwalker system. A strong power of creation burst out of the man in a blue robe. This level of power to create rules was too shocking. The green-robed man's face was bloodthirsty. He stared at Fang Chun and said, "I'll let you see my creation energy." After saying that, the green-robed man opened his palm and grabbed at the void. Suddenly, a rich power of the rule of creation surged into his palm. In the next moment, the wooden sword in the green-robed man's hand emitted a dazzling light. Fang Chun had always felt that the wooden sword was extraordinary. Now he finally knew the wooden sword was actually a heavenly divine artifact. This was beyond his expectations. He didn't know who made this wooden sword. No matter what, the blacksmith who could make this wooden sword was definitely a top saint-level blacksmith. It was obviously a heavenly divine artifact, but it looked so ordinary. It gave people the illusion that it could break at any time. Buzz! The wooden sword was surrounded by rich, heavenly divine energy. Only heavenly divine energy could unleash the power of a heavenly divine artifact to the extreme. This sword is called Dragon Slayer. It can slay the world. The green-robed man raised his hand. The wooden sword moved with the wind, ready to attack. Boom! When the power in the wooden sword reached the extreme, the green-robed man suddenly flashed. He leaped and floated in the air. At the same time, he slashed with the wooden sword in his hand. It looked like an ordinary slash, but it gave Fang Chun extraordinary pressure. Immemorial soul refining art. Fang Chun recognized the divine art used by the azure-robed man. It was the immemorial soul refining art that they both possessed. However, this person's immemorial soul refining art contained a strong power of the law of creation. Swoosh, the sword light, which was completely condensed from the power of the creation law, was driven by the wooden sword and shot rapidly towards Fang Chun. The latter was not to be outdone, and he executed the immemorial soul refining art. You're not the only one who has the immemorial soul refining art. I have it too. With that said, Fang Chun pushed the 7 Absolutes falling star sword to the extreme. Heavenly God's energy rippled as the immemorial soul refining art was unleashed. The sword moves looked similar, but they contained completely different auras. Star and Moon and the others were shocked to see this. Too strong. Who is this person? Why is he attacking boss? The little mouse asked in shock. Did you notice that this person's swordsmanship is exactly the same as boss's? It's just that their auras are completely different, Xiao Huang said. The seahorse was experienced and knowledgeable. He said in a deep voice, Master swordsmanship is of the destruction series, while this person's swordsmanship is of the creation series. Destruction and creation complement each other, but they are completely different. Kill. In the dark night sky, the azure-robed man's wrist shook. The wooden sword instantly changed its posture and shot towards Fang Chun. At the same time, the azure-robed man shouted. All of his power was unleashed. The azure-robed man wanted to let Fang Chun know that although they were both using the immemorial soul-refining art, he could completely defeat Fang Chun. Crack! The 2 primordial sword lights collided fiercely with a deafening sound. Then, the 2 sword lights exploded. The black aura of destruction and the white aura of creation collided in an instant. It was like a mushroom cloud that soared into the sky. At the same time, the wooden sword and the 7 Absolutes falling star sword collided. Ding! The sound of metal colliding could be heard from the 7 Absolutes falling star sword. The frightening power passed through the 7 Absolutes falling star sword and into his body. The web between his thumb and forefinger was in pain. Fang Chun's expression was extremely serious. He used all of his strength to block the azure-robed man's attack. There is a difference between heavenly divine artifacts. The azure-robed man sneered. His eyes were filled with ridicule. Although there is a difference, I know more about heavenly divine artifacts than you do. Right after Fong Chun said those words, his consciousness suddenly entered the seven absolutes falling star sword and communicated with the sword spirit. Boom! The seven absolutes falling star sword exploded with unprecedented power and instantly suppressed the wooden sword. How is this possible? The azure-robed man, who originally had a smile on his face, suddenly opened his eyes wide and cried out involuntarily. He tried his best to pull back his wooden sword. However, he was shocked to discover that his wooden sword was completely suppressed. He was truly unable to understand. His opponent's sword was at most a high-quality heavenly divine artifact, whereas his own wooden sword was a top-quality heavenly divine artifact. The wooden sword possessed an absolute advantage. Why would it be suppressed? Suddenly, a thought flashed through the azure-robed man's mind. He took a deep breath and said with a cold voice, "You're a saint-level swordsmith." At this moment, the azure-robed man's expression finally turned completely gloomy. Boom! The destruction and creation elemental energies completely exploded and dispersed between heaven and earth. Bang! Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fong Chun used the space-time book and suddenly appeared before the azure-robed man. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he sent the azure-robed man flying with a punch. The azure-robed man staggered and stabilized his body. He tightly gripped the wooden sword in his hand. His eyes were scarlet red and filled with anger. "Brat, you are forcing my hand." The azure-robed man's body was filled with killing intent. He had originally thought that killing a divine ancestor-level destruction elemental successor would be as easy as lifting his hand. However, it would appear that his thinking was too simple. The destruction elemental sword Dao was known as the sword Dao with the strongest offensive power. How could a successor be weak? The azure-robed man coldly stared at Fong Chun. He admitted that he had underestimated this person. Now, he was qualified to make him go all out. Glancing at the wooden sword in his hand, the azure-robed man's expression was ferocious. He said coldly, "Your strength is truly beyond my expectations. Fortunately, I found you early. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to kill you even if I had given you some more time. You can't kill me now either," Fong Chun said calmly. The azure-robed man shook his head. Clearly, he hadn't expected Fong Chun to be a saint-level swordsmith. "Do you think that I only have the advantage of a heavenly divine weapon?" The azure-robed man sneered. Although the advantage of a heavenly divine weapon was important, the most important thing was that he had the immemorial soul-refining art sword moves of the other three successors. Fong Chun's heart was also very shaken. He quickly thought of a way to deal with this. This man was too strong, and his wooden sword was too strange. If he wasn't a saint-level swordsmith, he wouldn't have been able to gain the upper hand in the battle just now. Until now, the azure-robed man had not used the immemorial soul-refining art sword moves of the other three successors. Fong Chun had been guarding against this. Voila! Fong Chun used the formation core and quickly set up a saint-level formation. I've said that saint-level formations are useless against me. The azure-robed man sneered. Then, he used the same method to burn a talisman and easily penetrated the saint-level formation. Seeing this, Fong Chun was shocked. That's the formation-breaking talisman. Fong Chun's heart was very shaken. Soon after, he finally understood why this person had been able to easily penetrate the saint-grade formation he had set up without him even noticing. It was the formation-breaking talisman. Under normal circumstances, even heavenly gods wouldn't be able to obtain the formation-breaking talisman. The value of such a treasure was comparable to a supreme heavenly divine weapon. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that with the formation-breaking talisman in hand, it was equivalent to having a chance to escape. As long as it was a saint-level formation, it wouldn't be able to withstand the attack of the formation-breaking talisman. Fong Chun spread out his hands helplessly. Then he put away the formation core. Since his opponent had more than one formation-breaking talisman, It was very unrealistic to use a saint-level formation to deal with him. It seemed that he could only rely on the space-time book to deal with this man. I think you don't have any more trump cards, right? The azure-robed man smiled evilly. But I'm different. I still have a trump card, and I believe that as long as I use it, you'll definitely die. Chapter 1807. Hearing Fong Chen's words, the green-robed male's expression changed drastically. Fong Chen saw the subtle changes on his face. The 6 great inheritors, each of them were very powerful. Absorbing the power of 3 heirs was already very difficult to digest. And now, it was very difficult for him to display the sword technique he had absorbed. He had to accumulate power, otherwise, he could not display it. Being seen through by Fong Chen, the green-robed male did not hide anymore. With a flick of his finger, the wooden sword floated in front of him. In an instant, 4 different auras appeared on the wooden sword. Creation, time, space, reincarnation. The power of the 4 great rules gathered together and revolved around the wooden sword, emitting a shocking power. After killing you, I will have the power of the destruction, Sword Dao. Gu Yuan's inheritance will belong to me alone. I will eventually become a cosmos god who looks down on the entire deity world. At this moment, the green-robed male's face was filled with arrogance. His robe moved without wind. His body exuded an extremely vast amount of power. "Boss, be careful," Little Mouse shouted inwardly. He suddenly displayed his 4 great innate abilities. Immediately, a purple rat illusion appeared behind him. Roar the purple rat illusion opened its bloody mouth and took a step forward, arriving in front of the green-robed male. Little Mouse's goal was simple. He wanted to destroy the wooden sword. "Don't even think about harming my boss." Little Mouse glared at the green-robed male and bit down on the wooden sword. "Don't." The sudden scene made Fong Chen anxious. He roared loudly and slashed out with his sword in an attempt to block the green-robed male's attack. Amen, heaven-devouring god rat. The green-robed male had the inheritance left behind by Gu Yuan. He was naturally clear about some of the secrets of the deity world. He recognized the heaven-devouring god rat with a glance. His eyes revealed an excited smile. "Ha! The heavens are helping me. It seems that the heaven-devouring god rat is not bad to be my servant." The green-robed male laughed. "Dream on." Little Mouse roared. "Pa," however, a crisp sound reverberated across the entire Jade Ripple Island. "No!" Fong Chen screamed. He took a step forward and caught the little mouse who had been sent flying. His 4 innate divine abilities were shattered instantly. The purple rat's shadow was also destroyed. The little mouse spat out a mouthful of blood. Its face was pale, and its aura was weak. It was heavily injured. "Help me look after him." He fed Little Mouse a few healing pills and then sent him to Star and Moon. "Don't worry, we'll definitely protect Uncle Rat," Xiao Huang said loudly. Star and Moon's pretty face was filled with worry. Her fair hands were clenched into fists as she prayed that Fong Chen would be able to defeat his opponent. Die! Finally, the green-clothed man's strength had accumulated to a certain extent. Facing Fong Chen, he let out a sinister laugh. Soon after, his right hand grasped the hilt of the wooden sword that floated in front of his chest. All of a sudden, the power of the 4 great rules went berserk. Primordial soul refining art, create. The green-clothed man performed the 4 moves of the primordial soul refining art in succession. The first move was creation, the second move was time, the third move was space, and the fourth move was fate. Space-time book. Fong Chen activated the space-time book to the extreme. The space-time aura surrounded his body, and his figure instantly disappeared. Whoosh! A doppelganger was separated from Fong Chen's body. Go deal with the time and space moves. Fong Chen ordered his doppelganger to deal with these 2 moves, and he would deal with the remaining 2 moves himself. Doppelganger, I'll destroy it as well. The green-clothed man controlled the wooden sword, and his figure shuttled quickly. In the blink of an eye, the 7 legendary Starfall sword performed the primordial soul refining art. The destruction sword move collided with the creation sword move, and a deafening sound erupted. The destruction sword move broke the creation sword move. What Fang Qian faced was actually only the reincarnation sword move. Among the 6 great rules, the reincarnation rule was the most illusory. When the reincarnation rule was cultivated to the extreme, it could control a person's reincarnation. It was very terrifying. Kill. Fang Qian's figure hid in the void. It's useless. The reincarnation rule can seep into your primordial spirit. You can't avoid it. The green-clothed man sneered. Indeed, as the green-clothed man said, although Fang Qian hid, the reincarnation rule power still penetrated the void and seeped into his primordial spirit. No! Fang Qian roared and struggled with all his might, but it was to no avail. His eyes gradually became blurred, as if he had fallen into the reincarnation cycle. At the same time, Fang Qian's doppelganger controlled the time and space rules, entangled with the 2 sword moves. Damn it! He thought that the 2 sword moves could instantly kill the doppelganger, but the green-clothed man was wrong. One person actually has 3 laws. How impressive! The green-clothed man couldn't help but admire Fang Qian's potential. However, potential alone was useless. Reincarnation, life and death. He held the wooden sword in his hand and constantly waved out sword light, trying to destroy Fang Qian's primordial spirit. On Earth, there was a child who had a smooth journey after making his move. When he was in his 20s and attending university, he was struck by a giant golden sword that fell from the sky and transmigrated to the ancient sword continent in a daze. On the ancient sword continent, this man had displayed astonishing talent. Step by step, he rushed out of the ancient sword continent and wandered the outer universe. Finally, he became the strongest person in the lower realm. Then, in order to find his wife, he entered the divine realm. He fought all his life, but in the end, he died in the hands of the Holy Light religion. Boom! Fang Qian's figure was shattered in the battle with the Holy Light sect, and his body and Tao dissipated. Dong! Fang Qian's primordial spirit suddenly shook. He felt a lingering fear in his heart. Is this reincarnation? Fang Qian muttered to himself. He fell into the light of reincarnation and could see the past and the future. However, he was not sure whether the future he saw was real or not. No, I can't die. I still have a lot of things to do. Fang Qian's obsession was too deep. A terrifying, murderous aura emerged from his heart. Suddenly, the power of reincarnation that shrouded his primordial spirit was shaken back. When Fang Qian's body and mind returned to reality, the man in green's wooden sword was already at Fang Qian's throat. Fang Qian cursed inwardly. He used the time-space book, and his figure instantly disappeared. The man in green did not expect that Fang Qian would break through the reincarnation cage so quickly. Damn it, I don't believe that you can hold on for long. The man in green continued to use the reincarnation sword move. The power of reincarnation law shrouded Fang Qian. Fang Qian desperately resisted, but every time, he would fall into the reincarnation cage. Fortunately, his heart was too firm, so he was lucky enough to escape. I can't go on like this. Now, Fang Qian could only use the time-space book to fight the enemy. Time passed. The battle between Fang Qian and the man in green entered a white-hot stage. The man in green's eyes were bloodshot. The dark sky had completely lit up, and then darkness shrouded it again. Just like that, the battle continued for several days. 7 days. They fought for 7 days and 7 nights. It was very time-consuming for the man in green to maintain the power of reincarnation law for a long time. Phew, damn it. After fighting fiercely for 7 days, he still couldn't kill this guy. Instead, it was his own consumption that couldn't make ends meet. Crash! Seeing the man in green stop attacking, Fang Qian appeared and stared at him. I'm really curious. You actually have such a magical concealment method. The man in green said slowly. Drops of tears fell from his forehead. If I'm not wrong, you should be cultivating the space-time cultivation system. Only the space-time cultivation system could be so traceless. You know quite a lot, Fang Qian said with a smile. In the realm of the gods, Who doesn't know that the bone progenitor of the Sky Bone Palace is the creator of the space-time cultivation system? The man in green panted. Since you know, then you should know that with your strength, you can't kill me. Fong Chan said in a deep voice. Even if your reincarnation law can stop me. The green-clothed man gently wiped the sweat from his forehead and stood up. I admit that the reincarnation law alone can't completely lock you down. However, Chapter 1808. He still had a trump card. Fong Chen's heart stirred. He stared at the green-clothed man to confirm if he was lying. After watching for a while, Fong Chen shook his head slightly. He saw a determined look in the green-clothed man's eyes. There were only two possibilities in this situation. First, the green-clothed man really had a trump card and was very confident in dealing with him. Second, the green-clothed man wanted to fight to the death with him. To be able to force me to use such a trump card, it's no exaggeration to say that among the younger generation of the divine realm, there are almost no prodigies who can compete with you, the green-clothed man said in a deep voice. The aura around his body shook, and the power of the creation law surged. Some of the injuries on his body were instantly healed. This was the terrifying thing about the successor of the creation branch. Unless you could really hit his vital gate, otherwise, you couldn't kill him at all. Healing was very simple for the successor of the creation branch. You're also very powerful, Fong Chen said. He also relied on the space-time book to barely block the green-clothed man's attack. Without the space-time book, the consequences would be unimaginable. Originally, I could easily kill you, but I never thought that you were actually a space-time cultivator. The green-clothed man said in a deep voice. The space-time cultivation system is the most important inheritance of the bone progenitor. It won't be easily taught to outsiders. Thinking about it, you should be his disciple. But after today, you will become history. After a while, the green-clothed man's strength was almost recovered. He then put the wooden sword away. He took out a palm-sized wooden pigeon from his arms. Wooden pigeon. Fong Chan was stunned for a moment and carefully observed the wooden pigeon. This was a wooden pigeon made of pure wood. Its appearance was very simple, like a child's toy. However, Fong Chun didn't underestimate it. Boss, that wooden pigeon contains the heavy water of destruction. The pangolin guarding the little mouse shouted loudly. Hearing that, Fong Chen's heart trembled. Heavy water of destruction. Such a simple wooden pigeon actually contained the heavy water of destruction that even the true gods were afraid of. How is this possible? Fong Chun felt incredulous. His eyes widened as he stared at the wooden pigeon. Not bad. At least you have some knowledge. The green-robed man held the wooden pigeon in his hand and grinned. The material used to make this wooden pigeon is the hardest material in the divine world, the iron dragon wood. In the entire divine realm, only the iron dragon wood is tough enough to withstand the corrosion of the heavy water of destruction. Hearing the azure-clothed man's words, Fong Chun finally understood. Such a small wooden pigeon was actually made of iron dragon wood. No wonder it could store the heavy water of destruction. However, when he thought of the heavy water of destruction, Fong Chen's scalp went numb. He could not even block the annihilation cold water completely. How could he block the heavy water of destruction? Fong Chen's mind was in a mess. On the other side, the azure-clothed man played with the wooden pigeon in his hand. He looked at Fong Chun and said, "Say your last words. As Gu Yuan's disciple, I can help you fulfill a wish." The azure-clothed man seemed to be certain that Fong Chun would die without a doubt. Actually, it was understandable. How could a small heavenly god block the heavy water of destruction? Even the azure-clothed man himself did not dare to touch the heavy water of destruction. It was something that could freeze his primordial spirit instantly. Because of this trump card, the azure-clothed man was fearless even if he faced a true god. Even if he could not win, he could protect himself. Presumably, those true gods would not risk their lives for the sake of a weak heavenly god. I have never thought of things like last words, Fong Chen said with a smile. He had already calmed down. You were just putting on an act. I want to see how you block my heavy water of destruction. After saying that, the azure-clothed man flicked his wrist and gently pulled a mechanism on the wooden pigeon. Suddenly, an extremely cold water flow flowed out of the wooden pigeon's body. Splash! The sound of the water flow was shocking. The temperature of the air on Emerald Ripple Island instantly dropped to the lowest. So cold, Star and Moon could not take it anymore and quickly retreated. Pieces of ice appeared in front of Fong Chun. Snowflakes danced in the sky. It is more than 100 times more powerful than the annihilation cold water. Fong Chen's body shone brightly. 36 types of ice-type nomological laws instantly erupted and surrounded his body, barely blocking the terrifying cold air. Kill. Following the azure-clothed man's low growl, the heavy water of destruction that flowed out of the wooden pigeon's body tore through the void with an aura that could destroy heaven and earth. Fong Chen's primordial spirit was frozen in an instant and lost its senses. However, Fong Chen quickly reacted. Space-time book. The 17-level space-time book was activated to the extreme. His body instantly hid in the void. It is useless. The heavy water of destruction can destroy space. So what if you hide? The azure-clothed man laughed maniacally. The wooden pigeon in his hand continued to fight, and the heavy water of destruction flowed out. The entire Emerald Ripple Island was invaded by the cold air. The flowers and grass on the ground were instantly frozen. Even a nearby East Sea was almost frozen by the terrifying heavy water of destruction. The heavy water of destruction was something that even true gods were afraid of. Fong Chen did not dare to resist it no matter what. Once he was touched, his primordial spirit would definitely shatter instantly. It is too terrifying. Fong Chen's heart trembled. He did not dare to imagine how strong the heavy water of destruction was. He frantically activated the space-time book and desperately escaped. Behind him, the heavy water of destruction was constantly destroying the void and chasing after him. You can't escape. Seeing Fong Chen being chased by the heavy water of destruction, the azure-clothed man laughed loudly. The battle was finally over. Although he had lost a trump card, it was worth it to be able to destroy the successor of the destruction system. Boss! Xiao Huang's body suddenly flashed and shot out. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Fong Chen. Splash! Xiao Huang opened his mouth and instantly spat out the cold water of annihilation that was hidden in his stomach. The cold water of annihilation instantly collided with the heavy water of destruction. Hiss! Without any resistance, the cold water of annihilation was blasted away. Dong! At the same time, Xiao Huang's body was enveloped by the heavy water of destruction. Xiao Huang! Fong Chen turned his head, bared his teeth, and roared angrily. Boss, leave quickly. Under the heavy water of destruction, Xiao Huang said these words with difficulty and then disappeared without a trace. Fong Chen's eyes were scarlet and burning with anger. However, there was nothing he could do about the heavy water of destruction. Damn it! Fong Chen clenched his fists and shuttled his body, his speed reaching the extreme. As long as he could escape the range of the heavy water of destruction, he would be out of danger. At this moment, there was only one thought in Fong Chen's mind, and that was to travel through the void. Space-time book. The space-time law and space law were activated to the extreme. The two merged together and suddenly increased Fong Chen's speed again. I can't die. I still have to protect you, Fong Chen's heart was filled with obsession. It was unprecedented. He stimulated his potential to the extreme, and the space-time book was activated like never before. You can't escape. The azure-robed man controlled the wooden pigeon and said coldly. Boom! The heavy water of destruction completely froze Xiao Huang, and the latter's body fell heavily to the ground. Xiao Huang. Seahorse and Pangolin quickly ran over and carried Xiao Huang. At this moment, Xiao Huang was extremely weak and hanging on to his last breath. Xiao Huang, you'll be fine, Seahorse and Pangolin said in a deep voice. Seeing this scene, Fong Chen let out a long roar. The space-time book was activated to the extreme. He quickly went around the heavy water of destruction and rushed towards the azure-robed man. Kill him, and we will be able to survive. Fong Chen had no way out and could only take the risk. Only by killing the azure-robed man could the heavy water of destruction stop chasing after him and resolve the crisis. For my brother, Fong Chun shouted in his heart and rushed towards the azure-robed man recklessly. The azure-robed man sneered, and the wooden pigeon in his hand spun quickly. The heavy water of destruction tore through the space and stopped Fong Chun. "Hurry up, faster!" Seeing that the heavy water of destruction behind him was about to catch up, Fong Chun shouted anxiously. The azure-robed man's face was full of smiles. The outcome was already decided, and it was futile to struggle. "No, I can't accept this," Fong Chun shouted and rushed forward crazily. Buzz! Suddenly, the space-time law and the space-time law around him changed. At the same time, his mind suddenly became clear. Chapter 1809. Luck begets luck. The time and space rules blended together in a strange way, allowing the final bottleneck of the space-time book to be successfully broken through. Crack! Crisp sounds could be heard coming from his body. The 18th level of the space-time book was completed. Fong Chun, who had fallen into madness, gradually calmed down. An excited smile appeared on his face. Rumble! At this moment, the heavy water of destruction behind him suddenly attacked. "Space-time," Fong Chun said softly. Suddenly, his figure disappeared without a trace. The heavy water of destruction instantly flooded the area where Fong Chun was, destroying the space there until there was nothing left. However, there was no trace of Fong Chun. "What's going on?" The man in green's expression changed drastically. He controlled the wooden pigeon and quickly searched for Fong Chun. "I don't believe that you can avoid the attack of the heavy water of destruction," the man in green said coldly. He wantonly controlled the heavy water of destruction and tore the space, trying to force Fong Chun out. However, Fong Chun seemed to have evaporated. "Impossible, absolutely impossible." The man in green controlled the wooden pigeon and roared crazily. At this moment, Fong Chun, who was hidden in the void, quietly watched this scene. His mind was filled with a strong space-time aura. "I see." Fong Chun finally understood why he had been unable to complete the 18th level of the space-time book. He had just reached a life and death crisis and had fallen into madness. However, the space-time book had successfully broken through the bottleneck. He was really lucky. The 18th level of the space-time book has been completed. The time and space rules have been blended. With a thought, I can completely blend into the void. Even the heavy water of destruction can't find me, Fong Chun said to himself. Previously, he had only blended into the space. Now, he had blended into the power of the rules. The entire space of the God realm had endless power of the rules. The power of time and space rules were everywhere. As long as there was a place with the power of the rules, Fong Chun could blend in. The heavy water of destruction could only destroy the void, but it could not destroy the nomological power born from heaven and earth. Therefore, even if the entire Emerald Wave Island was destroyed, it would definitely not be able to find Fong Chun. The space-time shape cultivation system can be considered to have reached a higher level, Fong Chun said to himself. After pondering for a moment, Fong Chun decided to put this matter aside and deal with the azure-robed man first. Take away his wood pigeon and use the heavy water of destruction to deal with him. Fong Chun thought to himself. This was the only way to kill the man in green. Fong Chun silently arrived in front of the green-clothed man. While the green-robed man was not paying attention, he snatched the wooden pigeon. No, by the time the green-robed man sensed it, it was already too late. He stretched out his big hand but grabbed nothing but air. How is that possible? The green-robed man's eyes widened as he stared at Fong Chun in disbelief. I'll let you have a taste of the heavy water of destruction. Fong Chun played with the wooden pigeon and instantly controlled the heavy water of destruction. The wooden pigeon was made of a special iron dragon wood. Furthermore, it was filled with heavy water of destruction. It did not need to recognize an owner. Whoever had it could use it. Therefore, the green-robed man's heart tightened. The green-robed man took out his wooden sword and tried his best to kill Fong Chun. Heavy water of destruction, Fong Chun said softly. Immediately, the wooden pigeon controlled the heavy water of destruction and blasted it at the green-robed man. No, although the green-robed man tried his best to resist, it was to no avail. In the blink of an eye, he was enveloped by the heavy water of destruction as miserable cries sounded. Star and Moon and company heaved a sigh of relief. Previously, they were still at a disadvantage and could lose their lives at any time. They did not expect the tables to turn in the blink of an eye. "Master!" Seahorse cried out excitedly. Pangolin was also very excited. Hiss! The heavy water of destruction was too powerful. Without the space-time book, the green-robed man could not resist it at all. In a few seconds, the green-robed man's essence soul dissipated. His body fell to the ground softly and lost all signs of life. Crack! At the same time, the battle between the two golden hearts in the sky also ended. Fong Chen's golden heart defeated the green-robed man's golden heart and then devoured it. Then, the golden heart returned to Fong Chen's body. Crack! The clone shattered the two-sword moves and arrived in front of Fong Chen. Phew! Fong Chen heaved a sigh of relief. His face was full of fatigue. Star and Moon rushed over and carefully sized up Fong Chen. "Brother Chen, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Fong Chen said. His gaze fell on Little Mouse and Xiao Huang. "Boss, quickly save Xiao Huang," Little Mouse said weakly. Compared to Xiao Huang, Little Mouse was only slightly injured. It was not fatal. Xiao Huang was different. He used his body to block the heavy water of destruction and was severely injured. However, just as Fong Chen was about to save Xiao Huang, the latter's body changed. "What's going on?" Fong Chen was a little confused. "No, Xiao Huang seems to be undergoing nirvana." Little Mouse's eyes widened. Suddenly, he thought of something and hurriedly said, "An adult royal ant can easily devour the annihilation cold water. A true god-level royal ant can resist the heavy water of destruction." Although Xiao Huang was severely injured by the heavy water of destruction, he seems to be undergoing nirvana rebirth. This is a good thing. Hearing that, Fong Chen heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Xiao Huang was fine, it was fine. Xiao Huang's luck is too good. Not only did he survive the heavy water of destruction, but he can also undergo nirvana rebirth. If he succeeds, his strength will definitely soar, Little Mouse said. Fong Chen nodded. He controlled the wood pigeon to absorb the heavy water of destruction. This battle had consumed a lot of heavy water of destruction. However, there was still some left. He would leave it for Xiao Huang. He could also use Xiao Huang as a trump card. "All right, it's fine now. Go back and rest." Fong Chen activated the Formation Eye and set up a new Sage Formation to envelop Emerald Wave Island. After 7 days and 7 nights of battle, Fong Chen was a little tired. After returning to the cave, Little Mouse was recuperating. Xiao Huang was undergoing nirvana rebirth. The pangolin and the seahorse were staring at the two of them. Fong Chen sat cross-legged and said, I need to rest for a while." "Brother Chen, go ahead and rest." Star and Moon sat at the side obediently. After successfully killing the inheritor of the creation system and absorbing his power, Fong Chen had yet to properly comprehend it. Buzz. As soon as he closed his eyes, he felt the difference in the golden heart. 5 different powers. There were 5 different powers circulating in the golden heart. The pressure that was faintly emitted was enough to make a heavenly god feel pressured. What a powerful power. In the following time, Fong Chen began to fuse these 4 different powers. At the same time, he also needed to receive the inheritor of the creation system's immemorial soul-refining art. The battle on Emerald Wave Island had alarmed the surrounding seas. Many sea demons were so scared that they didn't dare to approach. After 3 days, Fong Chen had completely fused the 4 different powers. Of the 6 inheritors of the laws, only he and the inheritor of the destiny system were left. This Azure Robe Man saved me a lot of trouble. Fong Chen grinned. After receiving the power of the 4 inheritors, the golden heart became even stronger. Moreover, the immemorial soul refining art now had 5 moves. Its power increased by a lot. I wonder where the inheritor of the destiny system is. The laws of destiny were very profound. It was said that it could see through a person's destiny. It was very mysterious. After experiencing this battle, Fang Chun didn't dare to underestimate the inheritor of the destiny system. Although he had the power of the 5 inheritances, the divine world was very big. If it weren't for the Book of Space-Time's sudden breakthrough, the victor might not have been certain. Even Emperor and Goddess Lien, he wouldn't be able to block all 5 moves of the immemorial soul-refining art. Fang Chun smiled. Originally, he didn't have absolute confidence in getting revenge. But now, it seemed that things had become much easier. Fang Chun stood up and stretched. "Brother Chun, you're awake." The purple robe star and moon looked at Fang Chun with a blissful smile. "How are Xiao Huang and the others?" Fang Chun nodded and hugged Star and Moon. "Xiao Huang is still undergoing nirvana. His situation is very good. As for Little Mouse, he's a heaven-devouring divine mouse. Those injuries aren't much of a problem for him," said Star and Moon. "Brother Chun, are you all right?" Star and Moon tightly held Fang Chun's hand. Don't worry. Nothing like that will happen again." After saying that, he pressed his lips against Star and Moon's forehead. Chapter 1810. After experiencing an intense battle, Fang Chun's life had calmed down. Every day, he would accompany the Star and Moon and occasionally forge some heavenly divine artifacts. With his current level of forging, he could easily forge a low-grade heavenly divine artifact. It wouldn't take long for him to forge a mid-grade heavenly divine artifact. On this day, Fang Chun finally decided to upgrade the quality of the hidden star sword and the red glass sword. After all, the 7 ultimate falling star sword belonged to someone else. It wouldn't be easy to use it. Upgrading the quality wasn't difficult for Fang Chun. He had a large number of divine artifacts in his Sumeru ring. He could just take out some divine artifacts and melt them down as materials. In order to ensure that there wouldn't be any mistakes in the process of upgrading the hidden star sword, Fang Chun deliberately took out a few top-grade divine artifacts and melted them down. After a quarter of an hour, the top-grade divine artifacts were melted down successfully. Next, he would upgrade the quality of the hidden star sword. Buzz! Fang Chun waved his hand, and the heavenly sword platform was lit up with flames. As expected, the hidden star sword was successfully upgraded in just a few breaths of time. The hidden star sword emitted a series of sword hums. It was very pleasant. Fang Chun held it in his hand and could feel a trace of destructive aura emerging from the hidden star sword. "Not bad." Fang Chun nodded. Although it couldn't be compared to the 7 ultimate falling star sword, it was at least a low-grade heavenly divine artifact. Red glass sword. Fang Chun willed, and the red glass sword appeared in his hand. The quality of the red glass sword was slightly lower, and the process of upgrading it was more time-consuming. However, it was successfully upgraded to a low-grade heavenly divine artifact. Main body. The doppelganger came to the front of the heavenly sword platform and cupped its fist to the main body. Fang Chun handed the red glass sword to the doppelganger with a smile on his face. Heavenly God Lien Yi and the Zhou clan patriarch. Which one of them wasn't a peak heavenly god powerhouse? Their foundation was profound. Not only was there a gap in divine techniques, their heavenly divine artifacts were also far ahead. Fang Chun didn't dare to act rashly. Only when he was fully prepared would he dare to fight with the Lotus Mountain and the Zhou clan. Yu won. Fang Chun gently stroked Star and Moon's silky hair and said softly, I will be going into seclusion to comprehend the Tao of arrays and strive to break through to the Saint Realm in one fell swoop. Brother Chun, don't worry and go into seclusion. Star and Moon smiled knowingly. Before Fang Chun went into seclusion, he called Little Mouse and the other 3 over and warned them not to wander around and cause trouble. After that, he began to cultivate in seclusion. The Tao of formations was extremely vast. In fact, from a certain perspective, it was much more difficult to create a formation than to forge a sword. That was because when the Tao of formations was cultivated to the pinnacle, the attack power would also be extremely strong. There weren't many saint-level array masters in the divine world. Anyone who could become a saint array master was basically an honored guest of some major forces. Even a huge power like the Skybone Palace would fight to rope him in. A saint-level array master was able to set up a heaven and earth isolation array formation. In their formation, they were the only masters. There were several types of saint-level formations. The simplest one could only trap a divinity ancestor realm expert. The more powerful ones could trap a divine lord. As for the most powerful ones, even heavenly gods would be wary of them. Although Feng Chun was only a master-level array master, the formations he set up with the help of the formation, I had already surpassed the first level and were approaching the second level. He was confident that after entering the saint level, he would be able to set up a third-level formation. This was also his greatest trump card against heavenly god Lian Yi. Feng Chun was surrounded by the aura of formation Tao as he pondered hard. Feng Chun was immersed in a vast ocean of formation Tao. He was carefully analyzing the structure of each formation and coming to a conclusion. Cultivating the Tao of formations was a long process. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. This seclusion lasted for 3 whole years. Feng Chun's aura seemed to have become much stronger, but he still didn't come out of seclusion. Apart from cultivating every day, Star and Moon would quietly watch Feng Chun from afar. As long as she could see Feng Chun, she would be very happy. As for Little Mouse and the others, they were bored and often snuck into the East Sea to fight with some sea monsters. Gradually, the 4 of them made a name for themselves in the waters around Emerald Wave Island. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Yu too. However, the strength of Little Mouse and the other 3 was exceptionally powerful. Xiao Huang, in particular, had been reborn a year ago and reached the heavenly god realm, surpassing Little Mouse and the others in an instant. The royal ant tribe's freakish potential was also gradually revealed. After this rebirth, Xiao Huang had completely absorbed the annihilation frigid water in his stomach. He could even withstand a little of the heavy water of destruction. Ha ha ha, how exciting! Little Mouse chuckled. In a certain part of the East Sea, the 4 little guys were floating in the air and moving forward quickly. I wonder if that old thing dares to accept the challenge, Pangolin said. Who cares? After today, the 4 of us will take over this part of the sea, Xiao Huang said in a domineering manner. For 3 years, they had been causing trouble in this part of the sea and finally angered the leader of the sea. The sea monsters that were sent out were all defeated by them. As a result, the leader of the sea monsters was furious and set a time and place with the 4 of them to settle everything once and for all. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After a while, the 4 of them saw a barren island floating in the distant sea. We're here. Xiao Huang was the first to step onto the island, and the other 3 followed closely behind. TSK, how dare you come? A huge sea monster had been waiting there for a long time. It was the leader of this part of the sea, a heavenly god realm sea monster. Old thing, how dare you provoke the 4 of us? Are you tired of living? Little Mouse was belligerent and wanted to attack immediately. However, he was stopped by Xiao Huang. Old thing, draw a line. Whether it's a one-on-one or a group fight, we'll take you on until the end. Xiao Huang was the strongest. He stood at the forefront and looked at the huge sea monster coldly. The huge sea monster looked at the 4 of them angrily and emitted a cold, murderous aura. I alone am enough to deal with the 4 of you. The huge sea monster's body suddenly trembled and a crashing sound was heard. Like a tsunami, it instantly roared and roared. Kill! With Xiao Huang as the leader, the 4 of them attacked with all their strength. Dong! Dong! Xiao Huang's attack directly hit the huge sea monster's body and forced it to retreat. Too weak. Godly rat, royal ant, seahorse, and pangolin. After 3 years of tempering, the 4 of them were not afraid of even a top heavenly god realm expert when they joined forces. Not to mention a huge sea monster that had just advanced to the heavenly god realm, they were not afraid at all. The battle was just like what Xiao Huang said. They took the initiative as soon as the battle started. Soon, the huge sea monster was at a disadvantage. Damn it! The huge sea monster roared angrily. Some of its subordinates on the barren island wanted to help when they saw this, but they were stopped by the huge sea monster. Bang! After an hour of fierce fighting, the huge sea monster was defeated. Old thing, how was it? Xiao Huang asked. The huge sea monster shook its huge body and got up from the ground, staring at the four of them. I lost. You can leave. The grudge between us is written off. The huge sea monster finally gave in. Only after experiencing it did he understand that the four of them were too talented. Old thing. If you meet the four of us in the sea next time, it's best to take a detour, Little Mouse said proudly. The four of them returned triumphantly, leaving behind the huge sea monster with a helpless expression. After returning to Bibbo Island, the first thing they did was to find Star and Moon. Sister-in-law, boss still hasn't come out of seclusion? Little Mouse asked. Star and Moon shook her head. Brother Chun is in seclusion, this time to break through to the Saint Realm. I'm afraid he won't come out until he reaches the Saint Realm. How boring. It's already been 3 years, said Xiao Huang with a grin. It's only been 3 years. I was trapped in the heavenly god's ruins for countless years without saying anything. The Tao of formations is incomparably vast. Stepping into the Saint Realm is not something that can be done overnight. However, with Master's potential, he'll definitely be able to come out in less than 10 years, said Seahorse. Little High, I dare to bet with you that boss will come out in less than 10 years, said Little Mouse. Do you dare to bet? If you lose, you're not allowed to call me Little High in the future. How about it? Chapter 1811. Day-night, the 4 seasons changed. As long as nothing major happened, the structure of the deity world would not change. This cosmos epoch still had a few billion years before the Great Apocalypse. The apex experts of the deity world were all seeking an opportunity to break through to the cosmos god realm. Reaching their level, few things could attract them. Only the opportunity to break through to the cosmos god realm could attract them. The cosmos god realm was a supreme existence in the legends. In this cosmos epoch, not a single person had reached that stage. Countless epochs ago, the strongest experts in the deity world could still touch upon the cosmos god realm. But as epochs changed, the cosmos changed greatly. Great changes had taken place in the universe, and the cultivation environment of martial artists was also imperceptibly changing. And now it was almost impossible to step into the cosmos god realm unless a miracle happened. Even so, there were still many experts advancing dauntlessly. Green Ripple Island. Unknowingly, 7 years had passed since Fong Chun entered closed-door cultivation. 7 years' time was merely a snap of a finger to a powerhouse. The higher one's realm, the less they felt time. During these 7 years, Fong Chen's body would occasionally emit a resplendent aura of the Array Tao. Sometimes, it could even alert Star and Moon and Little Mouse. It's already been 7 years. I wonder when Boss will break through. Little Mouse said thoughtfully. There were still 3 years left before the bet with Seahorse. He believed that Boss would exit closed-door cultivation before 10 years. Seahorse was full of smiles by the side. Ha, I'll definitely win. It's only been 7 years. What are you so happy about? Xiao Huang poured cold water on him. Star and Moon's beautiful eyes were filled with tenderness as she stared at Fong Chun. This young and tall figure brought her endless joy. Brother Chun, Star and Moon softly muttered. Hung suddenly, Fong Chun, who had not moved for 7 years, trembled. The entire Green Ripple Island was filled with a wild array Tao aura. You won. Boss is about to wake up, Little Mouse excitedly shouted. At this moment, the aura of array formation around Fong Chun was extremely dense. Circle after circle of ripples appeared on his body. His mind was filled with a wild comprehension of array Tao. Voila! After 7 years of arduous cultivation in the sea of formations, he finally comprehended the crux of entering the Saint Realm. Rumble in the blink of an eye, Fong Chun broke through to the Saint Realm. When the conditions are right, success will come naturally. Swoosh the formation, I seem to have realized something, and immediately shot over from afar, flying in front of Fong Chun. The latter abruptly opened his eyes and shot out 2 terrifying golden lights. His palm gently stroked the eye of the array as he said softly, "You know me best." After saying that, Fong Chun waved his hand, and the formation I was sucked into his body. Then, He refined it and made it his own. Whoosh! After doing all this, Fang Chun withdrew his aura, stood up, and turned to look at the star and moon. Brother Chun. Star and Moon was very excited. She rushed to Fang Chun and hugged Fang Chun with both hands. I've kept you waiting for a long time, Fang Chun said softly. I'm willing to wait, Star and Moon said. Ha, Lil Hai, you've lost. Little rat, little yellow, and the pangolin laughed out loud. Only the seahorse had a bitter look on its face. What were you guys betting on? Fang Chun asked. Boss, we were betting on whether you would be in seclusion for more than 10 years. And Lil Hai lost, Little Mouse said. Fang Chun smiled. Star and Moon had been very lonely for 7 years. But now it was finally okay. She quietly leaned in Fang Chun's arms, feeling the warmth of his chest and happiness. Brother Chun, are we going back? Star and Moon asked softly. You too. Fang Chun lowered his head and looked at his beautiful wife. He nodded slightly and said, Yes, it's time for us to go back. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Everything that had happened back then was still vivid in his mind. Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi had announced that she was not suitable for Star and Moon. At that moment, Fang Chun's heart was as cold as ice. He secretly swore that when he became powerful one day, he would definitely take revenge. Star and Moon wanted to say something, but she hesitated. Fang Chun stroked Star and Moon's face and smiled. Don't worry, I have confidence. I'll listen to you, Brother Chun. Star and Moon obediently lay in Fang Chun's arms. Is that so? Fang Chun chuckled. A moving scene appeared in his mind as he looked at Star and Moon with golden eyes. Brother Chun. Star and Moon wanted to resist, but when Fang Chun's body came into contact with hers, she suddenly became powerless. Soft gasps could be heard incessantly. Everything was ready. They only needed to wait for Fang Chun's order to return to the easternmost land for revenge. However, Fang Chun still had some worries in his heart. Before revenge, I still have something important to do. Don't panic, Fang Chun said. Boss, what are you going to do? Little Mouse asked. You guys stay on Bibbo Island and protect Ur. I'm going to the center of the East Sea, Fang Chun said. Boss, we'll go with you, Xiao Huang said. No, you guys stay and protect Ur, Fang Chun said solemnly. Little Mouse's eyes flashed. Boss, how about this? You take Xiao Hai with you. After all, he grew up in the East Sea and is very familiar with the geography of the East Sea. Fang Chun thought about it for a moment, then left with Xiao Hai. On the surface of the turbulent sea, the seahorse asked, Master, where are you going? Do you know that there's a myriad sword island in the center of the East Sea? Fang Chun asked. Of course I do. Boss, you're not going to Myriad Sword Island, are you? The seahorse's eyes widened. Fang Chun nodded. The seahorse gulped. Boss, that Myriad Sword Island is extremely dangerous. It's said that there's a madman on that island. Even heavenly gods would find it very difficult to escape. Furthermore, I've heard that there's an expert imprisoned on that island. That madman is the one guarding that place, said the seahorse. Hearing this, Fang Chun was even more certain. UU3, Myriad Sword Island, was the place where Realm Master Fu Mo was imprisoned. Back in the lower realms, Fang Chun had promised Realm Master Fu Mo that he would definitely rescue him once he entered the God Realm. However, he was too weak after entering the God Realm, so he hadn't taken action. Now that he was strong enough, it was time to fulfill his promise. That's right. Let's go to Myriad Sword Island, said Fang Chun. Although the seahorse was very afraid of Myriad Sword Island, it still brought Fang Chun forward at high speed. The East Sea was extremely vast, and it was much larger than the God Realm. The distance between Jade Wave Island and Myriad Sword Island was even greater. With Fang Chun's speed, it took him 3 months to reach the vicinity of the Myriad Sword Island. Floating above the sea, Fang Chun looked at a large island in the distance. Master, that's Myriad Sword Island. Do you see the swords stabbed into the island? It's said to be the Myriad Sword Formation. Once you enter it, it'll be very difficult to escape, warned the seahorse. Boss, don't be rash. Don't worry. How can a mere formation block your master? Fang Chun smiled. He saw the Myriad Sword Formation. It was a third-layer Saint formation, and its killing intent was extremely dense. Master, the formation is secondary. The most important thing is that madman, reminded the seahorse. How much do you know about that madman? Asked Fong Chen. The seahorse shook its head. I've heard other sea demons say that the madman on Myriad Sword Island will go crazy once every year. Every time he goes crazy, his strength will explode. In the past, there were experts who believed that there were cultivation resources on Myriad Sword Island. They wanted to check it out, but that madman heavily injured them and forced them to flee. From then on, the name Myriad Sword Island resounded throughout the East Sea. He goes crazy once a year? Fong Chen frowned. He was very puzzled. Unfortunately, the hidden demon realm lord had provided him with very little information. Otherwise, he should have been able to guess that madman's identity. Leave his place first. Wait for me on a distant island, said Fong Chen. Master, be careful, warned the seahorse. Fong Chen leaped into the air above Myriad Sword Island. 88 oh swish. All of a sudden, rays of sword light burst out from the void. Void sword formation? Fong Chen's lips curled up. His body rapidly moved at an unimaginable angle. The sword light in the void was unable to touch his body. Myriad Sword Island really is extraordinary. Chapter 1812. On the Myriad Sword Island, tens of thousands of swords stood in great numbers, carrying monstrous sword chi. In the sky above the Myriad Sword Island, there was a sword formation of the void. Even if an ordinary divine realm expert entered the Myriad Sword Island, they would not be able to break through these formations. Fong Chen was a Saint Realm Array master, so he easily passed through the sword formation of the void and arrived in front of the Myriad Sword Formation. An expert who could set up the Myriad Sword Formation was not only a Saint Realm Array master, but also an extremely high achievement in sword principle. Fong Chen vaguely felt that the madman on the Myriad Sword Island seemed to be an expert in sword principle. Go through. Fong Chen glanced at the Myriad Sword Formation in front of him, thinking about how to pass through. Opposite the Myriad Sword Formation, there was a mountain peak. Even from so far away, Fong Chen could see that there was a giant sword on the mountain peak, which seemed to be suppressing something. Realm Lord Fu Mo's original body should be under the giant sword. Fong Chen frowned and said to himself. He was a little confused. According to Realm Lord Fu Mo, he was killed by a villain, which caused his original body to be permanently suppressed on the Myriad Sword Island. However, the information he gave him did not mention this madman at all. What's going on? For a moment, Fong Chen fell into confusion. However, he still planned to pass through the Myriad Sword Formation first. The 10,000 swords formed a third-level Saint Realm Array. Whoosh! Fong Chen jumped and entered the Myriad Sword Formation. Suddenly, a terrifying aura burst out from the 10,000 swords and shot toward Fong Chen. Fong Chen abruptly raised his hand and gently extended 2 fingers. Immediately, he caught the sword chi that was shooting at him at high speed. I see. The operation of the Myriad Sword Formation was very complicated, but Fong Chen was a rare genius in sword principle, so he quickly saw through the formation. He slightly exerted force with his fingers, and with a crack, the sword chi was suddenly broken. Then, Fong Chen's figure kept flashing. Every time his foot landed, he would step on a giant sword. The giant sword he was standing on was the most important foundation of the 10,000 swords formation. Not long after, Fong Chen had passed through more than half of the Myriad Sword Array. His figure shuttled through the Myriad Sword Array quickly. At the same time, a heart-wrenching roar came from the mountain opposite the 10,000 swords formation. What's going on? Fong Chen, who was breaking through the 10,000 swords formation, frowned slightly. He raised his head and squinted at the mountain peak in the distance. At the peak of the mountain, there was a person with disheveled hair in front of the huge sword. He was hugging his head with both hands, and he seemed to be in great pain. The heart-wrenching screams were coming from his mouth. Crazy! Fong Chen finally saw the legendary madman of the Myriad Swords Island. This person's voice contained a power that could shake one's origin soul. If it weren't for Fong Chen's firm mind, he would have been bewitched. What's going on? Fong Chen really wanted to understand why this person went crazy once a year. Thinking of this, his speed became faster and faster, and he soon passed through the 10,000 swords formation. Boom! There was a slight ripple in the 10,000 swords formation, and then it calmed down. Although the process was not thrilling, Fang Chun knew that the 10,000 swords formation was very powerful. Even if it was him, he could only barely set up a 10,000 swords formation. Up, Fang Chun jumped, and his figure shuttled through the void, and in a moment, he arrived at the mountain peak. Boom! As soon as he reached the mountain peak, he felt a terrifying power attacking him. Not good. Fang Chun cursed inwardly. He activated the space-time book, and his figure directly disappeared. Crash! His figure appeared behind the madman. Upon closer inspection, he found that there was a broken sword in the madman's head. Where the broken sword was, there was pitch-black blood. Fang Chen's heart trembled. This broken sword was very strange and emitted an evil power. What shocked him even more was that the madman was able to survive with the broken sword in his head. The madman hugged his head with both hands and rolled on the ground. His face was hideous, as if he was in great pain. You too. Fang Chun stood in the distance, quietly watching. The madman's madness lasted for about half a day, and finally gradually stabilized. Okay, Fang Chun muttered to himself. Who are you? The madman stood up, his face gloomy, and said coldly, Senior, I came here to find an old friend. Fang Chun cupped his fists and said, Your old friend is not here. Since you can pass through the sword formation of the void and the 10,000 swords formation, quickly leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. As the madman spoke, his body emitted a terrifying aura. Fang Chen's heart trembled. This person was actually a top heavenly god expert, and from the aura emitted from his body, he was not weaker than heavenly god Lien Yi. Why would such an expert who had the chance to become a true god be here? Senior, Junior's old friend, is under this mountain peak, suppressed by the giant sword. Fang Chun hurriedly said. The madman coldly snorted and suddenly slashed out with his palm. Suddenly, a sword light shot out from his palm and stabbed towards Fang Chun. Destruction sword move. Fang Chun did not hesitate to use the ancient soul refining arts destruction sword move. The terrifying black sword light fiercely collided with the madman's sword light and exploded. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The madman was surprised and then said in a deep voice, Who are you? Junior is Fang Chun. Before Fang Chun could finish, he was interrupted by the madman. Your talent in the sword Dao is the strongest I have ever seen. Don't make a mistake. The madman coldly said. Senior, why are you here? Fang Chun clenched his teeth and said, According to my observation and some information I heard from other places. If my guess is correct, Senior going crazy once a year must be related to the broken sword on your head. Boom! The madman's aura fluctuated as he prepared to attack. Perhaps Junior can help you. Fang Chun hurriedly said. Suddenly, the madman's aura disappeared. For the first time, he looked at Fang Chun. You dare to speak such arrogant words at such a young age. If my problem could be solved so easily, I wouldn't have been trapped on Myriad Sword Island for so many years. The madman sneered. You three. Fang Chun was secretly delighted. The madman had finally spoken about his situation. Senior, you also said that Junior's talent in the sword Dao is very strong. The broken sword on your head is very evil. It seems to be related to the Holy Light Temple. Fang Chun continued. Hearing this, the madman's hostility finally dissipated. He sat down on the stone and said, You said your old friend is suppressed here? Yes, Junior is an ascender from the lower realms. Junior's old friend's true body is suppressed here, while his avatar fled to the lower realms. Fang Chun gave a simple explanation of World Master Fu and Mo unexpectedly. The madman nodded. Yes, there is indeed a heavenly god suppressed under this sword. However what? Fang Chun asked. This giant sword is the real reason why I stayed on the Myriad Sword Island, Madman said. Fang Chun's gaze fell on the sword. He carefully observed it, but he couldn't find any connection between the sword and the madman. The auras of the two swords seemed to be somewhat similar. Fang Chun frowned. His divine sense enveloped the sword as he carefully observed it. After a long time, Fang Chun sighed. He still didn't understand. Junior is slow-witted. Senior, please enlighten me. Fang Chun humbly asked for guidance. Do you really want to save your old friend? Asked the madman instead of answering. Fang Chun nodded. Even if my life is in danger, I still have to save him. I owe him a debt of gratitude. Without him, I wouldn't have my current accomplishments. We sword cultivators should know how to repay favors. Fang Chun deliberately mentioned sword cultivators in order to get closer to the madman. As expected, when the madman heard the word sword cultivator, he looked up into the sky, seemingly lost in thought. After a long time, the madman sighed and said, Why? Your potential is extraordinary, and if nothing unexpected happens, you'll definitely have a place in the God realm in the future. Why do you want to get involved in this flood? Senior. The madman waved his hand, interrupting Fang Chun's question. Then he leisurely said, Have you ever heard of a sword cultivator called the Heavenly Sword Ancestor? The Heavenly Sword Ancestor? Fang Chun's eyes widened. Of course I've heard of him. His name is like thunder in the entire divine realm, said Fang Chun. Chapter 1813. It could be said that in the younger generation of the divine realm, if the Heavenly Sword Ancestor said he had the greatest potential, no one would dare say they were second. Fang Chun slowly told him about the Heavenly Sword Ancestor that he had read in books. After listening, the madman laughed at himself. I didn't expect that after so many years, the divine realm still has the legend of the Heavenly Sword Ancestor, said the madman. Fang Chun was puzzled. Why would the madman suddenly mention the Heavenly Sword Ancestor? Fang Chun had a bold guess in his heart. He looked at the madman with a burning gaze and then hurriedly asked, Senior, you wouldn't be the missing Heavenly Sword Ancestor, right? How do you know? The madman didn't refute. Instead, he asked Fang Chun why he thought so. Fang Chun straightened out his thoughts and then said, Although the Heavenly Sword Ancestor was only a divine ancestor back then, his potential was unparalleled in the divine realm. In particular, his potential in the Sword Tao made even true gods sigh. Just when everyone thought that the Heavenly Sword Ancestor was a rising, peerless monster, he suddenly disappeared. He disappeared without a trace overnight, and since then, no one has ever seen him again. Later, some people even suspected that some true god powerhouses were afraid that the Heavenly Sword Ancestor would grow, so they secretly killed him. Fang Chun faintly said. While speaking, he was also observing the madman's expression. Senior's attainments in the Sword Tao should be very strong. Other than the Heavenly Sword Ancestor, I can't think of anyone else. Furthermore, since Senior took the initiative to ask about the Heavenly Sword Ancestor, I think my guess is most likely correct. The madman turned his head and looked at Fang Chun. Yes, I am the Heavenly Sword Ancestor from back then, the madman calmly said. However, Fang Chun's heart was greatly shaken. A storm was raging in his heart. If the madman really was the Heavenly Sword Ancestor, then why had he quietly disappeared all these years? And why had he come to the Myriad Sword Island? Senior. Back then, it was because I showed off my ability that I was targeted by the Holy Light Religion. For me, Holy Light Religion has really gone through a lot of trouble. For a full 18 years, they tricked me into coming to the Myriad Sword Island. In that battle, Holy Light Religion dispatched 3 heavenly god realm powerhouses to deal with me. In the end, I killed one of them and was heavily injured by the other 2. Then, I was poisoned. The madman said slowly as if he was recalling his past. Everyone thinks that there's a madman on Myriad Swords Island who goes crazy every other year. But they don't know that every time they go crazy, it's because they can't control the goo poison, madman said. Fang Chun was very shocked. In order to deal with the Heaven Sword sect, the Holy Light Religion actually dispatched 3 heavenly god realm powerhouses. Yu won. Moreover, one of them had even been killed by the Heaven Sword sect in the end. He could imagine how intense the battle had been at that time. Then why haven't you left all these years? Asked Fang Chun. The madman shook his head and bitterly smiled. He pointed to the broken sword on top of his head and said, because my potential is too strong, causing holy light religion to want me to surrender. Unfortunately, I would rather die than submit. They implanted the goo poison in my body to force me to join holy light religion. The broken sword above my head and the huge sword on the ground are alphabet swords. Although they implanted the goo poison, they were worried that if I returned to the God realm, their plan would fail. Therefore, they used this broken sword to suppress me. As long as I leave the huge sword for 1,000 miles, my body will explode and I will die. Who am I? I'm a member of the Heaven's Sword sect. Naturally, I won't submit. All these years, I've been fighting against the goo poison. At the same time, I've been thinking about how to escape from this place. I want revenge. I'm not willing. I want the remnants of holy light religion to receive the punishment they deserve. The madman coldly said. His words were filled with cold, killing intent. Fang Chen quietly looked at the madman. The hatred that had accumulated for countless years was suddenly released. The madman's complexion also became a lot better. He looked at Fang Chen and said, "Your old friend was originally innocent. Unfortunately, when he was suppressing me, he was discovered by holy light religion. Fortunately, he hid quickly, otherwise he would have already died. However, because of this, he was permanently suppressed by the huge sword." Fang Chen understood. So that's how it was. In the past, when the hidden demon realm master fought against an expert, he was schemed against and suppressed here. Originally, he still had a chance to escape, but unfortunately, he encountered holy light religion. Fang Chen sighed and shook his head. Holy light religion was too hateful. There were traces of them everywhere. "Senior, how can I help you?" Fang Chen asked. The Heaven Sword sect was an outstanding figure among sword cultivators. His attitude toward the sword Tao was worthy of the respect of all sword cultivators. "Why do you want to help me? Is it because I'm pitiful?" The madman self-deprecatingly said. "Because you are the Heaven Sword sect, the most admired genius of all sword cultivators." Fang Chen solemnly said. Perhaps it was because Fang Chen's words had aroused the arrogance in the madman's heart. Or perhaps it was because of his hatred towards holy light religion. Regardless, the madman told Fang Chen everything that happened here. Madman was controlled and could not leave the Myriad Sword Island. Yu too. According to logic, he should be thinking of ways to let others enter the Myriad Sword Island before sending the news back to the deity world. But he did not do so. So it turned out that all of this was done by holy light religion. The Void Sword Array and the Myriad Sword Array were constructed by experts from holy light religion. Unless one was a true god, it was hard for others to come here. True god experts were all seeking the opportunity to step into the cosmos god realm and would not move outside. This resulted in the madman being trapped here for a long time. Fortunately, it was Fang Chen. If it were other experts, they might not be able to pass through the Void Sword Array and the Myriad Sword Array. Your potential in the Tao of Sword isn't any weaker than mine. Madman sighed. "Senior, according to what you said, these two swords are alphabet swords. Only by completely destroying both swords at the same time can we be safe." Fang Chen asked. Madman nodded. "That's right. The alphabet swords resonate with each other. It is impossible to be slightly slower. Furthermore, you should understand what it means to completely destroy them. Even if you use your strongest attack, you will only be able to destroy its form. You will not be able to destroy its sword spirit." As a saint-level swordsmith, Fang Chen naturally understood this. "Thus, I have given up. Only a true god expert can do it." Madman sighed. Despair was more frightening than anything else. Fang Chen pondered for a moment before saying, "That might not be the case." "Oh, you have an idea?" Madman looked at Fang Chen. He felt that this person was not ordinary. "Senior, please wait for a moment." Following that, Fang Chen began contacting Little Mouse and Xiao Huang, who were on the Jade Ripple Island. 3 months later, the two little fellows arrived at the sea region outside the Myriad Sword Island. "EU3, boss, we are here," Little Mouse transmitted. On the mountain peak, Fang Chen stood up and said, "Senior, I'll go pick up my 2 brothers." With that, Fang Chen left the Myriad Sword Island and quickly came back with Little Mouse and Xiao Huang. Ha ha ha, boss. Why did you call us over in such a hurry? Little Mouse was very curious about the Myriad Sword Island. Senior, I think my two brothers can solve your problem, said Fong Chen. At this time, Xiao Huang and Little Mouse noticed Madman's existence. Boss, who is he? Little Mouse's eyes widened. He is from the Heavenly Sword Sect, said Fong Chen. The two of them. Madman was a bit doubtful, but after Fong Chen's simple explanation, he no longer doubted them. Instead, a hint of anticipation appeared in his eyes. Senior, he is a heaven-devouring divine rat. I think you should have some understanding of them. Fong Chen pointed at Little Mouse. Heaven-devouring divine rat. Madman's heart shook. The heaven-devouring divine rat's devouring ability was unique in the divine world. He is from the Imperial Ant Clan and possesses annihilation frigid water. Fong Chen said, my idea is to have the two of them attack the two swords at the same time. Little Mouse can devour the broken sword, while Xiao Huang can use the annihilation frigid water to destroy the giant sword. Senior, what do you think? Madman's face revealed a trace of a smile. He seemed to have seen a glimmer of hope, but his reason told him that it wasn't enough to succeed. Madman shook his head. Although the annihilation frigid water is strong, it's only strong at freezing souls. It's a bit difficult to instantly destroy a sword spirit. Oh, I forgot to mention it. What if it's annihilation heavy water? Fong Chen suddenly thought of the wooden pigeon on his body. What annihilation heavy water? At that moment, Madman couldn't hold it in anymore. His body was trembling, and he was really excited. Chapter 1814. After hearing the words, heavy water of destruction, the madman was overjoyed and couldn't help but smile. Although the annihilation cold water was very strong, he wasn't 100% confident that it could save him. But now, with the heavy water of destruction, there wouldn't be a problem. Seeing the madman's joy, Fong Chen took out the wooden pigeon and handed it to Xiao Huang. You control the heavy water of destruction. You must destroy it as soon as possible. Boss, don't worry. Ever since he was reborn, Xiao Huang had a great interest in the heavy water of destruction. He held the wooden pigeon excitedly. Senior, can we begin? Fong Chen asked. The madman nodded and sat cross-legged on the ground. He closed his eyes and said, in a while, when you guys act, I will control the power in my body to protect my Yuan spirit. Fong Chen nodded and signaled Little Mouse and Xiao Huang to start. Boom! The little rat used its innate ability, Devour. The purple rat's shadow suddenly opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the giant sword that was stuck in the ground in an instant. At the same time, Xiao Huang controlled the heavy water of destruction in the wooden pigeon and wrapped it around the broken sword above the madman's head. Hiss! The corrosive power of the heavy water of destruction was too strong. The broken sword couldn't resist at all and was instantly destroyed. Roar! Little Mouse also used its innate ability. Suddenly, the purple light on its body surged and the power in its body revolved, directly destroying the huge sword. Splash! The smoke dissipated and the madman suddenly opened his eyes. Boom! After being trapped here for countless years, the madman's mental state had reached an unimaginable level. Only his cultivation had been restricted and couldn't break through. But now, the broken sword that suppressed his Yuan spirit was completely destroyed. The madman's Yuan spirit quickly healed. At the same time, the madman's aura suddenly rose. Is he going to break through? Fong Chen looked at the madman and was shocked. Yu won. The commotion caused by the madman was very strong and affected the entire Myriad Sword Island. At a certain moment, the madman's body seemed to have turned into a sharp sword that was stabbed into the ground. Breakthrough. The madman roared as a terrifying black aura emanated from his body. This was the power of the law of destruction. He was trying to break through to the legendary True God realm. True God, this is the first time I've seen one. Little Mouse opened his eyes wide and looked at Madman. Retreat quickly, Fong Chen said in a low voice as he quickly retreated to the foot of the mountain. Several tens of thousands of years ago, the Heavenly Sword Master was already a peerless genius. After being suppressed for countless years, he has accumulated enough. Now that his primordial spirit has been released, It will only be a matter of time before he becomes a true divinity. However, even though he said that, Fang Chun was still very shocked. Rumble in the sky, the power of lightning surged. Thick bolts of lightning bombarded the body of the Sky Sword Grandmaster. Such a scene lasted for a while. An hour later, the sky returned to normal. The Heavenly Sword Sect's clothes were a little tattered, and his hair was a little messy. He laughed heartily. Our Heavenly Sword Sect has returned. These words of the Heavenly Sword Sect were filled with endless killing intent. He returned with his own stubbornness and unyieldingness. He would definitely take revenge for the blood feud with the Holy Light religion with his own hands. Whoosh! The aura of the Heavenly Sword Sect's body was unimaginable. It imperceptibly brought a lot of pressure to Fang Chun. You guys come up. The Heavenly Sword Sect smiled. Fang Chun quickly returned to the mountain and cupped his fists. Senior, congratulations on successfully stepping into the true God realm. It's all thanks to you that I was able to escape. The Heavenly Sword Sect's attitude towards Fang Chun was very friendly. If it wasn't for you, I don't know how long I would have been trapped here. Senior, even if I didn't appear with your talent, it wouldn't be long before you stepped into the true God realm. At that time, you could still leave calmly. Fang Chun said. The Heavenly Sword Sect nodded and said, wait a moment. I'll release your old friend. The current Heavenly Sword Sect's Heavenly Sword Sect had already become a true god. Looking at his strength, he could be considered a top expert in the entire divine realm. He waved his hand, and immediately, a weak fluctuation drilled into the ground. Not long later, a Yuan spirit light ball was pulled out from the ground. You too, Realm Master. Fang Chun was overjoyed when he saw this. He hastily called out, You're Fang Chun. Realm Master Fu Mo's main body had been destroyed. Only his Yuan spirit was left, struggling at death's door. Although his avatar was in the lower realm, there was still a trace of a connection. From the connection, he learned about Fang Chun. Realm Master, are you all right? Asked Fang Chun. The Realm Master shook his head. My physical body has been destroyed, but my Yuan spirit is still fine. I just need to find a suitable physical body. Kid, although your old friend's Yuan spirit is damaged, it's not a big problem, said the Heavenly Sword Sect's Heavenly Sword Sect. Many thanks, Senior. Fang Chun thanked him. Master Heaven's Sword waved his hand and said, Why are you being so polite with me? This is the first time in countless years that I've been so happy. I'll be returning to the deity world soon. Where are you going? Asked Grandmaster Heavenly Sword. Fang Chun kept Realm Lord Fu Mo's primordial spirit and said, I'm also preparing to return to the divine world. All right, let's go together. The trip to the Myriad Sword Island went smoothly. Fang Chun and Master Heavenly Sword traveled together. They first arrived at Emerald Ripple Island to pick up Star and Moon before returning to Hanhai City. Little friend, I still don't know your name. Sect Master Heavenly Sword asked. Senior, this junior's name is Fang Chun, said Fang Chun. The Sky Sword Grandmaster nodded and said, Let's part here. If you need anything in the future, just crush this jade slip. After saying that, Master Heaven Sword took out a jade slip from his bosom and handed it to Fang Chun. Even after being trapped for tens of thousands of years, the Heavenly Sword Sect was still in high spirits. Now that he had become a true god, his momentum was shocking. On the second day after he parted with Fang Chun, a piece of news shook the entire easternmost land. UU3, a well-hidden stronghold of the Holy Light religion in the easternmost land, was uprooted by a mysterious powerhouse. All the remaining members of the Holy Light religion were wiped out, including the protectors of the Holy Light religion. The Holy Light religion suffered a great loss in this encirclement. Hearing this news, Fang Chun knew that it was Master Heavenly Sword's doing. Boss, the Hanhai Armory seems to have revived, said Little Mouse. Then let's go and destroy them, said Fang Chun. Hanhai City, City Lord's Mansion. The Lord of Hanhai City sat in the meeting hall with a serious face. Below him, the Chamber Master of Artifact was anxious. My lord, the Zhou family is too despicable. They use this method to deal with us. The Chamber Master of Artifacts said in a deep voice, If this goes on, we will be completely destroyed. Recently, the Zhou family had been supporting the Hanhai Armory. Even the Lord of Hanhai City did not dare to attack the Hanhai Armory. All of a sudden, the Hanhai Armory was revived and suppressed the Chamber of Artifact. This made the Chamber Master of Artifact extremely anxious. Master Shui had disappeared for almost 10 years without a trace. The Chamber of Artifact did not have any divine weapon refiners, so they could not fight against the Hanhai Armory. However, just as the two of them were getting anxious, a servant suddenly rushed in. "My lord, something big has happened." "What is it?" asked the Lord of Hanhai City. "Today, the Hanhai Armory was attacked by a mysterious powerhouse and was completely destroyed. The elders of the Zhou family were all killed." This matter shocked the entire Hanhai City. It will not take long for the Zhou family to send powerhouses to investigate this matter. "The Hanhai City cannot get away with it," said the servant. Hearing this, the Chamber Master of Artifact and the Lord of Hanhai City widened their eyes in shock. "Who on earth destroyed the Hanhai Armory?" The servant shook his head, indicating that he did not know. "Investigate this matter quickly. No matter what, we must find out the truth," the Lord of Hanhai City said in a deep voice. The servant quickly left. A faint smile appeared on the Chamber Master of Artifact's face. "My lord, the Hanhai Armory was destroyed by a mysterious powerhouse. Even if the Zhou family investigates, the Hanhai City will not be blamed." The Chamber Master of Artifacts said, "I don't know who this powerhouse is. He has done us a great favor." Fang Chun, who had caused such a commotion in the Hanhai City, was walking in the wilderness at the moment. "Boss, this is so cool. It is so cool to see the despair in the Zhou family's eyes." The little mouse laughed. Chapter 18:15. After returning to the God world, Fang Chun first found a good body for Realm Master Fu Mo. Then, Fang Chun asked Realm Master Fu Mo to return to the Shengsun sect to recuperate. As for himself, he took Star and Moon and the four little guys to the Lotus Mountain. Why did he choose the Lotus Mountain? It was all because of divine goddess Liani. Star and Moon held Fang Chun's hand tightly, feeling a little nervous. Fang Chun turned to Star and Moon and said, It's okay. Brother Chun, I'm worried." Fang Chun shook his head and said slowly, Don't worry. I'll get revenge for the humiliation you've suffered. And I'll let divine goddess Lian announce to the outside world that she's breaking off the relationship with you. She doesn't deserve to be your master." Star and Moon wanted to say something, but stopped. She shook her head and lowered it. Shengsun sect. The broken arm of spirit King Han Long had been regenerated. In the past 7 or 8 years, the Shengsun sect had been suppressed by the Zhou family and the Lotus Mountain. Although they didn't do it openly, they did it secretly. Spirit King Han Long was very angry. If the Shengsun sect master hadn't stopped him, he would have rushed to the Lotus Mountain and fought to the death with old woman Liani. In the garden of the Shengsun sect, 3 figures sat in a pavilion. "Junior brother, you're too impatient. It's not good for your cultivation," the Shengsun sect master said slowly. "Yes, although the sect master has returned, the Lotus Mountain and the Zhou family are not people we can provoke. We can't ruin the future of the Shengsun sect because of a moment of impulse." The Sky Prison Saint also said, "Every disciple who joins the Shengsun sect wants to have a better tomorrow. If we go to war with the Lotus Mountain, these disciples will be the first to suffer." In fact, the two of them knew that even if the Shengsun sect master didn't say it. Over the years, many disciples of the Shengsun sect who went out to train have been killed by the Lotus Mountain and the Zhou family. However, they could only suffer this loss themselves. The Shengsun sect master was also angry, but what was the point of being angry? Only by knowing when to yield and when to stand tall could Shengsun sect go further. What's the point of living like this? Brother Fang has been missing for so long. I suspect that old hag Liani killed him. The Ice Dragon Spirit King snorted. The head of the Shengsun sect sighed and said earnestly, "Junior brother, I also want to avenge the dead disciples of the Shengsun sect, but I don't want the Shengsun sect to be destroyed in my hands." As soon as the leader of the Shengsun clan finished speaking, a disciple came to report. "Sovereign, there is someone at the foot of the mountain who wishes to see you," the disciple said. Did he say his name? The lord of the Shungsun clan asked with a frown. He only said 2 words. The disciple thought for a moment and then said, Fong Chun. What? The 3 of them stood up at the same time, their expressions grave. The Ice Dragon Spirit King shouted, Quickly bring him to us. Not long after, Realm Lord Fu Mo was brought to the garden. Seeing this person, the 3 of them were slightly disappointed. The 3 of you, Realm Lord Fu Mo said directly. Fong Chun told me to come here. Brother Fong is still alive. Where is he? The Ice Dragon Spirit King hurriedly asked. Realm Lord Fu Mo looked around, wanted to say something, but stopped. Voila! The head of the Shungsun sect waved his hand, forming a powerful restriction around them. Just say what you want to say. No one will hear. Not long ago, Fong Chun saved me at the Thousand Sword Island. Now he has returned to the easternmost land and is on his way to the Lotus Mountain. Realm Lord Fu Mo said. Lotus Mountain? Brother Fong is going to avenge himself? The Ice Dragon Spirit King asked. Realm Lord Fu Mo nodded. Fong Chun is indeed going to avenge himself. He told me to cultivate in the Shungsun sect first. What a fool. There are many experts in the Lotus Mountain. How can Brother Fong do it alone? No, I have to go help Brother Fong. The Ice Dragon Spirit King said and turned to leave. I'll go too. The Sky Prison Saint followed. Sect Lord, you are the leader of a sect. Unlike us, the Shungsun sect needs you. The Lotus Mountain was in the center of the easternmost land. After traveling for several days, they finally arrived at the territory of the Lotus Mountain. Boss, we're almost there, the little mouse said. At this moment, there was a commotion in front of a small town in the distance. This town was the only one in a 100-mile radius around the Lotus Mountain. Disciples who wanted to see the scenery of the Lotus Mountain often came here. Over time, the town became lively. Sir, I'm really sorry. Our inn really has no more rooms. An old man begged with a bitter face. There were 2 women opposite him. One of them was arrogant and domineering. Her attitude was very bad. We're disciples of the Lotus Mountain. Hurry up and give us 2 rooms. Otherwise, there's no need for your inn to exist. Sir, the old man was about to speak when he was kicked away by one of the women. Poochie. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood and fell heavily on the ground. Fong Chun frowned slightly. The disciples of the Lotus Mountain are really arrogant. The little mouse could not stand it anymore. He turned to look at his boss and waited for his instructions. The latter nodded. The little mouse jumped and arrived in front of the inn. You 2 women, what's the point of bullying an old man? The little mouse scolded. Where did this bastard come from? How dare he talk to us like this? The woman cursed coldly. The little mouse was furious. You're courting death. The Lotus Mountain already had a grudge against them. It was not bad to collect some interest. Bang! The 2 disciples of the Lotus Mountain naturally could not resist the little mouse's attack. In the blink of an eye, they were sent flying by the little mouse. Their delicate bodies fell on the street. Immediately, it caused a commotion in the town. Soon, a group of women ran over. Junior sister, what's going on? The leading woman asked with a gloomy face. Senior sister, he insulted our Lotus Mountain. A shitty place like the Lotus Mountain is not worthy of being insulted by this young master. The little mouse's face was filled with ridicule. You dare to be disrespectful to the Lotus Mountain? This is unforgivable. The leading woman rushed in front of the little mouse. Her body emitted a terrifying killing intent. She began to attack the little mouse. Little girl, your heart is truly ruthless. Grandpa Mouse, there's no need to hold back. The one who spoke was Xiao Huang. Poochie the little mouse smashed the leading woman's head with a fist. Blood sprayed through the air. Senior sister, you dare to kill senior sister? You're dead. The Lotus Mountain will not let you off. Everyone attack together and take revenge for senior sister. For a moment, the town was incomparably noisy. Many disciples of the Lotus Mountain surrounded the little mouse. The disciples of the Lotus Mountain are arrogant and despotic. They deserve to die. The little mouse's words had already sentenced them to death. Bang, 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 he killed all the disciples of the Lotus Mountain without expending any energy. Looking at the corpses lying on the street, the little mouse said in a loud voice, "From today onwards, the disciples of the Lotus Mountain will no longer strut around in this town." After saying this, he disappeared from the town. He left behind a series of discussions. Outside the town, the little mouse arrived in front of Fong Chun, using heavenly goddess Lin Yi's power to act like a tyrant in this town. How laughable! Fong Chun sneered. "Boss, let's go." The little mouse's eyes shone with a golden light. He really wanted to know what heavenly goddess Lin Yi's expression would be when she saw Boss. Would she regret not choosing Boss in the first place? Fong Chun held Star and Moon's hands tightly and comforted Star and Moon. The latter had also gradually thought things through. Heavenly goddess Lin, he had taken her in as a disciple and treated her very well. However, this was all because of her heaven-defying potential. If she was mediocre, heavenly goddess Lin, he probably wouldn't have taken her in as a disciple at all. Moreover, because she didn't want to offend the Zhou family, she didn't care about her own opinion and refused to let her be with Brother Chun. She didn't want such a master. After thinking this through, Star and Moon's heart relaxed. Not long after, Fong Chun and the others arrived at the foot of the Lotus Mountain. Looking up at the towering Lotus Mountain, Fong Chun's thoughts seemed to have returned to 7 or 8 years ago. The corners of his mouth curled up into a confident smile. What happened 7 or 8 years ago definitely wouldn't happen again. This time, he wanted to let everyone know that no one could lay a finger on Fong Chen's woman. Chapter 1818. The fury in Fong Chen's heart instantly erupted. Sword chi surged around him as he gripped the hidden star sword. At the same time, heavenly god Lin, he did not sit still and wait for death. As she waved her hand, an extremely cold aura instantly spread out. "Kill!" Empyrean goddess Lin, he let out a low growl and leapt forward, instantly arriving in front of Fong Chun. An icy aura burst out from his body and surrounded Fong Chen's figure. "Break!" Fong Chen's body shook violently. The extremely cold aura surrounding him was instantly shattered. Then, he swung his sword backward. Swoosh! Immemorial god refinement technique. Destruction sword technique. Terrifying destruction law energy erupted from his body. It fused with the golden liquid and entered the hidden star sword, forming his strongest attack. When the destruction sword technique appeared, the entire sky changed greatly. The expressions of the many experts on Lotus Flower Mountain all changed greatly. Even heavenly god Lin Yi's expression changed in an instant. "Damn it!" Heavenly god Lin Yi cursed. A walking stick appeared in her hand. This walking stick was very special. Its entire body was covered with complicated patterns. At the place where she held it, a scarlet light flickered. Fong Chun could tell at a glance that this walking stick was a high-quality heavenly god artifact. A high-quality heavenly god artifact. Boom! Heavenly god Lin, he held the walking stick in her hand. She suddenly exerted force and smashed it against the destruction sword technique. Hiss! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The destruction sword technique's destruction sword technique directly entered the walking stick. Suppress! Heavenly god Lin Yi roared. The might of a high-quality heavenly god artifact instantly erupted. It directly suppressed the destruction sword technique that had entered the walking stick. Her expression was somewhat complicated. She did not expect that in a short few years, Fong Chun would have grown to such a level. This child must be killed. Otherwise, there will be no end of trouble. Heavenly god Lin Yi said coldly. At the same time, heavenly god Lin Yi secretly sent a voice transmission to the Zhou clan leader. After informing him of Fong Chen's appearance on Lotus Flower Mountain, the Zhou clan leader immediately replied that he would come to Lotus Flower Mountain as quickly as possible. A peculiar smile appeared on heavenly goddess Lin Yi's frosty face upon receiving this news. "Fong Chun, I have to admit that your strength has improved a lot. Ordinary heavenly gods probably aren't a match for you, but you're still nothing in front of me." Heavenly goddess Lin Yi chuckled. You won, old woman." Fong Chun hated heavenly goddess Lin Yi even more. In addition, for some reason, Star and Moon's eyes were empty, and their bodies were stiff. Fong Chun was extremely anxious. He couldn't wait to capture Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi and force her to reveal the truth. As such, he didn't want to waste time arguing with Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi. Immemorial Soul-Refining Art. Fong Chun executed the 5 moves of the immemorial soul-refining art. Destruction sword move, creation sword move, fate sword move, time sword move, space sword move. These 5 sword moves were Fong Chun's strongest attacks so far. 5 streaks of sword light with completely opposite auras hovered side by side in the sky, and it felt as if the entire void was about to be torn apart. Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi's expression became extremely grave at the sight of these 5 streaks of sword light. Spatial Ripple Kill. Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi finally unleashed her trump card, the top-tier heaven-grade divine technique, Spatial Ripple Kill. Spatial Ripple Kill. It's actually the Spatial Ripple Kill. Master has even unleashed such a trump card. That scoundrel is definitely going to die. That's right. There are very few heavenly gods who can withstand the Spatial Ripple Kill, let alone this scoundrel. Many of the younger disciples on the plaza were extremely excited to see Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi unleash the Spatial Ripple Kill. The scoundrel was finally going to be executed. They were very happy. Whoosh. After the Spatial Ripple Kill was unleashed, one ripple after another appeared in the sky. Under Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi's control, these ripples quickly formed an inescapable net. Her title as Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi was derived from this trump card of hers. This inescapable net was extremely powerful. If an ordinary heavenly god were to be trapped within it, only death would await them. Even a saint-level formation master wouldn't be able to break through this inescapable net. As such, a deranged sneer appeared in Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi's eyes as she unleashed the Spatial Ripple Kill. She was certain that Fong Chun was going to die. Suppress. Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi gripped her walking stick and controlled the inescapable net to quickly envelop Fong Chun. Yu 2, 10,000 Sword Strike. Fong Chun's expression was very calm. He softly uttered these words. Immediately, the 5 streaks of sword light hovering in the sky suddenly shot toward the inescapable net. Swish! At some point, the 5 streaks of sword light instantly transformed into tens of thousands of streaks of sword light and violently crashed into the inescapable net. It's useless. Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi laughed heartily. She believed that Fong Chun's efforts were futile. However, in the face of Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi's mocking laughter, Fong Chun shook his head slightly. His hands formed different seals as the golden heart in his body rapidly surged. He closed his eyes, and his aura surged as he used his mind to control the 5 sword techniques. Crack! Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the 5 streaks of sword light. The power of the 5 laws complemented each other, and their power was raised to the extreme. In an instant, a hole was torn open in the inescapable net. After the inescapable net was broken, it was instantly shattered by the 10,000 streaks of sword light like a flood breaking through a dam. Boom! A terrifying aura instantly spread out. The explosive power swept through the entire Lotus Mountain. Dong! At this moment, all the buildings on Lotus Mountain were reduced to rubble. Miserable screams rang out from the explosion. The weaker disciples of Lotus Mountain didn't even have time to escape and were instantly killed. Even Celestial Deity Realm powerhouses also had lingering fears after escaping. At this moment, Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi's body crashed heavily into the plaza, creating a large crater in the ground. Poochie! Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was slightly pale, and her eyes were filled with complex emotions. Impossible! How is this possible? Even to this day, Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi refused to believe that Fong Chun could break through her spatial ripple attack. One had to realize that this was her trump card. Even a heavenly god wouldn't be able to break through it. No, this is an illusion. Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi crawled up from the ground with great effort. She sank her energy into her dantian and quickly recovered her strength. Yu 3. Fang Chun stood silently on the plaza, staring at heavenly goddess Lien Yi as he slowly walked toward her. Do you regret that decision? Fang Chun asked softly. No, I don't regret it. Even if I die, I won't let you have Yuer. Heavenly goddess Lien Yi suddenly went berserk. She attacked Fang Chun with all her might. Rumble, in the face of heavenly goddess Lien Yi's attacks, Fang Chun blocked all of them. Bam! In the end, he sent heavenly goddess Lien Yi flying with a single sword strike. She threw up a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Her body was extremely feeble. Even her most powerful spatial ripple attack had been broken. She was completely powerless. Heavenly goddess Lien Yi's mind was filled with a myriad of emotions as she looked at this familiar man. She felt extremely conflicted. This man wasn't even a heavenly god, but he was now able to severely wound her. I refuse to accept this. Heavenly goddess Lien Yi roared in her mind. Her eyes became crimson. Do you think you've won? All of a sudden, a wild smile appeared on heavenly goddess Lien Yi's pale face. Fang Chen's heart jolted upon hearing this, and he hurriedly turned towards Star and Moon. At this moment, Star and Moon was like a walking corpse. What did you do to Yuer? Fang Chen roared in rage. Ha ha ha! You'll never be able to obtain Yuer. Heavenly goddess Lien Yi's hair was disheveled, and she was completely devoid of her usual vigor. At the same time, she began to chant some complicated incantations. All of a sudden, Star and Moon's body reacted violently. Some blood seeped from the corners of her mouth. 88. Oh, stop. Fang Chun rushed toward heavenly goddess Lien Yi and grabbed her by the neck as he roared in rage. Heavenly goddess Lien Yi glared at Fang Chun with a vicious expression. If you want Star and Moon to die, then do it. A pained expression appeared on Fang Chen's face, but he still lowered his hand in the end. What did you do to Star and Moon? Fang Chun asked again. Heavenly goddess Lien Yi coughed a few times before replying. It's nothing. I just poisoned her body with darking poison. Chapter 18:19. Especially after hearing the words profound in poison, the anger in his heart lessened. Once upon a time, there was a famous true god powerhouse in the deity world. The reason he was famous was because of his terrifying Tao of poison. This powerhouse had cultivated the Tao of poison to the pinnacle, creating countless types of deadly poisons. Even true god powerhouses were terrified of these deadly poisons. However, of the deadly poisons he created in his lifetime, 8 of them were known as the 8 wondrous poisons of the deity world. These were publicly acknowledged by the true gods of the deity world. Each of the 8 wondrous poisons was incomparably powerful and could even kill true gods. This powerhouse was obsessed with the Tao of poison. According to him, there were even more powerful poisons above the 8 wondrous poisons. These poisons could definitely affect cosmos gods. One had to know that the 8 wondrous poisons were considered the most powerful poisons in the deity world. They believed that the 8 wondrous poisons were the pinnacle of the Tao of poison. They did not believe that this powerhouse could create a poison that surpassed the 8 wondrous poisons. From then on, this Tao of poison expert went into closed-door seclusion, testing poisons with his own body in order to surpass himself. However, in the end, this powerhouse still died from the poison he created. Before his death, he announced the recipe for the 8 wondrous poisons to the deity world. This allowed many experts in the deity world to learn of the recipe for the 8 wondrous poisons. However, knowing was one thing. To successfully create one of the 8 wondrous poisons was extremely difficult. In fact, even the most powerful experts in the Tao of poison might not be able to create one. The mysterious Yin poison was ranked 8th among the 8 wondrous poisons of the deity world. This poison could unleash an extremely powerful effect when it came into contact with a mysterious Yin body. Experts who were poisoned by the mysterious Yin poison would not feel anything at all. The invisible poison would affect their senses and even their personality. This was especially true when it came to limiting one's potential. One of the 8 wondrous poisons of the deity world. Fang Chun glared at heavenly god Lien Yi and said coldly, "Not bad. You are quite knowledgeable. You actually know about the 8 wondrous poisons of the deity world. Heavenly God, Lien, sneered. She had already taken the initiative. Fang Chun, I admit that you have great potential. If you're allowed to grow, it won't be long before you could defeat all heavenly gods. Do you think I'll let the tiger return to the mountain? Heavenly Goddess Lien chuckled as she pulled out a pitch-black pill from her robes. Yu won. This pill did not have any luster, as if it was just an ordinary pill. However, Fang Chun knew that it was poison. If his guess was correct, this jet-black pill should be one of the legendary 8 great poisons of the god realm, the profound poison. Don't you really want to save your wife? I'll give you a chance, but I don't know if you'll grasp it. Heavenly Goddess Lien opened her palm, within which lay the pitch-black poison. This poison is the profound poison. If you want to save your wife, you must swallow it. Otherwise, Star and Moon will explode and die as soon as I detonate the poison. Heavenly Goddess Lien continued, Don't even think about taking the antidote by force. I'm telling you, Star and Moon will die the instant you attack. Heavenly Goddess Lien was using Star and Moon to threaten him. Fang Chun clenched his fists in fury. However, in order to save Star and Moon, he had no other choice. What if you go back on your word after I swallow this pill? Fang Chun asked. Heavenly Goddess Lien replied in a disdainful voice. I'm a mighty Heavenly Goddess Lien. How can I go back on my word? It's exactly because you're Heavenly Goddess Lien that I'm wary of you. If you don't swear a martial oath, I'll drag you down with me, even if I have to die. Fang Chun splayed his hands open. She wanted him to swallow poison without any proof. How could he allow that? Heavenly Goddess Lien thought for a moment before replying. All right, I swear a martial oath. If you swallow this pill, I'll immediately give the antidote to Star and Moon. Otherwise, I'll be struck by lightning. Seeing Heavenly Goddess Lien swear such a heavy oath, Fang Chun was finally relieved. He accepted the black pill and swallowed it. All right, you can give me the antidote now, Fang Chun said in a solemn voice. After confirming that Fang Chun had swallowed the pill, Heavenly Goddess Lien chortled with glee. Who would have thought that you were such a love-struck fool? She waved her hand as she spoke, and a beam of light shot into Star and Moon's body. The walking corpse of Star and Moon instantly began to tremble uncontrollably. She suddenly clutched her head with both hands and let loose a blood-curdling cry before fainting. Sister-in-law. The little mouse was a little anxious. However, after a brief examination, he discovered that Star and Moon had only fainted. Fang Chun's divine sense enveloped Star and Moon's body, and he carefully inspected Star and Moon's body. After confirming that the poison had been neutralized, he was finally relieved. Fang Chun, from now on, you are my slave. I'm going to make you wish you were dead. Heavenly Goddess Lien said in a cold voice. You too. Star and Moon had great potential, but Heavenly Goddess Lien valued Fang Chun more. His potential far exceeded that of Star and Moon. If she could use the dark poison to control him, perhaps she really could become a true god. Heavenly Goddess Lien, I truly feel sorry for you. Fang Chun shook his head. You still don't know your position? You're my prisoner. If I don't give you the antidote, you'll die at any moment. Heavenly Goddess Lien chuckled coldly. Aside from me, no one else has the antidote to the darking poison. It's even more impossible for you to neutralize it with your own power. Heavenly Goddess Lien was quite confident in the darking poison. She really wanted to see Fang Chun's indignant expression, but she was disappointed. Boom! At this moment, the darking poison pill had just entered Fang Chun's stomach when it was instantly engulfed by the golden liquid erupting from the golden heart. While Fang Chun was conversing with Heavenly Goddess Lien, the golden heart had already completely refined the darking poison pill. The darking poison didn't even have a chance to spread before it was completely neutralized. This was why Fang Chun dared to swallow the pill without any hesitation. After absorbing the power of the other 4 heirs, Fang Chun discovered that the golden heart had become even more powerful. A mere darking poison was nothing to it. Whoosh! Fang Chun's body flashed as he looked at the madly laughing heavenly goddess Lien Yi. He instantly appeared before her and grabbed her by the neck. Whoosh! Heavenly goddess Lien Yi wanted to resist, but Fang Chun was simply too powerful, and she was completely suppressed. Rich, destructive, nomological power instantly surged forth, locking heavenly goddess Lien Yi into a narrow space. Crack! Fang Chun tightened his grip, and heavenly goddess Lien Yi's face paled, and her breathing became a little ragged. You! Heavenly goddess Lien Yi's eyes widened as she roared. Do you want to die? She couldn't believe that Fang Chun, who had been poisoned by the darkine poison, would dare to attack her. Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. Heavenly goddess Lien Yi channeled the last sliver of power within her body to activate the darkine poison. However, no matter how hard she tried, it was all to no avail. Fang Chun's body remained motionless, but he tightened his grip more and more. Old hag, your darkine poison is useless against me. After saying this, Fang Chun punched heavenly goddess Lien Yi's arm, instantly snapping it. Immediately afterward, Fang Chun broke heavenly goddess Lien Yi's other arm. Heavenly goddess Lien Yi, who was one of the most powerful divine heaven-stage powerful beings in the easternmost region, was suppressed by Fang Chun just like that. Never in her wildest dreams would she have imagined that the ant-like existence that she could easily kill in the past would humiliate her so much years later. You're impossible. Heavenly goddess Lien Yi had fallen into a frenzy. Her arms fell limply to her sides, and she had lost all of her strength. Heavenly goddess Lien Yi no longer had the demeanor of a powerful being. She was more like a shrew. Old hag, Star and Moon is your disciple. How could you be so cruel as to attack her? You piece of trash. As he spoke, Fang Chun punched heavenly goddess Lien Yi's leg. Her legs were instantly crippled as well. Heavenly goddess Lien Yi's limbs were instantly crippled, and she was unable to resist at all. Kill me, heavenly goddess Lien Yi said in a muffled voice as she endured the pain. It's not that easy to die. Fang Chun couldn't tolerate the fact that she had poisoned Star and Moon. I'm going to make you wish you were dead. I'm going to make you suffer all of the humiliation in this world, Fang Chun said in a sinister voice. Heavenly goddess Lien Yi's hair was disheveled, and she had lost all of her composure. Chapter 1820. He was filled with hatred for heavenly goddess Lien Yi. Severing her limbs would not make up for the harm she had done to Star and Moon. He glanced at the unconscious Star and Moon. Then his gaze once again fell upon heavenly goddess Lien Yi. Fang Chun raised his hand, which contained the terrifying power of the laws of destruction. As long as he struck, even if heavenly goddess Lien Yi did not die, she would be severely injured, and the entire Lotus Mountain would disappear into the annals of history. However, at this moment, ripples appeared in the air. Immediately afterwards, a beautiful woman quickly walked out of the spatial vortex. Fang Chun, please let my senior apprentice sister go. It was the Empress Xian Su, who had once helped Fang Chun on Lotus Mountain. Fang Chun had a good impression of the Empress Xian Su. From his conversation with Star and Moon, he learned that the Empress Xian Su had always cared for Star and Moon. Although the Empress Xian Su was only Star and Moon's martial aunt, she was better than this hypocritical master of hers. Hearing the Empress Xian Su's words, Fang Chun lowered his hand, but it was still wrapped around heavenly goddess Lien Yi's neck. For the sake of her own power, she poisoned her own disciple with profound poison. How can such a vicious person still have the face to live in this world? Fang Chun said in a low voice. The Empress Xian Su slowly walked over to Fang Chun, her expression grave. Looking at her senior apprentice sister, who had lost all 4 of her limbs, there was a faint sadness in her heart. Fang Chun, seeing that I once helped you, can you let my senior apprentice sister go? She asked in a low voice. My senior apprentice sister did something wrong, but she also received the punishment she deserved. Severing her limbs is the greatest punishment you can give her. Furthermore, yours is fine now, so I shamelessly ask you to let my senior apprentice sister go. The Empress Xian Su was also somewhat displeased after learning about what heavenly goddess Lien Yi had done to Star and Moon. However, she was still a senior apprentice sister of the same sect, so she could not just stand by and watch her die. Empress Yin Su, I am very grateful for the care you have shown you. Fong Chun released Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi's hand and said, I'll give you a chance this time. Let Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi go. But for now on, you and her are no longer master and disciple. Hearing this, the Empress of Xianchu's face was full of appreciation. She extended her hands and helped Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi to her feet. Scram, I don't need your pity. Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi struggled for a moment before knocking the Empress of Xian Su's hand aside. She had already lost her mind. For countless years, her only dream was to become a true god. Now, Fong Chun had destroyed her only hope. She had nothing left to live for. She didn't want to compromise. Ha ha ha. Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi was in an extremely sorry state, but she was laughing wildly. Fong Chun, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Fong Chen's brows furrowed upon hearing Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi's words. The Empress of Xian Su hurriedly pulled Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi over and tried to dissuade her. Senior sister, you've already become like this. Are you still not going to give up? Scram, I don't need your help. Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi roared angrily. Bam! Right at this moment, two figures suddenly descended from the sky. They crashed into the ground with a thump. Fong Chen looked over and discovered that these two were the Heavenly Prison Saint and Spirit King Han Long of the Divine Sun sect. Their bodies were covered in blood, and their limbs had been crippled. They were tossed onto the Lotus Mountain Plaza. Big Brother Han Long. Fong Chen's figure flashed and appeared in front of the two. His eyes were bloodshot and his heart was burning with rage. Ha ha ha, Fong Chun, if I'm having a hard time, you won't have a good time either. Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi laughed maniacally. A group of people walked out from the sky. The leader was the Zhou family patriarch. Behind him stood many elders of the Zhou family. Fong Chun, are you very angry? This is just some interest collected in advance. If you dare to kill Lei, the Zhou family will tear you to pieces, the Zhou family patriarch said coldly. Fong Chun bared his teeth and turned to look at Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi. The Zhou family's arrival probably had something to do with Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi. At this moment, the Empress of Xian Su also felt Fong Chen's terrifying gaze. Her face was full of apology. She pulled Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi and said, Senior sister, that's enough. This is the last time. Fong Chen said coldly, his killing intent surging. The Empress of Xian Su's body trembled. Then she said without looking back, Thank you. With that, the Empress of Xian Su left Lotus Mountain with Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi. At the peak of Lotus Mountain, the Zhou family and Fong Chun faced each other. Fong Chun transmitted his voice to Little Mouse, telling the four of them to take Star and Moon and leave Lotus Mountain first. Although Little Mouse didn't want to, they had no choice. If they didn't leave, they would be a burden to their boss. Brothers, I will avenge you, Fong Chun said to himself. The Ice Dragon Spirit King and the Heavenly Prison Saint were also taken away by Xiao Huang. In the blink of an eye, only the Zhou family was left on Lotus Mountain. Patriarch, let me capture this kid. A heavenly god of the Zhou family cupped his fists and said, Be careful. This person was able to severely injure Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi. He's extraordinary, the Zhou family patriarch said. In fact, when he came to Lotus Mountain and saw Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi's condition, he was also quite shocked. This kid's growth potential was simply too terrifying. Kid die. The Heavenly God Realm Elder growled and quickly launched a thunderous attack on Fong Chun. Fong Chun sneered, his killing intent surging. Whoosh! Fong Chun set up a saint-level formation, instantly enveloping the Zhou family. Today, none of you from a Zhou family will leave here. Fong Chen's eyes were scarlet. With a hidden star sword in hand, he suddenly slashed out. Poochie! Without any resistance. The hidden star sword drew a strange trajectory in the void and ruthlessly slashed the Heavenly God Realm Elder's body. With a crack, the Heavenly God Realm Elder's body was split in half, and he died instantly. Patriarch, this kid is unusually strong. I think we should attack together. Another elder saw the situation and said in a low voice, to be able to force heavenly goddess Lian Yi into such a state, Fong Chen's strength was valued by the Zhou family. Attack together and capture this kid. With the Zhou family patriarch as the leader, many heavenly god realm elders attacked together. Whoosh! Streaks of powerful attacks shuttled through the formation and finally converged together, posing a great threat to Fong Chun. However, from the beginning to the end, Fong Chun stood alone in the saint-level formation with the hidden star sword in hand. Immemorial soul refining art. This battle turned the sky dark and the earth dark. Fong Chun used all 5 sword moves of the immemorial soul refining art. Every time the hidden star sword was swung, a heavenly god realm elder would be killed. In a few breaths' time, 3 heavenly god realm elders had died. This was too great a loss for the Zhou family. Damn it! Seeing this, the Zhou family patriarch spread out his hands, and a shocking war hammer appeared instantly. Then he circulated all the strength in his body and fiercely slammed it down on Fong Chun. Kill! Fong Chun used the space-time book, his figure appearing and disappearing like a ghost. The Zhou family members were unable to track him at all, and he was sneak attacking the Zhou family members when they least expected it. Sky God realm elders of the Zhou clan died to his sword one after another. This made the Zhou clan leader even more furious. Boom! Hammer after hammer smashed down, causing the Saint Grade Spirit Array to shake and cracks to appear on its surface. Kid, I want you dead. Following the Zhou family patriarch's angry roar, the Saint-level formation shattered and Fong Chen's figure was exposed in front of everyone. The remaining heavenly god realm elders and the Zhou family patriarch attacked together, wanting to completely suppress Fong Chun. However, seeing this scene, Fong Chen's face revealed a sly smile. After today, the Zhou family will no longer exist in the easternmost land. As soon as Fong Chen's voice fell, the immemorial soul refining art was used again. The golden heart beat rapidly. The power of the 5 great rules fused with the golden liquid, erupting with the strongest power. Fong Chun was like a god of death standing on the ground. Every time the hidden star sword in his hand was swung, one of the opponents would be killed. Pucci, on the other hand, the Zhou family members could not track Fong Chen's movements at all. Patriarch, we can't track this kid's movements at all. Seeing that the many experts of the Zhou family who came to Lotus Flower Mountain were about to be wiped out, an elder said in a deep voice. The Zhou family patriarch's eyes flickered. Then he quickly took out a communication jade pendant from his chest and sent the message back. On Lotus Flower Mountain, the sound of killing shook the sky. Fong Chun went on a killing spree, not leaving a single one of the Zhou family's members alive. In just half an hour, blood flowed like a river on Lotus Flower Mountain. Chapter 1821. Dozens of heavenly god realm powerhouses followed the Zhou clan leader to Lotus Mountain. When they came, they were very confident that they would be able to capture Fong Chun. When they arrived at the foot of Lotus Mountain, they ran into the Ice Dragon Spirit King and the Sky Prison Saint. In a rage, they captured the 2 of them, broke their limbs, and threw them on Lotus Mountain. The Zhou family patriarch held his warhammer and looked around the plaza. There were corpses everywhere. His face was gloomy, and his clothes were in tatters. No one had ever forced him to this extent. Now he finally knew why heavenly god Lian had ended up in such a miserable state. How did this brat grow so strong so quickly? The Zhou family patriarch couldn't understand. His hatred for Fong Chun had reached its peak. He only hoped that the patriarch could hurry over and suppress this brat. Are you very angry? Very unwilling? Fong Chun looked at the Zhou family patriarch and asked coldly, when you broke someone's limbs, you should have been prepared to bear the consequences. In 10 years, Fong Chen's strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. Back then, he was only a deity. Now he had killed many heavenly gods in succession. He could be called invincible in the heavenly god realm. Brat, I admit that my Zhou family's plan back then failed. The Zhou family patriarch said coldly, if I knew you had such potential, I would have used the entire family's strength to kill you. What a pity. The Zhou family patriarch's words were also filled with helplessness. However, do you think you can escape today? The Zhou family patriarch changed the topic and sneered. If it's a one-on-one fight, I admit that I can't beat you. However, the reason my Zhou family has been able to stand tall in the easternmost land for countless years is not because of me. It's because of my Zhou family's true foundation. That foundation isn't something trash like you can imagine. You want to talk about foundation with me? Fang Chun spread out his hands and said, then I want to see if your Zhou family's foundation can stop me in the end. Or rather, before your Zhou family's foundation arrives, I want to see if I can kill you. After saying that, Fang Chun used the Book of Time and Space and hid himself in the void. The Zhou family patriarch's face changed greatly. He looked around, vigilantly guarding against Fang Chun. However, the power of the Book of Time and Space was beyond his imagination. Swoosh! Fang Chun suddenly appeared behind the Zhou clan's patriarch. The star-hidden sword trembled, and a destructive aura emerged and ruthlessly pierced into the Zhou clan's body. Stop! A furious roar came from the distant horizon. Then, dark clouds gathered in the sky. Violent winds and torrential rain, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. An aura that made one's soul tremble rapidly shot over from the distant horizon. As it did so, it condensed into a huge hand that grabbed at Fang Chun. A true god? Fang Chun's expression changed, and then he sneered. Although I can't resist the power of a true god, I can at least kill him. At this time, Fang Chun increased the strength of the hidden star sword in his hand. 5 major sword moves were launched at the same time. Tens of thousands of sword lights pierced into the body of the Zhou clan patriarch. Pucci, the body of the Zhou clan's patriarch, was riddled with holes. He spat out mouthfuls of blood, his face extremely pale. Go to hell. Fang Chun let out a low growl and launched another attack. The body of the Zhou clan's patriarch exploded with a boom, and his soul escaped directly. You can't escape. Fang Chun leaped and arrived at the place where the Zhou clan's patriarch's soul escaped. Then, the star-hidden sword ruthlessly attacked. I told you to stop. In the distant horizon, a furious roar sounded again. The earth-shattering hand whizzed and directly pressed down from the sky. Fang Chun took the risk of being hit by the earth-shattering hand and resolutely stabbed with his sword. Pucci, this sword directly destroyed the Zhou clan's patriarch's soul. Boom! At this time, the earth-shattering hand directly suppressed Fang Chun. With a boom, a huge pit was smashed in the ground. After the earth-shattering attack, the earth-shattering hand quickly dissipated. In the distant horizon, a figure hurriedly rushed over. Cough, cough! Fang Chun coughed a few times and climbed out of the soil in a sorry state. However, he didn't suffer any injuries. Whoosh! Whoosh! In just a few breaths of time, the Zhou clan's patriarch arrived. His body contained an extremely terrifying aura as he stared at Fang Chun. I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? Berated the Zhou clan's patriarch furiously. A grand true god also dares to use sneak attacks. I've finally seen it for myself. Fang Chun sneered without any fear. Huh. The Zhou clan's patriarch revealed a sinister smile. After so many years, the world seems to have forgotten about me. The Zhou clan's patriarch's aura locked onto Fang Chun, making the latter feel extremely heavy. My Zhou clan's people are not people you can kill. The Zhou clan's patriarch looked down at Fang Chun from above. When a true god was enraged, the heavens would collapse. Heavenly gods couldn't resist at all. Fang Chun was still all right. Under the true god's aura, he could still remain calm. Kill! The Zhou clan's patriarch extended his hand, and a terrifying power instantly swept out. Seeing this, Fang Chun's heart shook, and he hastily used the space-time book. The Zhou clan's patriarch was an angry true god. He didn't dare resist. In truth, Fang Chun had guessed that the Zhou clan should have some foundation, but he hadn't expected their true god to be so powerful. Do you think I can't do anything to you if you hide in the void? The Zhou clan's patriarch snorted and punched the void. He immediately locked onto Fang Chun's position and forced Fang Chun out. Crash! Fang Chun had set up a saint-level formation, wanting to buy himself some time to escape. Bang! However, he had underestimated a true god's power. The Zhou clan's patriarch's punch had shattered the formation. At this moment, in the clouds, the Zhou clan's patriarch sneered. The Sky Sword Grandmaster nodded in satisfaction. He was very satisfied with Fang Qin's performance. Fang Qin's potential is too great. At the Divine Ancestor realm, he can kill a peak heavenly god. Moreover, he can last so long against the Divine Emperor. The Sky Sword Patriarch nodded. At the same time, he felt that the time was about right. Fang Qin couldn't hold on any longer. It was time for him to act. Zhou Yu, you're lowering yourself to deal with a Divine Ancestor. That's beneath your dignity. Suddenly, a voice came from the void. Then, a terrifying aura whistled and blocked the Zhou clan's patriarch's attack. The Sky Sword Patriarch appeared in front of Fang Qin and smiled at the Zhou clan's patriarch. It's you. You're still alive. The Zhou clan's patriarch's eyes widened in disbelief. Not only was the Sky Sword Patriarch alive, but he had also become a true god. However, after a moment of surprise, the Zhou clan's patriarch snorted. So what if you've become a true god? You should know the difference between a divine king and a divine emperor. You can't stop me. Hearing this, the Sky Sword sect member grinned. Rain Emperor, have you forgotten that I was the strongest genius of the divine world back then? The Sky Sword Patriarch? The Sky Sword Patriarch. These 4 words represented peak talent. Anyone who heard these 4 words would think of the Sky Sword Patriarch of the divine world's younger generation. And now, the Sky Sword Patriarch who had been missing for countless years had returned as a true god. Back then, I was able to fight against heavenly gods at the Divine Ancestor realm. Now that I've stepped into the Divine King realm, how strong do you think I've become? The Sky Sword Patriarch smiled. Sky Sword Patriarch, no, I should call you Sky Sword God King now. Are you sure you want to force this old man to act? The Rain Emperor said coldly. I owe him a favor, said the Sky Sword God King. Fang Qin stood quietly behind the Sky Sword Patriarch, his heart trembling. However, he was relieved. The Zhou clan's true god expert couldn't do anything to him. It seems that after countless years, the divine world has forgotten about me, the Sky Sword Patriarch. The Sky Sword God King sneered. He spread his hands, and sword light surged out from his palms. Since that's the case, I'll have a taste of Rain Emperor's moves. The Rain Emperor was the Zhou clan's patriarch. His real name was Zhou Yu. Because he was a divine emperor expert, he was called the Rain Emperor. When the Rain Emperor heard this, he sneered coldly, his whole body brimming with battle intent. He knew that if he didn't get rid of the Sky Sword God King today, he wouldn't be able to kill Fang Qin. Chapter 1822. Fang Qin had single-handedly destroyed Lotus Flower Mountain and severed heavenly god Lian's limbs. If not for Empress Xian Su's plea, God Lian, he would have died. Then, he killed all the heavenly god elders of the Zhou clan with his overwhelming strength. This included the Zhou clan leader. The Rain Emperor was furious. The Zhou clan had been the easternmost land of the god realm for countless years, and no one dared to disrespect the Zhou clan like this. More importantly, the person in front of him was just a weak divine ancestor. The Rain Emperor was the foundation of the Zhou clan, and there weren't many true god powerhouses in the entire god realm. The Rain Emperor was the reason why the Zhou clan could become a clan second only to the 7 apex powers. Without him, the Zhou clan wouldn't have been able to survive until now. With the Rain Emperor around, even other true god powerhouses would also be a little wary. And now, the Rain Emperor was going to tear this damn guy into pieces. But at the crucial moment, the long-lost Sky Sword Grandmaster appeared, and he was as dazzling as ever. After so many years, he had already become a divine king. True gods were divided into 3 small realms. They were the Divine King, Divine Emperor, and Divine Emperor. Stepping into the Divine King realm meant standing at the peak of the God realm, and Divine Emperor powerhouses were equivalent to the upper echelons of the 7 apex powers. As for Divine Emperor powerhouses, only the 7 apex powers had them. In the entire God realm, there were only a few dozen true gods, but there were no more than 10 Divine Emperors, and this was a conservative estimate. The birth of every god emperor represented the rise of a force. That was how the Sky Bone Palace rose in the past. The strongest human in countless eras, the Bone Progenitor, had become a peak powerhouse in the god realm. In this age of chaos, it was almost impossible for a cosmos god to appear. The peak of cultivation was the divine emperor realm. The Rain Emperor could become a divine emperor, and that was enough to show his terrifying strength. But the Sky Sword God King was fearless. When he was a divine ancestor, he dared to challenge heavenly gods. At that time, he was one of the most dazzling heavenly gods in the god realm. Now, he had returned after disappearing for countless years, and he wanted to prove to the world that he was still one of the most dazzling true gods, even though he was just a divine king powerhouse. To a god emperor, it was not even worth mentioning. However, facing the Rain Emperor, he still had some confidence. Heavenly Sword God King, I hope you won't disappoint this old man. Around the Rain Emperor's body, raindrops instantly filled the sky. These raindrops were very mystical. They circled around the Rain Emperor and formed a screen of light. Seeing this, Heavenly Sword God King's face turned grim. With a long sword in his hand, a terrifying sword chi emanated from his body. Yu-1. The aura emitted by the two great true god powerhouses made Fang Chun extremely shocked. His body quickly retreated until he reached a safe place. Only then did he stop. His eyes burned as he stared at the peak of Lotus Mountain. A great battle between true god powerhouses was something that was hard to come by in 100 years. If he could watch a battle, he might be able to comprehend it on the spot. The gap between the Divine King realm and the Divine Emperor realm is huge. I wonder if Heavenly Sword God King can handle it. Fang Chun thought to himself. Right now, he had no other choice. The Rain Emperor was too strong. He did not even have the ability to resist. Even the Time and Space Book was unable to escape and scathe in front of the Rain Emperor. The only thing he could do now was to pray that Heavenly Sword God King was strong enough to be as dazzling as he was back then. Walla the Rain Emperor was the first to make a move. He opened his hand and pulled. Instantly, the screen of light formed by the water droplets around him rapidly turned into water droplets that filled the sky. They carried a terrifying power and attacked Heavenly Sword God King. Fang Chun, who was watching the battle from afar, was shocked. He could clearly feel that each of the water droplets in the sky contained a majestic power of the rule of creation, as expected of a true god powerhouse. To be able to use the creation rule energy to such an extent. Although the Rain Emperor was his enemy, Fang Chun had to admit that the gap between him and a true god powerhouse was not just a little bit. I wonder how the Heavenly Sword God King will block it. Fang Chun's gaze fell on the Heavenly Sword God King. Actually, to Fang Chun, he could only gain something by watching the battle of the Heavenly Sword God King. The Heavenly Sword God King's comprehension of the Sword Tao had reached an unimaginable level. Whoosh! Just as the water droplets were about to touch his body, the Heavenly Sword God King did an unbelievable action. He threw the sword in his hand into the sky. Then, he opened his palm, and the destruction rule energy in the air was instantly sucked into his palm. Boom! The water droplets that filled the sky ruthlessly hit the Heavenly Sword God King's body. Oomph! The Heavenly Sword God King is only SOSO. Seeing this, the Rain Emperor sneered. The Heavenly Sword God King of the past was so sharp. However, even such a peerless genius could not withstand the invasion of time. The current Heavenly Sword God King was just a mediocre person. Yu-2. Originally, he was worried that the Heavenly Sword God King might have some trump card. Now that he thought about it, it was completely unnecessary. The Rain Emperor laughed loudly. He waved his hand and controlled the water droplets to continue attacking the Heavenly Sword God King. His face was full of ridicule. Fang Chun was also a little anxious. Why did the Heavenly Sword God King not block it? What was he trying to do? However, just as Fang Chun was anxious, a shocking scene suddenly occurred. Whoosh! The long sword that was thrown into the sky suddenly began to spin. Rays of sword light shot out from the long sword. These rays of sword light contained extremely terrifying destruction rule energy. They whistled and instantly pierced the water droplets. This, Fang Chen's heart was in a perilous situation. Destruction, Sword Dao. This was the true destruction, Sword Dao. All along, Fang Chen had been troubled by the destruction, Sword Dao. Today, he finally saw the true destruction, Sword Dao. Too powerful. This attack is probably not weaker than the Rain Emperor's water droplets attack. Fang Chen sighed. Gotcha. What was shocking was that the countless rays of sword light shot out from the sword and instantly pierced the water droplets. The endless water droplets were pierced by the sword light and then destroyed. Fang Chen was completely shocked. To be able to control the attack to such an extent, the heavenly sword god king was indeed a genius in the sword Dao. Fang Chen was ashamed of his inferiority. The Rain Emperor, who was controlling the water droplets in the sky, had a slight change in expression. He let out a soft sound of surprise. Soon after, he laughed sinisterly. This is more like the arrogant heavenly sword sect from back then. After saying that, the Rain Emperor's figure flickered and appeared in front of the heavenly sword god king, engaging in close combat. Rumble, a deafening sound resounded through the sky. The energy fluctuations emitted from the battle between true god experts caused the Lotus Mountain to tremble. Fang Chen had already left the Lotus Mountain long ago. He was somewhat unable to bear the terrifying aura. Crack! In a short moment, the two Lotus Mountains were pierced through. The towering Lotus Mountain that reached the clouds was constantly falling. As the battle between the two intensified, the speed of the Lotus Mountain falling became faster and faster. In the end, it directly collapsed. UU3 boom. Fang Chen was at the foot of the Lotus Mountain. He was dumbstruck as he watched this scene. Let's go. He activated the time-space book and traveled through space, rapidly moving to a distant place. In the small town at the foot of the Lotus Mountain, many true gods and even heavenly gods had come because of its reputation. They were resting in the small town. They were chatting and laughing. Some were talking about the Lotus Mountain, and some were talking about the Zhou family. In short, none of the true gods in the small town noticed the situation of the Lotus Mountain. Boom! A terrifying aura spread out. All of a sudden, someone in the small town roared. Immediately, everyone's gaze fell on the Lotus Mountain not far away. They saw a shocking scene. The Lotus Mountain was collapsing and falling. That aura made their scalps tingle. Run! Someone shouted. Suddenly, the entire small town was in a mess. Dong! The Lotus Mountain was falling faster and faster. The true gods in the small town were fleeing in panic. They had no idea that there were two true god experts fighting fiercely at the peak of the falling Lotus Mountain. Boom! The entire ground was shaking. The collapsed Lotus Mountain smashed a deep hole in the ground. Above the ruins, smoke lingered. The small town disappeared in an instant. Many true gods who did not manage to escape in time were left here forever. What's going on? In the distance, Fang Chen stared at the ruins. With smoke lingering around, he could not see what was happening inside. He was very worried about the heavenly sword god king. Rumble. Chapter 1823. A black gold light shot up into the sky. It was as if it had existed since ancient times. When Fang Chen saw this scene, his heart finally relaxed. Heavenly Sword Godly King was still that dazzling genius who led the entire divine world. Hung long above the ruins of a lotus flower mountain, a trembling sound could be heard. Closely following that, shattered rocks flew everywhere. An old man with disheveled hair rushed out from within. His robe was in a sorry state. Rain Emperor actually did not gain the upper hand in the confrontation with Heavenly Sword Godly King. That was shocking. In the sky, Rain Emperor's aura was chaotic. His eyes were filled with cold, killing intent as he glared at Heavenly Sword Godly King. As for the latter, he was like a sharp sword as he stood before him. Even though he was in a sorry state, this battle was delightful. Rain Emperor, I didn't disappoint you, right? Heavenly Sword Godly King grinned. Rain Emperor's expression changed. He glared at the distant Fong Chun and asked coldly, "Heavenly Sword Godly King, do you think you can protect him forever? As long as I am around, you can forget about touching him." Heavenly Sword Godly King said solemnly, "I don't care if heavenly gods act against him. But if true gods act, I, Heavenly Sword Godly King, will not sit by idly." The meaning of Heavenly Sword Godly King was clear. He did not intend to protect Fong Chun. If it was a fair battle, he would naturally not interfere. True gods were lofty existences. In their eyes, heavenly gods were merely trash. They wanted to become cosmos gods. In their hearts, unless it was revenge for the extermination of their clan, they would not care about such trivial matters. It was too easy for true gods to kill heavenly gods. In the entire Zhou clan, more than half of the heavenly gods were killed by Fong Chun. Even the current patriarch fell. How could Rain Emperor give up on this revenge? Even if he was a true god, he had to lower his status to act against Fong Chun. But now, the appearance of Heavenly Sword Godly King had caused a huge change in the battle. After the previous battle, Rain Emperor felt his heart trembling. Heavenly Sword Godly King was still that peerless genius in the past. A godly king could actually fight him to a draw. How could this not shock Rain Emperor? He has an irreconcilable enmity with my Zhou clan. I will not let him off, the Rain Emperor said coldly. Heavenly Sword Divine King sneered and ignored Rain Emperor's words. Yu won. The Rain Emperor glanced at Fong Chun, and killing intent flickered in the depths of his eyes. In the end, he disappeared from the ruins. Today's grudge will be avenged in the future. These words were directed at Heavenly Sword God King. With such a huge commotion happening, some true gods who had been in seclusion were also alarmed. Heavenly Sword Divine King could sense that there were 3 Divine King experts within a radius of 1,000 miles. There was even a Divine Emperor among them. However, they were all just watching. At their level, unless it was a life and death grudge, they would not easily take sides. Of course, the upper echelons of the 7 top forces were an exception. Secretly, the 3 God Kings and the God Emperor's side. Another peerless genius was born. Back then, the Bone Progenitor had brought the Skybone Palace to the level of the 7 great powers with his amazing strength. And now, another Heavenly Sword Divine King had appeared. Fortunately, Heavenly Sword Divine King was not as monstrous as the Bone Progenitor back then. The 4 of them secretly conversed for a while and then left. Whoosh! Heavenly Sword Divine King came to the front of Fong Chun and asked with a smile, "Are you all right?" "Senior, thank you for saving me." Fong Chun cupped his fists and thanked him. Heavenly Sword Divine King chuckled and said, "Kid, how long have we been apart? You actually caused such a huge commotion." Fong Chun smiled and did not say anything. Now, the grudge was finally avenged. Although there were some twists and turns along the way, the Lotus Mountain was destroyed in the end. Even the Zhou family suffered heavy losses. If not for the Rain Emperor's appearance, the Zhou family would also be destroyed. The Rain Emperor is a vengeful person. You killed so many heavenly gods of the Zhou family. The Rain Emperor already hates you to the bone. As long as he finds a chance, he will definitely kill you. I can't protect you all the time. Heavenly Sword Divine King said slowly, "You can't stay in the easternmost land. You should leave this place as soon as possible." The reason why the Rain Emperor did not make a move on Fong Chun was entirely because of Heavenly Sword Divine King. He was waiting for an opportunity, waiting for Heavenly Sword Divine King to leave. Yu too. Once Fong Chun and Heavenly Sword Divine King were separated, he would make a move on Fong Chun. "I know," Fong Chun said. "Where are you going next? I can bring you along." Heavenly Sword Divine King said. Fong Chun felt warmth in his heart. How could he not know that Heavenly Sword Divine King was protecting him? "Thank you, Senior." Fong Chun was very grateful to Heavenly Sword Divine King. However, at this moment, Fong Chun suddenly thought of his wife, Star and Moon. "Not good, you heir she." Fong Chun's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly contacted the little mouse and flew away at high speed. Heavenly Sword Divine King grabbed Fong Chun and his speed suddenly increased. Fang Chen was shocked. He thought that his speed was already fast enough. He did not expect that the speed of a true god expert was actually so fast. Fang Chen was shocked to discover that the flow of time around him was changing. Is this an application of the temporal laws? Fang Chen thought to himself. A moment later, Fang Chen saw the little mouse and Xiao Huang. Where's you, Fang Chen hurriedly asked. The little mouse pointed at the star and moon lying on the limestone in front of them. Fang Chen hastily walked over and checked. Seeing that there were no major problems, he let out a sigh of relief. Boss, are you all right? The little mouse asked. Fang Chen shook his head, indicating that he was fine. Heavenly Sword Divine King, who was behind Fang Chen, was surprised to see the star and moon. Senior, what's wrong? Heavenly Sword Divine King walked in front of the limestone and pressed his finger on the pulse of the star and moon. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed. UU3. A moment later, Heavenly Sword Divine King opened his eyes wide, looking at the star and moon with joy. Fang Chen, your wife is not simple. Heavenly Sword Divine King said. Please enlighten me. Fang Chen cupped his fists. Mysterious Een Phoenix Physique. There's actually a mysterious Een Phoenix Physique in this world. This is really an eye-opener. Heavenly Sword Divine King sighed. Senior, what is a mysterious Een Phoenix Physique? Fang Chen was even more puzzled. His wife clearly had a mysterious Een Phoenix Physique. So why did Heavenly Sword Divine King say that she had a mysterious Een Phoenix Physique? Fang Chen was puzzled. Mysterious Een Phoenix Physique is a legend that does not exist in this world. Heavenly Sword Divine King said, You should know that our current universe epoch is the 18th epoch. Fang Chen nodded. He naturally knew this. Every universe epoch was roughly 10 billion years. Some universe epochs were longer, while some were shorter. It depended on how much destruction the cultivator caused to the universe. Hence, this was the real reason why the 7 pinnacle powers of the deity world joined hands to annihilate the Holy Light religion. Moreover, this universe epoch had only passed for 800 million years. It was still a long time. It is said that in the 7th universe epoch, a mysterious Een Phoenix Physique appeared. Heavenly Sword Divine King said, Finally, the owner of the mysterious Een Phoenix Physique became a universe supreme master. Is a mysterious Een Phoenix Physique very powerful? Fang Chen asked. The mysterious Een Phoenix Physique is of extreme cold. As for the Phoenix Physique, it belongs to the fire attribute. The Phoenix Physique is of extreme heat. Heavenly Sword Divine King said, Think about it. Extreme cold and extreme heat are mortal enemies. Yet the mysterious Een Phoenix Physique is able to fuse the two together. Don't you think it is powerful? Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart trembled. According to what Heavenly Sword Divine King said, the mysterious Een Phoenix Physique was indeed powerful. Your wife's mysterious Een Phoenix Physique should be a type of mysterious Een Physique that transformed into it by chance. At the current stage, the mysterious Een Phoenix Physique has not completely awakened. Once it awakens, it will be incredible. Heavenly Sword Divine King said, You must not let the outside world know about your wife's mysterious Een Phoenix Physique. Otherwise, you will invite trouble. Legend has it that it was passed down from the 7th universe epoch. In the entire universe, those pinnacle powers knew how powerful the mysterious Een Phoenix Physique was. However, they had never seen it before. Until now, many universe epochs had passed, and the mysterious Een Phoenix Physique had finally appeared. Fang Chen nodded inwardly. He firmly remembered Heavenly Sword Divine King's words in his heart. Most likely, even Heavenly God Lien, he did not recognize it. Otherwise, she would not have announced the existence of the star and moon to the outside world. Chapter 1824. The mysterious Een Phoenix Physique was just a legend in the God world. It had been passed down for more than one era, starting from the 7th era. There was no such special physique as the mysterious Een Phoenix Physique in the vast universe. However, in the 7th era, an expert appeared and explained to everyone what the mysterious Een Phoenix Physique was. In the years that followed, the mysterious phoenix physique became synonymous with the strongest. However, after the 7th era, the mysterious phoenix physique did not appear again. However, in the 18th era, it appeared again. The mysterious phoenix physique was too powerful, so powerful that ordinary heavenly gods did not know about it. Only those true god experts would know about it. The mysterious phoenix physique was hidden very well. If Heavenly Sword God King did not take Star and Moon's pulse personally, he would not have discovered it. After listening to Heavenly Sword God King's explanation, Fang Chun was even more shocked. He looked at his wife with burning eyes and sighed in his heart. Outsiders must not know about it. Fang Chun said to himself, "It seems that the god world is going to be in chaos." Heavenly Sword God King said, "The appearance of the mysterious phoenix physique will definitely shake the entire god world." Senior. Fang Chun wanted to say something, but was stopped by Heavenly Sword God King. "I know what you want to say. I will not say anything unnecessary. I will take you out of the easternmost land," Heavenly Sword God King said. Fang Chun nodded. When Heavenly Sword God King was about to leave, he saw the injured Heavenly Prison Saint and Ice Dragon Spirit King. Whoosh! With a flick of his finger, 2 rays of light shot into the bodies of the 2 people. Immediately, the 2 people's spirits were lifted and they thanked him. "Thank you, Senior." "Big Brother Ice Dragon, you 2 come with us too?" Fang Chun asked. Ice Dragon Spirit King shook his head. He came to help, but not only did he not help, but he also dragged Fang Chun down. He wanted to return to the Shang Sun sect and get through this with his senior brother. "We will return to the Shang Sun sect," Heavenly Prison Saint said firmly. Fang Chun was a little hesitant. However, Heavenly Sword God King spoke. "You don't have to worry. Although the Rain Emperor is very angry, he is still very angry. But he won't vent his anger on the Shang Sun sect. After all, he is also a divine emperor. He won't lower himself to deal with the Shang Sun sect. The person that the Rain's sovereign truly hates is you. It has nothing to do with the Shang Sun sect." After hearing what the Heavenly Sword Divine King said, Fang Chun finally felt relieved. Yu won. In truth, he didn't want to take the Frost Dragon Spirit King with him, because he was now the Rain Emperor's target. If he followed him, the Frost Dragon Spirit King would also be in danger. "Then let's send them back to Shang Sun sect first," Fang Chun said. The group hurried on their way. With a true god powerhouse around, there was no need to worry about speed. In just 5 days, they returned to the Shang Sun sect. After settling the Frost Dragon Spirit King and the Heavenly Prison Saint in the Shang Sun sect, Fang Chun met with Realm Lord Fu Mo. The latter had been suppressed for so many years and had finally escaped after much difficulty. He was tired of the disputes in the realm of the gods and wanted to cultivate diligently in the Shang Sun sect. The Shang Sun sect lord was very happy about this and accepted it gladly. Fang Chun felt sorry for the Shang Sun sect. Because of him, the Frost Dragon Spirit King and the Heavenly Prison Saint were seriously injured. "Brother Han Long, this is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you won't refuse." Fang Chun took out a Sumeru ring and handed it to the Frost Dragon Spirit King. The latter wanted to refuse, but when he saw the sincere expression on Fang Chun's face, he took the Sumeru ring. Immediately, he opened the Sumeru ring. The Frost Dragon Spirit King was shocked. This, the Frost Dragon Spirit King didn't dare to imagine. His eyes widened, and a storm rose in his heart. "Junior brother Han Long, what's wrong?" the Shang Sun sect lord asked curiously. Voila! Spirit King Frost Dragon's thoughts stirred. He instantly released everything from his spatial ring. The huge square was suddenly piled up like a mountain. The Shang Sun sect lord looked over and was shocked. "These are divine weapons." There were at least tens of thousands of divine weapons piled up like a mountain. Fang Chun actually gave so many to the Shang Sun sect. "There's more." The Frost Dragon Spirit King continued. Suddenly, a large number of heavenly divine weapons appeared. Roughly estimating, there were at least 100 heavenly divine weapons. Although most of them were low or middle grade, it was enough to shock people. This was definitely a precious treasure. With these divine weapons and heavenly divine weapons, It wouldn't take long for the Shungsun sect to rise again. Brother Fong, these gifts are too precious. We can't accept them. The Frost Dragon Spirit King took a deep breath and said slowly. You too. Fong Chen grinned and said, Brother Han Long, these things are insignificant to me. I'm happy to be able to help the Shungsun sect. Just accept them. Although Fong Chen said so, the Frost Dragon Spirit King and the others were still unwilling to accept such a large amount of wealth. Seeing this, Fong Chen shook his head helplessly and said, I'm a saint-level swordsmith. What saint level? The Shungsun sect lord in the heavenly prison saint stared at Fong Chen with wide eyes. The Frost Dragon Spirit King was very excited. Ha ha! I knew my brother was a talent. The Frost Dragon Spirit King laughed and put the mountain of divine weapons into his Sumru ring. Senior Heavenly Sword God King is still waiting. I'll leave first. Fong Chen said goodbye to the three and left. What he didn't know was that the divine weapons he left behind would become the foundation for the Shungsun sect's rise in the future. After leaving the Shungsun sect, Heavenly Sword God King led Fong Chen and the others and quickly moved forward. After another half a month, they finally arrived at the edge of the easternmost land. Where are you going? Heavenly Sword God King asked. In fact, Fong Chen wanted to go to the Celestial Bone Palace. But later, he changed his mind. His wife, Star and Moon, had the Xianyin Phoenix body. If she went to the Sky Bone Palace, she would be discovered by the Bone Progenitor. Even though the Bone Progenitor was the ancestor of the human race, every true god cultivated crazily to become a cosmos god. Moreover, the Bone Progenitor was a legendary god emperor. He might have other ideas. With Fong Chen's current strength, it was impossible for him to fight against the Bone Progenitor. He thought of the dragon scale and his Sumru ring and finally decided to go to the easternmost land. It was also the place where he made his name in the deity world. I'm going to the easternmost land. Fong Chen said. Heavenly Sword God King nodded. I'm going to other places. Let's part ways here. In the easternmost land, other than the South Tomb Sword Palace, no other power can threaten you. Be careful and don't provoke the South Tomb Sword Palace. I know. Fong Chen and the four little guys said goodbye to Heavenly Sword God King and crossed the endless mountain range to the easternmost land's northern region. There were many familiar powers here. The once powerful Ghost Dragon sect was destroyed by the Frost Dragon Spirit King because they colluded with the Sacred Light religion. EU3. At that time, Fong Chen was only a weak martial artist. In a flash, more than 10 years had passed. Fong Chen had become a high and mighty heavenly god powerhouse. Moreover, he was almost invincible among heavenly gods. I wonder how the Zhou clan's branch is doing. Fong Chen thought. The Rain Emperor's Zhou clan had an irreconcilable enmity with Fong Chen. However, the Zhou clan's branch was inextricably linked to Fong Chen. Boss, look. Fong Chen, who was resting, suddenly heard the voice and hurriedly turned to look. Sister-in-law is moving. Little Mouse said. Fong Chen's gaze was fixed on the star and moon. The latter's body was emitting a strange red light that was incomparably hot. Could it be that the mystic Phoenix physique is awakening? Fong Chen's heart trembled. He instantly set up a saint-level array to hide his wife. However, it was still too late. In a mountain range, several deity elders of Green He City had just killed a divine beast. Suddenly, a red light soared into the sky not far away. What's going on? One of the deities asked with his eyes wide open. The red light soared into the sky, and the aura is very strong. Could it be that a treasure has appeared? It's very likely. I've heard some rumors about this place before. Ha! The heavens are also helping us. Let's go over and take a look. A few true gods and elders rushed towards the direction where the red light was coming from. Although it was just a flash, the deity elders had already determined the location. In a short moment, the deity elders of Green He City arrived at the red light. Strange, why is there nothing here? That's right, that beam of red light was clearly emitted from here. Chapter 1825. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. It was as if everything had happened yesterday. Back when Fong Chen was in the extreme south, he had yet to become a deity. He was just an eternal realm cultivator. After experiencing a fierce battle in the 100,000 Mountains, he had followed Zhou Fa back to the Zhou family. After that, he had cultivated in the Zhou family. In the end, he had been brought to the extreme east by the Frost Dragon Spirit King. He had been gone for more than 10 years. In fact, most of that time, Fang Chun had been fleeing. However, 10 years later, he had returned and destroyed Lotus Flower Mountain and the Zhou family. In the end, he had even triggered a war between true god experts. Fang Chen's name had already become a household name in the extreme east. However, news of the deity world did not spread as quickly as imagined. At the very least, the weak deities rarely knew about the situation in other regions. Only the peak experts knew about it immediately. Standing within the formation, Fang Chun could easily see the elders of Green He City outside. "Boss, let me go out and destroy them." Little Mouse was very impulsive. Fang Chun shook his head to stop it. "It's just a few deities. There's no need." The stronger one was, the more their mentality would change. At this moment, Fang Chun also understood why the strong were unwilling to easily make a move against the weak. Disdain. After the elders of Green He City failed to find anything, they unwillingly left. When Fang Chen's gaze fell on Star and Moon again, the red light on the latter's body had already disappeared. "Boss, where are we going?" Little Mouse asked. "Let's go to the Zhou family," said Fang Chun. "Extreme south, northern region." Ever since the Ghost Dragon sect had been destroyed, the Zhou family had occupied all of the Ghost Dragon sect's territory and had suddenly become powerful. Moreover, many sects suspected that the Zhou family had the support of a mysterious heavenly god expert, so they did not dare to make a move against the Zhou family. In the past 10 years, the Zhou family had been like the sun at noon. Many outstanding young disciples had successfully stepped into the deity transformation realm. Among them, the most eye-catching one was Zhou Fa. Yu won. After stepping into the divine transformation realm, Zhou Fa's terrifying potential had completely erupted. In less than 3 years, he had advanced from the divine transformation realm to the true god realm. This speed had simply caused a stir in the northern region. After that, Zhou Fa used another 5 years to reach the divine spirit realm. He was far in the lead amongst the younger generation of the northern region, and he became the most dazzling existence. Along the way, Fang Chun heard many legends about Zhou Fa. He couldn't help but shake his head. That fellow from back then had finally grown up. Not long after, Fang Chun arrived in front of the Zhou clan city. While not wanting to cause unnecessary trouble, Fang Chun used the space-time book and easily entered the Zhou clan city. His divine sense spread out and instantly discovered Zhou Fa. Yes, Zhou Fa is fighting with someone. Fang Chun was somewhat puzzled. The person fighting with Zhou Fa seemed to be from the Heaven Weeping Gate. In the square of the Zhou clan city, countless people were watching. The person fighting against Zhou Fa was an elder from the Heaven Weeping Gate. It was said that when Zhou Fa went out to gain experience, he inadvertently killed an elder of the Heaven Weeping Gate. Because of this, the Heaven Weeping Gate was greatly shaken and wanted to avenge their elder. However, the Zhou clan's power was too strong. In the end, the Heaven Weeping Gate came up with such a method. The Heaven Weeping Gate sent out a divine spirit realm elder to fight against Zhou Fa. No matter what the result was, after this battle, all the grudges would be written off. The Zhou clan definitely didn't want to agree to this. However, Zhou Fa was extremely excited. The younger generation of the northern region had been left far behind by him. Being able to fight against the divine spirit realm expert of the older generation could stimulate one's potential. Boom! The elder of the Heaven Weeping Gate threw a punch at Zhou Fa. The latter's figure flickered and blocked the attack. The battle in the square was extremely fierce. At the beginning, Zhou Fa was still able to gain the upper hand. However, the elder of the Heaven Weeping Gate seemed to have changed into another person. He was abnormally fast and fierce, completely suppressing Zhou Fa. In the crowd, Fang Chun had already seen through the clues. Did he swallow an amplification-type pill? The corner of Fong Chen's mouth rose, revealing a strange smile. Shortly after, he flicked his finger, and a fine light beam instantly shot toward the elder of the Heaven-Weeping Gate. Yu too. At this moment, the elder of the Heaven-Weeping Gate launched his fiercest attack, firmly suppressing Zhou Fa. Fa. On the platform, the Zhou clan's patriarch and the others suddenly stood up and shouted loudly. Bang! Contrary to everyone's expectations, they all thought that Zhou Fa would be defeated. However, when the elder of the Heaven-Weeping Gate's attack was about to land on Zhou Fa's body, a terrifying rebound force suddenly appeared and sent the elder of the Heaven-Weeping Gate flying. Ha, good job. Everyone of the Zhou clan burst into laughter. As for the Heaven-Weeping Gate, their faces were gloomy. In the square, there was a sea of people. Everyone was shouting Zhou Fa's name. As for Zhou Fa himself, he was also somewhat stunned. What had happened just now? Why was the elder of the Heaven-Weeping Gate sent flying? Zhou Fa's mind was constantly thinking about what had happened just now. So much so that he didn't know what happened in the square. Zhou Fa. Fong Chen's voice entered Zhou Fa's mind. Immediately, Zhou Fa was shaken. Soon after, he discovered Fong Chen in the crowd. Crash! Fong Chen's figure was hidden in the void. Seeing this, Zhou Fa chased after him. After a while, in a certain elegant mansion. Brother Fong, I really didn't expect that you would come back. Seeing Fong Chen, Zhou Fa was very excited. Brother Zhou Fa, I trust you have been well since we last met, Fong Chen said with a smile. I might have to trouble you for the next period of time. Brother Fong, you can rest assured and stay in my mansion, Zhou Fa said as he spread his hands. Fong Chen nodded. Don't tell anyone about my return. I know. When he saw Fong Chen, Zhou Fa already knew that the person who had secretly attacked just now was definitely Fong Chen. At the same time, he was also shocked. He had already reached the divine spirit realm, but he was actually unable to see through Fong Chen. Thinking that Fong Chen might become a heavenly deity, Zhou Fa's heart trembled. Just like this, Fong Chen stayed in Zhou Fa's mansion and personally arranged a saint-level formation to envelop the mansion. EU3. Then, he placed Star and Moon in a secret room that he had personally created. Little Mouse, Xiao Huang, and the other three guarded it all day long, not allowing anyone to take a step closer. In the northern region, deities were already considered experts. There were almost no heavenly deities. Fong Chen wasn't worried at all. Star and Moon's profound Phoenix physique was awakening. It would probably take some time for them to awaken. For the southern region, the northern region was just a small place. The southern region's sword palace of the southern region looked down on the northern region. However, on this day, the disciples of the sword palace of the southern region appeared in the territory of the northern region. On a wide road, a black-clothed woman and a dignified man were walking side by side. Junior Sister Amo, the elder sent us to carry out the mission this time because he thinks highly of us, the dignified man said with a smile. We must do a good job. The black-clothed woman nodded and didn't say anything. If Fong Chen was here, he would definitely notice. These two people were acquaintances of the Sword Palace of the Southern Region's Handyman Hall. One of them had helped him in the past. Emoshinga and Zhuang Heng. After so many years, Emoshinga and Zhuang Heng had already established themselves in the Sword Palace of the Southern Region. Furthermore, they had become well-known figures among the fifth-generation disciples. There was even an outer palace elder who said that it wouldn't be long before the two of them could enter the inner palace and become core disciples. Core disciples of the inner palace had extremely high status. Only the top experts among heavenly deities could be considered inner disciples of the Sword Palace of the Southern Region. Outer palace disciples dreamed of becoming an inner palace disciple. This time, the outer palace elder had sent Emoshinga and Zhuang Heng to investigate a matter. Our Sword Palace of the Southern Region is one of the top 7 factions in the divine world. As long as the outer palace elder gives the order, a mere Zhou family is nothing. Zhuang Heng didn't understand. The mission given to them by the outer palace elder was to secretly contact the Zhou family's patriarch, secretly control the Zhou family and investigate the 100,000 mountains. How dare you make wild guesses about the Sword Palace's intentions? Emoshinga said coldly. Her body emitted a faint cold aura. She looked like she didn't want anyone to get close. All these years, Zhuangheng had been pursuing Emoshinga. However, he had been rejected time and time again. The competition in the Sword Palace of the southern region was extremely fierce. Inner disciples were still fine, but outer disciples like them were destined to work even harder. Otherwise, they would never be able to make a name for themselves. Shinga, how would I dare to make wild guesses about the Sword Palace's intentions? Zhuangheng laughed mischievously, then pointed at the huge city in front of them. Head to that huge city. That's the Zhou family's headquarters. Chapter 1826. Zhou Fa's residence. Fang Chun had officially settled down. Early in the morning, Zhou Fa hurriedly returned to the residence and found Fang Chun. Brother Fang, the disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace came to our Zhou family yesterday, said Zhou Fa. What? Fang Chun's expression turned grave when he heard that. The South Tomb Sword Palace was located in the southern region. To them, the northern region was just a small place. If the South Tomb Sword Palace was willing, they could occupy the entire northern region and the entire extreme south. However, the South Tomb Sword Palace did not do so. Although they were only separated by the 100,000 mountains, the South Tomb Sword Palace gave off a feeling of transcendence. Under normal circumstances, the disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace would never come to the northern region. What are they doing here? Fang Chun was somewhat puzzled. The disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace must have come to the northern region's Zhou family for something. Zhou Fa said, I also heard from my father that they want our Zhou family to secretly help them investigate the 100,000 mountains. Investigate the 100,000 mountains? Fang Chun frowned. Why did the South Tomb Sword Palace not investigate it themselves? Wouldn't that be more confident? Why did they let the Zhou family secretly investigate? Could it be that some treasure was about to appear in the 100,000 mountains? Immediately, Fang Chun continued to ask, Do you know what they are looking for? Zhou Fa shook his head. He did not know either. The disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace are very strong. 2 of them are heavenly gods. They represent the South Tomb Sword Palace. My father does not dare to disobey and can only help. Zhou Fa said, The Zhou family has already sent many elders into the 100,000 mountains. Fang Chun nodded slightly as if he had guessed something. They want to borrow the Zhou family's power to secretly investigate. That means they do not want outsiders to know. There must be a treasure in the 100,000 mountains. Fang Chun thought to himself. He did not know why, but he thought of the sacred Dragon Mountain range and the dragon scale in his hand. Could it be related to the legend of the true dragon? Only the legend of the true dragon could attract the attention of the South Tomb Sword Palace. Emoshinga and Zhuangheng directly lived in the Zhou family city. All they needed to do was to take control of the situation. Once they gathered information, they would immediately inform the Outer Hall elders. At that time, their mission would be considered complete. For half a month, the Zhou family had been gathering information in the vicinity of the sacred Dragon Mountains. Fang Chun couldn't help but sneak into the 100,000 mountains. What he didn't expect was that the dragon scale lying in his spatial ring actually trembled. What does this mean? This meant that the investigation of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb was really related to the legend of the true dragon. As expected, Fang Chun stood on a blue stone, squinting as he stared ahead. Just as Fang Chun was thinking about his soulmate, 2 ear-piercing sounds suddenly came from afar. Then, a man and a woman appeared side by side in front of Fang Chun. Zhuangheng frowned. This person was not from the Zhou clan, so why was he here? Who are you? Zhuangheng asked coldly. At the same time, he purposely revealed the symbol of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb on his clothes to intimidate Fang Chun. Does it have anything to do with you? Fang Chun calmly asked. The 100,000 mountains is the territory of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb. You dare to enter here without permission? Are you courting death? Zhuangheng's killing intent surged. Fang Chun wanted to laugh. This Zhuang Heng was too shameless, using the Sword Palace of the South Tomb's tiger skin to show off here. Are the people of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb all so shameless? Fang Chen asked. You. Zhuang Heng was furious and wanted to attack. However, Emotionga stopped him. The black-clothed Emotionga had a stunned expression on her face as she walked step by step towards Fang Chen. With every step she took, her expression became more complicated. When she arrived in front of Fang Chen, she didn't dare to imagine. Why are you here? Emotionga asked in a delicate voice. Her eyes widened as she looked at Fang Chen. That fellow from the servant hall had actually appeared here. Shinga, you know him? Asked Zhuang Heng. Zhuang Heng, have you forgotten? Back in the servant hall, we cultivated together, reminded Emotionga. Hearing that, Zhuang Heng sank into his memories. A moment later, a mocking expression appeared on his face. So, it's that trash sparring partner. You're really lucky. You're not dead yet. You're not dead. So how could I die? Fang Chen shrugged. Zhuang Heng had wanted to kill him back in the servant hall. Fortunately, Emotionga had helped him back then. Otherwise, he wouldn't have succeeded. I wasn't able to kill you back in the servant hall. Now, I'll personally take your life. After saying that, Zhuang Heng attacked. Zhuang Heng. Emotionga stopped him. However, Zhuang Heng ignored her and attacked. When a heavenly god attacked, his aura shook the world. If Fang Chen was hit by Zhuang Heng's attack, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Fang Chen, hurry up and leave, said Emotionga anxiously. Fang Chen stood in place without moving. He even had a mocking smile on his face. Seeing that Zhuang Heng's attack was about to touch him, Fang Chen shook his head slightly. Die! Zhuang Heng was overjoyed. He increased the strength of his attack and slammed it into Fang Chen's body. Boom! A deafening sound echoed through the sky. A terrifying explosive force spread out, forcing Emotionga's figure to retreat. Smoke curled up and enveloped the two of them. Emotionga watched anxiously. She didn't know what was going on inside. Whoosh! Whoosh! Gusts of wind blew past and finally dispersed the smoke. The scene that appeared before Emotionga's eyes shocked her. Zhuang Heng's fist landed on Fang Chen's body, but the latter was still standing there calmly. Fang Chen. Emotionga thought that Fang Chen had been seriously injured and called out worriedly. Puchi. However, just as she finished speaking, Zhuang Heng's body flew back. He spat out blood, and his face was extremely pale. How is this possible? Emotionga's dark eyes widened in disbelief. She turned to look at Fang Chen. The latter was very calm, as if this was just a trivial matter. He's already grown to this level. Even if Emotionga was a fool, she could guess it. Fang Chen's strength had already grown to a level that even divine ancestor experts couldn't compare to. UU3. Emotionga was a bit dazed. Was this still the weak cultivator who relied on her protection in the servant hall? You, Emotionga said. Fang Chen smiled at Emotionga and said, this kind of person is just wasting air in this world. With that, he walked towards Zhuang Heng. Why you can't kill me? Zhuang Heng shouted. I'm a disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace. If you kill me, the South Tomb Sword Palace won't let you off. Fang Chen. Emotionga was also reminding Fang Chen not to act rashly. However, how could Fang Chen not know this? Who said I was going to kill you? Fang Chen said. Zhuang Heng let out a sigh of relief. After not seeing him for more than 10 years, this fellow's strength was too terrifying. He was very frightened. Splash. When Goldie appeared, it opened its small mouth, and the extremely cold, heavy water of destruction instantly gushed out. The heavy water of destruction wrapped around Zhuang Heng, who let out a miserable cry. But I didn't say I was going to let you off, Fang Chen muttered to himself. Using the heavy water of destruction on a divine ancestor was a waste. Fortunately, it had one effect, destroying the corpse. After doing all this, Xiao Huang grinned at Fang Chen. Fang Chen turned to look at Emotionga, who had an ugly expression. He smiled. Miss Xinga, thank you for your help in the servant hall back then. Fang Chen is endlessly grateful. However, I hope you didn't see anything. Emotionga nodded woodenly. She was shocked by Fang Chen's actions. "Miss Xinge," Fang Chen called out, and Mo Xinge immediately came back to her senses. She looked at Fang Chen with a complicated expression. "Don't worry. If the Outer Hall elders ask, I'll say that Zhuang Heng died in the Sacred Dragon Mountain Range." And Mo Xinge took a deep breath and said, "Then, thank you, Miss Xinge." Fang Chen smiled. Then he waved his hand, and a mid-quality heavenly divine artifact appeared in his hand. "This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope Miss Xinge can accept it." And Mo Xinge was surprised when she saw it. With her strength, it was almost impossible for her to obtain a mid-quality heavenly divine artifact. "You?" And Mo Xinge was momentarily speechless. In the end, she accepted the mid-quality heavenly divine artifact. She felt that she couldn't see through this fellow anymore. Chapter 1827. Fang Chen was certain that the matter the Southern Tomb Sword Palace was investigating was related to the legend of the True Dragon. After bidding farewell to Mo Xinge, he quickly returned to Zhou Fei's residence. As expected, Mo Xinge left 3 days later. The Zhou family's elders that had entered the 100,000 Mountains all withdrew. "Looks like it won't be long before the Sword Palace of the South Tomb makes a move," Fang Chen said to himself. With Mo Xinge's strength, it was impossible for her to come into contact with the legend of the True Dragon. She was only in charge of investigating. Once she found any clues, the Southern Tomb Sword Palace would immediately send experts over. "I wonder what kind of experts the Southern Tomb Sword Palace will send," said Fang Chen. If a true god expert came, he wouldn't have the slightest chance. However, Fang Chen guessed that it wouldn't be a true god expert. After all, there are only a few dozen true gods in the entire divine world. The Southern Tomb Sword Palace only had a few. They didn't seem to care about the legend of the true dragon. Most likely, they would send their inner disciples to temper them. "I'll hide in front of the Sacred Dragon Mountain Range and secretly spy on them." Fang Chen made his decision and left Zhou Fei's residence. He once more entered the 100,000 Mountains and used the space-time book to hide near the Sacred Dragon Mountain Range. As long as the Southern Tomb Sword Palace's people came, he would be able to sense them. This wait lasted for half a month. Extreme south, southern region. Scorching temperatures swept through the entire southern region. Practically all the people living here had comprehended the flame laws. The Southern Tomb Sword Palace was located at the peak of the Flaming Mountain. Flames erupted there all year round, making it impossible for outsiders to approach. As one of the divine world's 7 peak powers, the Southern Tomb Sword Palace's scale made people sigh in amazement. Today, countless heavenly gods were standing in the plaza of the inner palace. On the platform at the very front, a plain-clothed elder waved his hand, indicating for everyone to quiet down. He then said, "You are all inner disciples of the Southern Tomb Sword Palace. You are all outstanding heavenly gods. However, if you want to become a true god, you need an opportunity. This time, in the 100,000 Mountains Sacred Dragon Mountain Range, we've discovered that the treasure trove related to the legend of the true dragon is there." The plain-clothed elder paused for a moment before continuing. "You're here to fight for the treasure. This is because the true dragon's treasure trove contains an opportunity to step into the true divinity realm. As for whether or not you can grasp it, that will depend on yourselves." Elder Linen Yi's meaning was very clear. Every disciple could fight for it. After entering the true dragon's treasure trove, they each fought for themselves. Actually, this was also the style of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb. If they wanted to increase their strength, they had to pay the price. There were so many inner palace disciples, but only a few of them would become real gods in the future. Whoever could fight their way out of the crowd would become a disciple that the South Tomb Sword Palace would focus on nurturing. After Xiao Chan finished speaking, the many inner palace disciples could not wait to head for the true dragon's treasure. Among these disciples, some of them were famous throughout the entire southernmost land. "You won. Let's go." As soon as the plain-clothed elder gave the order, the mighty sky celestial troops left the South Tomb Sword Palace. Swoosh in the sky, wherever they passed, It was as if sharp swords were cutting through the sky. It was extremely shocking. Several days later, Fong Chun, who was resting on a tree, suddenly felt a terrifying sword chi attack him. Have we finally arrived at the South Tomb Sword Palace? Only the people of the South Tomb Sword Palace could feel the sharpness of the sword chi from 1,000 miles away. As expected of the holy land of sword cultivators, Fong Chun could not help but exclaim. Then, he concealed himself. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In a moment, countless sky celestials arrived at the sacred Dragon Mountains. The leader was a peak sky celestial disciple. He frowned slightly and looked around. Then, he took out a dragon scale. That is, Fong Chun was a little surprised. He did not expect the South Tomb Sword Palace to have a dragon scale. It was exactly the same as the dragon scale he had obtained. However, could a dragon scale open the treasure trove? Fong Chun still underestimated the strength of the South Tomb Sword Palace. The leader formed a complicated seal with his palms, and a strange aura shot up into the sky. Then, a trace of true dragon aura escaped from the dragon scale. A moment later, a void gate appeared on the dragon spine of the sacred Dragon Mountains. That is, Fong Chun was even more shocked. He originally thought that the South Tomb Sword Palace would not be a threat to him, since they had sent some sky celestials over. But now, it seemed that he was wrong. As one of the 7 peak powers of the divine world, the South Tomb Sword Palace could not be underestimated. I cannot underestimate my opponent, Fong Chun warned himself. Whoosh! The disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace swarmed into the Void Gate. Fong Chun waited for a long time before he quietly entered the Void Gate. Many sects in the northern region did not know what had happened in the sacred Dragon Mountains. Yu too. On this day, some surprising things happened in Zhou Fei's mansion. Zhou Fei's residence, a secret chamber. Little Mouse, Xiao Huang, and the others were guarding outside the secret chamber. Suddenly, they felt a tremor. Then, the red light in the secret chamber dissipated. What's going on? Little Mouse's expression changed. He wanted to enter the secret chamber to take a look, but he was shocked to find that the secret chamber could not be opened. There won't be any accidents, right? They knew that their sister-in-law was transforming, but they were still worried. Little Mouse immediately sent a sound transmission to his boss, but he was unable to contact him. Boss, could it be that you've already entered the true dragon treasury? Little Mouse frowned and said anxiously. Brother Mouse, what do we do? Xiao Huang asked. Wait, Little Mouse said with a resolute expression. Inside the secret chamber, Star and Moon, who was lying down, suddenly opened her eyes. Her body emitted a fiery red aura. The temperature suddenly rose to the extreme. Her eyes became incomparably red. Crash! However, the air that was still scorching hot a second ago suddenly became extremely cold in the next second. Just like this, the temperature changed back and forth. The aura of the phoenix on Star and Moon's body also gradually became stronger. Boom! Star and Moon's primordial spirit trembled within her mind. Her aura rapidly rose. After about a quarter of an hour, the aura of the phoenix around her instantly disappeared. The red light also disappeared shortly after. Star and Moon's eyes regained their calmness. Buzz! A large amount of information instantly appeared in her mind, including everything that happened on Lotus Mountain. When she learned that her master had poisoned her with one of the 8 great poisons of the God Realm, the Darkine poison, her heart was in great pain. A teardrop rolled down from the corner of her eye. Yu 3. She suddenly raised her palm and fiercely slapped her stomach. She immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. This is the divine art you gave me. I'm returning it to you now. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other, Star and Moon said coldly. After stabilizing her emotions, Star and Moon stood up, retracted her aura, and left the secret chamber. Outside the secret chamber, the extremely anxious Little Mouse was pacing back and forth. Suddenly, the secret chamber opened, and Star and Moon walked out. Sister-in-law, are you okay? Little Mouse hurriedly asked. Star and Moon nodded gently. As long as you're okay. We were worried to death. Where's Brother Chun? Star and Moon asked. Boss, Little Mouse stammered. However, Star and Moon's body suddenly trembled, and then Star and Moon's figure instantly disappeared. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Little Mouse and the others wanted to chase after them, but found that Star and Moon had long disappeared without a trace. Sacred Dragon Mountains. On the dragon's spine, the void gate was faintly discernible and was about to collapse. Star and Moon, dressed in purple, appeared in front of the void gate. After arriving, she felt the power of the phoenix in her body pulsating even more. A true dragon? Star and Moon's eyes were cold as she stared at the void gate. True dragons and phoenixes were the top divine beasts in the god realm. However, a long time ago, the true dragon and phoenix had disappeared and become a legend. Star and Moon had sensed the true dragon's aura far away in Zhou Fei's mansion, so she came here. 88 after the profound Yin poison was cured, her potential was completely unleashed. Coupled with the partial awakening of the profound Yin phoenix body, her cultivation had reached the heavenly god realm when she woke up. This was just the beginning. With the profound Yin phoenix body, she was destined to have an extraordinary life. After sensing the true dragon's aura, the power of the phoenix in her body pulsated even faster. Star and Moon took a step forward and rushed into the void gate. She wanted to use the true dragon's aura to completely awaken the profound Yin phoenix body. Chapter 1828. On the barren land, Fang Chun could feel a scorching aura. This was an independent space. At a glance, everything was lush and verdant. A true dragon once lived here. Fang Chun frowned and looked around. Fang Chun knew nothing about the true dragon's treasury. The only thing he knew was the legend of the true dragon that was passed down from the previous epoch. There was also the dragon scale in his hand. "Who are you?" Just as Fang Chun was about to take out the dragon scale, a figure suddenly appeared behind Fang Chun like a ghost. This person wore black clothes and emitted a terrifying sword aura. He was an inner disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace and one of the gods that entered the true dragon's treasury. "I don't know you. You're not a disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace." This person's face was gloomy as he snapped. The true dragon's treasury had opened silently. Only the South Tomb Sword Palace knew about it. Moreover, an elder had mentioned it before. The only god that entered the true dragon's treasury was a disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace. Then how did this person enter? This made the black-robed man puzzled. Fang Chun turned his head and looked at the black-robed man. He smiled indifferently. "This isn't your South Tomb Sword Palace's territory. Why can't I enter?" "Humph. You dare to touch the South Tomb Sword Palace's treasury? I think you don't want to live anymore." After saying that, the black-robed man attacked. His body turned into a sharp sword and shot towards Fang Chun with a wild power. A sword cultivator? Fang Chun narrowed his eyes. He could feel that the black-robed man's comprehension of the sword Tao was different from the outside world. "I also want to see what's so outstanding about the gods of the South Tomb Sword Palace." Fang Chun sneered and took out the hidden star sword. Whoosh! He suddenly slashed out, and the sky changed color. The vast power of the law of destruction instantly surged. "You're courting death by competing in sword techniques with my South Tomb Sword Palace." The black-robed man who was attacking sneered. The South Tomb Sword Palace was one of the top 7 forces in the realm of the gods. As the gathering place of the strongest sword cultivators in the god realm, the disciples of the Southern Tomb Sword Palace were the least afraid of sword techniques. And this person was also a swordsman. There are also differences between sword cultivators. In an instant, the black-robed man's body rushed in front of Fang Chun. The blazing sword light quickly pierced towards Fang Chun. Crack! The 2 streaks of sword light collided with each other. Within the hidden star sword, an extremely terrifying power of the rules of destruction emerged. Then, it merged with the golden liquid and performed the ancient soul refining art's destruction sword move. The black-robed man was a divine overlord. He was too weak to be Fang Chun's opponent. Although he had a unique understanding of swordsmanship, he could not withstand the attack of the destruction sword move. Bang! The long sword in the black-robed man's hand was instantly cut in half. The surging sword light was also instantly shattered. His body was directly sent flying. Poochie heavily smashed onto the ground. The black-robed man spat out blood, and his aura was weak. However, his face was filled with confusion. His swordsmanship. The black-robed man recalled the swordsmanship that Fang Chun had just performed his mind. He was extremely shocked. Even the South Tomb Sword Palace's heaven-class divine skill would not be able to defeat such a swordsmanship. Too strong. The black-robed man's body trembled as a trace of fear appeared in his heart. Fang Chun smiled as he walked towards the black-robed man and asked in a deep voice, "Tell me everything you know about the true dragon's treasure." Faced with Fang Chun's strength, the black-clothed man was very frightened. Soon, he told Fang Chun everything that he knew. Hearing this, Fang Chun's heart trembled slightly. 4 true dragon sacred towers. Fang Chun muttered to himself. He was a little confused. That's right. This is all I know. The black-robed man bitterly said, "I've already told you everything I know. You should keep your promise." Do you know what the differences between the 4 true dragon sacred towers are? Fang Chun continued to ask. The black-robed man shook his head. I also don't know the specifics. My position in the inner palace is very low. However, I vaguely heard from the elders that the 4 true dragon sacred towers might contain true dragon blood. The reason why our South Tomb Sword Palace's disciples have entered the true dragon's treasure is precisely for the true dragon blood. Fang Chun was startled. True dragon blood was something that only existed in legends. It was said that it could allow heavenly gods to touch upon the legendary realm of true gods. True dragon blood? Of course, that's only a guess. The 4 true dragon sacred towers are located in 4 different regions of the true dragon's treasure. No one knows what's inside, said the black-robed man. Then do you know where the 4 true dragon sacred towers are? Asked Fang Chun. Since he had entered the true dragon's treasure, he had to take a look at the true dragon's sacred towers. The black-robed man said, I also don't know. You're lying, reprimanded Fang Chun with a gloomy expression. The black-robed man immediately panicked. With the dragon scale, you can sense the existence of the true dragon's sacred towers. The dragon scale is on Senior Apprentice Brother's body. Fang Chun thought back to the sacred dragon mountain range. One of the heavenly gods had taken out the dragon scale to open the true dragon's treasure. In the end, Fang Chun had still released him. Firstly, he was too weak and couldn't pose any threat to him. Secondly, if possible, he didn't want to become enemies with the South Tomb Sword Palace. After all, they were one of the strongest peak powers in the divine world. Their foundation was so deep that he couldn't resist them. If he angered the South Tomb Sword Palace, even the Heavenly Sword God King wouldn't be able to save him. Fang Chun brought the dragon scale with him as he rapidly moved. According to the black-robed man, as long as he released the dragon scale's aura, he would be able to sense the true dragon sacred towers. The strongest person who had entered the true dragon's treasure was only a heavenly god. It could be said that Fang Chun, who had the Book of Time and Space, was already in an invincible position. He didn't hide the dragon scale's aura and began to search for the true dragon's sacred towers. The black-robed man, who had just survived a calamity, was terrified and quickly fled. Half a day later, the black-robed man's eyes suddenly lit up. In front of him, there was a beautiful woman in purple. So beautiful. The black-robed man had never seen such a beautiful woman. She had a faint, cold aura, as if she was 1,000 miles away. The black-robed man licked his dry lips, then chuckled and approached the purple-robed woman. Star and Moon had just entered the true dragon's treasure when they felt the true dragon's aura rejecting them. The true dragon and true phoenix were enemies and friends. Their auras were polar opposites and repelled each other. Buzz. The true dragon's aura in the air enveloped Star and Moon's body and repelled Star and Moon. Damn it! Star and Moon cursed inwardly, then began to circulate the last bit of phoenix power in her body. In an instant, the true dragon's aura that was repelling her disappeared without a trace. At this time, the black-robed man just happened to approach. Star and Moon frowned. She didn't like the way the black-robed man looked at her. It was very greedy. Greedy people are no good. Crack. Star and Moon's body emitted a cold aura. She suddenly struck the black-robed man with her palm. The latter was injured in the battle with Fong Chun. How could he resist Star and Moon's attack? He died in an instant. Star and Moon withdrew her palm and closed her eyes. Phoenix power surged as she seemed to be checking something. A moment later, Star and Moon opened her beautiful eyes and said softly, "There are 4 places where the true dragon's aura is particularly dense." She had the mysterious Phoenix body and was very sensitive to the true dragon's aura. According to her guess, these 4 places with dense true dragon's aura should be the core of the true dragon's treasure. Although the true dragon's aura in these 4 places is very dense, there are still differences in strength. Star and Moon's eyes locked in a certain direction as she muttered to herself. Then, her purple robes fluttered and her figure quickly disappeared in that direction. CCC Pavilion Star and Moon went to the place with the hottest true dragon's aura among the 4 true dragon sacred towers. Roar! An intimidating dragon roar sounded from within the true dragon's treasure. All the disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace raised their heads in surprise. What happened? Did we trigger the true dragon's anger? Chapter 1829. The 4 true dragon sacred towers were located in 4 different regions of the true dragon treasury. Fong Chun used the dragon scale to sense one of them. While flying in the sky, Fong Chun suddenly felt a tremor. A strong true dragon aura suddenly surged in front of him and instantly suppressed Fong Chun, causing the latter's body to land on the ground. True dragon aura? Fong Chun was shocked. He stabilized his body and stared at the huge mountain range in front of him. That is, after taking a closer look, he was even more shocked. At first glance, it was just an ordinary mountain range. But if one looked carefully, they would realize that it was not a mountain range. It was not a mountain range at all. Instead, it was like a real dragon lying on the ground, coiling and twisting. The body of a true dragon? Fong Chun's figure flickered and arrived in front of the mountain range in a moment. Then, he let out a sigh of relief. It's not the body of a true dragon, but it can emit the aura of a true dragon. The true dragon's sacred tower should be here. Fong Chun thought. If he guessed correctly, this twisting mountain range should be called the Dragon Vein. Could it be that a true dragon really cultivated here? Fong Chun was a little doubtful. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Step by step, he walked towards the twisting mountain range. An extremely hot aura came from the soles of his feet. So hot, Fong Chun said. His gaze fell on the dragon vein as he carefully observed it. At this moment, the golden heart in his body was beating rapidly, as if it had discovered something. Okay, the golden heart was guiding Fong Chun. Seeing this, the latter was overjoyed. Quickly following the golden heart's guidance, Fong Chun entered the lush mountain range. The deeper he went into the dragon vein, the more he could feel the hot aura of a true dragon. The golden heart became more and more active as it continued to beat. With the help of the golden heart, Fong Chun quickly discovered the existence of the true dragon's sacred tower. In the depths of the dragon vein, there was a golden tower. This tower was very spectacular, and from the outside, it gave people a shocking feeling. The golden tower was faintly discernible, as if it could disappear at any time. Before Fong Chun had arrived, some disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace had already arrived. They stood in front of the true dragon's sacred tower and looked down at it with eyes filled with madness. True Dragon, Sacred Tower. Fong Chun was overjoyed. He did not expect to find the true dragon's sacred tower so easily. He scanned the area with his consciousness and discovered that the disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace were not that strong. Looks like there shouldn't be any true dragon blood in this true dragon's sacred tower, Fong Chun muttered to himself. He vaguely remembered that the first senior brother of the Southern Tomb Sword Palace possessed dragon scales. The fact that he wasn't here meant that the true dragon's sacred tower wasn't worth his attention. The only explanation was that there was no true dragon blood here. However, since he was already here, Fong Chun didn't want to make a wasted trip. Hum within the spatial ring. The dragon scale emitted a faint dragon cry. Only Fong Chun could hear it. Let's observe the situation first. Fong Chun said to himself. Shortly after, he prepared to blend into the crowd to scout the situation. However, at this moment, a deafening dragon cry came from the true dragon's sacred tower. All of a sudden, everyone's attention was drawn over. Is the true dragon sacred tower opening? Someone shouted. Look, the true dragon sacred tower is opening. The crowd cheered. The layer of gold around the true dragon's sacred tower was gradually fading away. This also meant that the true dragon's sacred tower was gradually opening. Whoosh, whoosh. In a short moment, the true dragon's sacred tower had completely opened. Charge! The disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace swarmed into the true dragon sacred tower. Fong Chun stood alone in front of the true dragon sacred tower. He opened his hand, and a dragon scale appeared in his palm. At this moment, the dragon scale had undergone a slight change. A touch of gold flashed across its body. Just what kind of legend is inside the true dragon's sacred tower? Fong Chun pondered for a moment before entering the true dragon's sacred tower. Buzz. As soon as he entered the true dragon's sacred tower, a large amount of information appeared in his mind. Welcome to the true dragon sacred tower. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Then the voice continued. The true dragon sacred tower was personally built by the master. There are a total of 4 sacred towers. Each sacred tower contains a treasure. Only by obtaining the treasure can you obtain the true dragon blood. If you can gather all 4 treasures, you will definitely obtain the true dragon blood. The true dragon blood was the key to becoming a true god. This time, the South Tomb Sword Palace had sent a large number of disciples into the true dragon treasury to create an opportunity for them to become a true god. Now that they heard this voice, the disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace went completely crazy. I must obtain the treasure. In the crowd, everyone clenched their fists as their eyes flashed. Hearing this voice, Fong Chen's heart trembled. He looked into his mind and observed the large amount of information that was pouring into it. After a moment, Fong Chun took a deep breath. This information basically recorded the great deeds of the true dragon when it was alive. Sure enough, as expected, Fong Chun said inwardly, the true dragon was an expert from the previous era. According to the information, the true dragon's strength had reached the pinnacle in the previous era. Although it was only an ordinary true god, it could fight against a god emperor. It was no exaggeration to say that the true dragon was an unparalleled expert that influenced an era. Too strong. Just by looking at this information, Fong Chun could feel the true dragon's strength. The Heavenly Sword God King's potential was recognized in the divine realm. He had just stepped into the God King realm and was already able to fight against the Rain Emperor, who was a god emperor. From this, one could see how strong the Heavenly Sword God King was. However, compared to the true dragon, the gap between the Heavenly Sword God King and the true dragon was huge. The true dragon was able to defeat a god emperor with his God King realm cultivation. It was truly shocking. What's the use of this information? Fong Chen frowned. He did not understand why the true dragon left behind this inheritance. Right at this moment, the voice rang out once more. This true dragon's sacred tower has a total of 136 levels. If you successfully enter the 119 levels, you'll have the qualifications to compete for the treasures within the true dragon's sacred tower. If you can enter the 127th level, you will directly obtain the treasure. 127th level. Fong Chun frowned. Fong Chun guessed that this voice should be the true dragon sacred tower spirit. Just as he was thinking, the South Tomb Sword Palace's disciples impatiently charged into the true dragon's sacred tower. Fong Chun was not in a rush. Instead, he carefully observed this level. Buzz! The dragon scale let out a dragon roar. Immediately, the atmosphere within the true dragon's sacred tower became heavy. Whoosh! Just as Fong Chun was carefully examining the dragon scale, a figure suddenly appeared. Who are you? Fong Chen's expression was grave as he hastily asked. I am the true dragon sacred tower spirit. Since you have obtained the dragon scale, you can obtain some corresponding authority, said the tower spirit directly. Oh, Fong Chun was a bit surprised to see the dragon scale in his hand. Whoosh! The tower spirit waved its hand, and the dragon scale in Fong Chen's hand was immediately sucked away. Senior Tower Spirit, is this dragon scale from a true dragon? Asked Fong Chen. The tower spirit sneered. If this dragon scale was from Master's body, would you be able to endure its aura? Fong Chen was startled, but then he nodded. A true dragon was an expert that could contend against a god emperor. Its power was unimaginable. This is just a dragon scale that Master casually carved out when he was bored. Back then, Master carved out a total of 4 dragon scales, and they are scattered in every corner of the divine world. As long as someone can obtain a dragon scale, as long as they enter the true dragon sacred tower, they will obtain a corresponding benefit. What benefit? Fong Chen's eyes brightened. The tower spirit didn't answer. Instead, it asked, do you know what the 136th level of the true dragon sacred tower tests? Strength? Asked Fong Chen. The tower spirit shook its head. The true dragon sacred tower is something Master spent his entire life refining. What it tests is the most basic comprehension of the martial path. The most basic comprehension. That's right. Master once said that the martial path is vast and boundless. Everyone's understanding of the martial path is different. Furthermore, the same person's comprehension of the martial path at different stages is completely different. Master has always believed that in order to pursue the peak of a martial path, you must maintain an incomparably resolute heart. So the true dragon sacred tower is actually a spatial treasure that tempers a cultivator's comprehension of the martial path. Chapter 1830. The same person's comprehension of the martial path at different stages was completely different. Fong Chen was deeply shaken by this. Although it seemed like a simple sentence, it seemed to have opened a new door to Fong Chen's martial path. Master once said that the most basic comprehension of the martial path is the most precious. The pagoda spirit continued. Perhaps this is the so-called returning to one's natural state. Senior pagoda spirit, then what kind of benefits can I get? Fong Chen tossed aside his thoughts and asked. The pagoda spirit glanced at Fong Chen and said, your cultivation base is too low. If you challenge the pagoda now, your chances of failure are very high. However, since you were able to obtain the dragon scale, it can be considered fate between you and Master. Come with me. After saying that, the pagoda spirit waved its hand, and Fong Chen's figure disappeared from the true dragon's sacred tower. Whoosh! In the vast emptiness, streaks of dazzling golden light intertwined to form colorful clouds. 2 people suddenly appeared above the clouds. What is this place? Fong Chen looked around. He was also stunned by this scene. He had never seen such beautiful scenery. Was this the divine realm? This is where Master once comprehended the martial path, said the pagoda spirit. I call it the Cloud Dragon platform. Fong Chen could sense that this place was filled with an extremely dense true dragon aura. Your benefits are that you can comprehend the martial path here for a period of 1 year, said the pagoda spirit. After a year, unless you become a true god, you must leave this place to challenge the pagoda. However, if you can really last a year, you should be able to reach the 127th floor. Obtaining the supreme treasure shouldn't be a problem, said the pagoda spirit thoughtfully. I'll comprehend the martial path here, said Fong Chen. Crash! The pagoda spirit didn't say anything else and disappeared. Fong Chen did his best to calm his heart. Ever since he had entered the true dragon's sacred tower, many things had happened. He was doing his best to accept them. The Cloud Dragon platform, where the true dragon once comprehended the martial path, said Fong Chen. After a long time, Fong Chen sat cross-legged on the clouds. A dense martial aura surged out of his body. Closing his eyes, he immersed himself in comprehending the martial Tao. In a vast deity world, there were 18 universe eras. The only goal of all the experts was to pursue the pinnacle of martial arts. Fong Chen cultivated in the way of the sword, but all paths lead to the same destination. The pinnacle of swordsmanship was also the pinnacle of martial arts. Fong Chen himself was a monstrous genius when it came to understanding martial arts. In addition, he had the help of the Golden Heart over the years. His attainments in martial Tao comprehension already surpassed some top-notch celestial deity realm powerhouses. However, Fang Chun was quite shocked by what the pagoda genie had said. The most basic understanding of martial arts was the most precious. Fang Chun was very puzzled. What did this sentence mean? Shouldn't it be that the stronger one was, the deeper one's comprehension of martial arts would be? Wasn't this the kind of martial arts that martial artists pursued? But why would a real dragon say such a thing? Fang Chun couldn't figure it out, but with the help of the golden heart, he gradually understood it. Time passed. Inside the true dragon's sacred tower, someone had already reached the 90th level. The disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace lived up to their reputation. Every one of them had an extremely profound understanding of martial arts. In the beginning, they were like fish in water. Their speed in the tower was very fast. However, the later they got, the more they felt that the true dragon's sacred tower wasn't as simple as they had imagined. There were a total of 700 disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace who had come to the true dragon's sacred tower. 500 of them were divine overlords, and only 200 were celestial deities. However, this group of disciples had a very low status in the inner palace. They didn't have much right to speak. Needless to say, the divine overlords had only reached the 80th level so far. The celestial deities couldn't be underestimated. There were a total of 200 disciples who had reached the 80th level. There were even 100 disciples who had reached the 90th level. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Beads of sweat dripped down from their foreheads. It was extremely difficult for them to pass the tower. Bang! At a certain moment, a disciple on the 93rd level was sent flying by the rebound force of the true dragon's sacred tower and instantly fell to the 92nd level. Junior brother Kuyu, are you all right? The disciple on the 92nd level hastily asked. Kuyu, who had been sent flying, got up from the ground and shook his head. His face was filled with a bitter smile. It's already very difficult to reach the 90th level. How am I supposed to reach the 127th level? Kuyu felt very helpless. Sai, out of the 700 of us, only senior brother Fong Long and the other 6 have a chance of reaching the 127th level, sighed the person who had spoken before. Yeah, even if we reach the 127th level, we won't be able to obtain any priceless treasures with our strength. The disciples on the 92nd level all sighed. If they could obtain a priceless treasure, they would naturally be happy. However, if they couldn't obtain it, it didn't matter. The South Tomb Sword Palace had too many outstanding disciples. Their strength couldn't even be considered average, so how could they compete with the peak celestial deities? They were also aware of their own situation. Rather than scheming over the priceless treasures, they might as well use the true dragon sacred tower to temper themselves and see if they could break through. This true dragon sacred tower is quite miraculous. I feel like my comprehension of the martial Tao has improved quite a bit during this time. Yeah, the South Tomb Sword Palace has fewer resources and more disciples. The competition is too fierce. It wasn't easy to find a cultivation holy land, so we can't waste any time. Practically every disciple on every level was working hard to cultivate. A month later, the strongest group of disciples in the True Dragon Sacred Tower had already reached the 110th level. They were only a step away from the 127th level. Senior Brother Fong Long, how do you feel? On the 113th level, there were 7 people sitting on the ground. They were panting, but their faces were full of smiles. Junior Brother Emohi, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, it would have been almost impossible for us to pass through the tower so quickly, laughed the disciple called Fong Long. The 7 of them were the strongest group of 700 disciples. The inner palace's eldest senior brother had split the disciples into 4 groups. Fong Long and the other 6 were the leaders of this group. Fong Long's cultivation had already reached the heavenly god realm, so he was the strongest of the 7. He was also quite proficient in the martial Tao. In the past month, the 7 of them had advanced and retreated together, so their speed in the tower was quite fast. According to our agreement, the 7 of us will help each other to reach the 127th level. Then, we'll fight for the treasure with our own abilities, laughed the only female disciple. That's right. This true dragon's sacred tower is extremely profound. If we don't work together, it'll be very difficult to reach the 127th level. The disciples all spoke up. Fan Long nodded. Let's first comprehend on this level. 3 of the 4 true dragon's sacred towers were relatively calm. All the disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace were racing against time to cultivate. However, one of the true dragon's sacred towers was unusually turbulent. The air was filled with the smell of blood as purple robes fluttered in the wind. On the first level of the true dragon sacred tower, Star and Moon's arrival had infuriated the disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace. They were humiliating Star and Moon and threatening to kill Star and Moon. Star and Moon naturally wouldn't let them attack without retaliating. Plop! Every time Star and Moon attacked, a disciple would fall in a pool of blood. The entire first level of the true dragon sacred tower was covered in blood. Most of the disciples killed were the weaker ones. The truly powerful ones had already reached the highest level of the true dragon sacred tower and didn't know what was happening here. Kill! Star and Moon emitted a cold aura. The disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace wanted to kill her, but she didn't hold back and started a merciless slaughter. Ever since a portion of the mystic Phoenix body had awakened, Star and Moon's strength had increased like never before. A divine Lord Realm disciple would be killed in an instant. Even a heavenly God Realm disciple would not be able to withstand her terrifying attack. Quick, inform First Senior Brother. Xing Yu started a massacre, causing the disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace to be terrified. They all retreated and fled in panic. At the same time, some people shouted to inform First Senior Brother. First Senior Brother was the head disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace and the strongest. It was said that he'd already touched the threshold of true God. According to the strict definition of cultivation, eldest Senior Brother could be considered a half-step divine king powerhouse. Chapter 1831. The most basic martial way was deeply ingrained in every martial artist's heart. For example, Fang Chun had become a martial artist the moment he transmigrated to the ancient sword continent. At that time, he was only a Qi refinement realm martial artist. In an entire God realm, a Qi refinement realm martial artist was like an ant among ants. It was the foundation of the entire martial way cultivation system. Every martial artist would definitely experience the Qi refinement realm from the beginning of their cultivation. Bits and pieces of information regarding the Qi refinement realm appeared in Fang Chen's mind. From the Azure Edgesword sect, to the Fang family of Black Cloud City, to the Kamikaze Kinbu, and finally to the Shengfeng Nation. This series of memories seemed to have happened just yesterday. In Fang Chen's mind, streaks of immature, martial way comprehension appeared. That's it. Fang Chen could feel that these martial way comprehension was very immature. However, these were the most basic martial way comprehension from the very beginning of cultivation. The most basic martial way comprehension is the most precious. Fang Chen repeated the words left behind by the true dragon. He felt as if he had touched something, but he could not grasp it. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed the immature martial way comprehension. Let's walk it again. Fang Chen activated the transmigration law in his body. Immediately, the power of the law appeared and surrounded Fang Chen's body. Finally, it completely enveloped his primordial spirit. The transmigration law was one of the more unique laws of the 6 great laws. This law could allow a person to experience a lifetime of transmigration. Moreover, this law was very terrifying. Once one fell into the transmigration law, it would be very difficult to break free from it without external help. Ever since he absorbed the power of the successor of the creation system, Fang Chen had comprehended the transmigration law. His control of the transmigration law had also reached a certain level. At this moment, the transmigration law surged. Suddenly, Fang Chen's thoughts seemed to have returned to the ancient sword continent. His primordial spirit floated in the sky, looking down at the scenes he had experienced. This is the Azure Edge Sword Sect. In the sky, Fang Chen's primordial spirit looked down. The Azure Edge Sword Sect was full of vigor and vitality. The disciples exchanged pointers with each other, and the atmosphere was very lively. Boom! Suddenly, an imperceptible golden light flashed across the sky. In the next moment, within the Green Edge Sword sect, the trash Fong Chun had completely awakened. I see. After comprehending samsara, Fong Chun finally understood how he came to this world. What happened next was exactly the same as what Fong Chun had experienced before. After Fong Chun had awakened, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds with the help of the Golden Heart. He defeated the disciples who had humiliated and mocked him one by one. Unknowingly, Fong Chun had become a once-in-a-century genius of the Azure Edge Sword sect, receiving special attention from the sect master. During this time, Fong Chun returned to his family, annulled the engagement. He was met with the Yi family's annulment. With a chuckle, Zhang Xian's primordial spirit jolted. Back then, he was indeed a little impulsive. However, the river flows east for 30 years, and the river flows west for another 30 years. Who can guarantee that you will still be the same after 30 years? As Fong Chun sighed, he saw Yi, the Yi family's prodigy who was once engaged to him. A gust of wind blew past, and Fong Chun's primordial spirit suddenly trembled. He seemed to have grasped something, and the trembling of his primordial spirit caused his golden heart to beat rapidly. The most basic martial Tao comprehension is the most precious martial Tao comprehension. On the Cloud Dragon platform, Fong Chun kept repeating this sentence. At the same time, his body was trembling rapidly, and the power of samsara law around him was surging wildly. It seemed like it could disappear at any time. Once the power of samsara law disappeared, Fong Chun's primordial spirit would be pulled back to reality. The most basic foundation. Suddenly, Fong Chun's mind exploded with a loud bang. In the next moment, Fong Chun's face was filled with ecstasy. I think I know the true meaning of this sentence. Fong Chun was extremely excited. He placed his hands on his chest and began to comprehend with all his might. The stronger one's cultivation, the deeper one's comprehension of martial Tao. However, one did not know that the most basic comprehension could directly affect one's ultimate achievements. Only by having a solid foundation could one grow more rapidly. Fong Chun had always understood this sentence, but he did not understand its true meaning. Now, he finally understood. Senior Zhenlong, you have really put in a lot of effort. Fong Chun could not help but sigh. It was no wonder that Zhenlong could fight against a god arch with his divine king cultivation. He could imagine that Zhenlong's comprehension of the most basic martial Tao had reached an incredible level. In just a short moment, Fong Chun felt that his comprehension of martial Tao had undergone a tremendous change. So this is the most basic martial Tao comprehension in the depths of my heart. Fong Chun's heart trembled. Crash! At this moment, the power of samsara law dissipated, and his primordial spirit returned to reality. Fong Chun suddenly opened his eyes, and there was an uncontrollable smile on his face. According to what Senior Zhenlong said, the most basic martial Tao comprehension can be divided into 3 levels. Most people are at the first level, and only a few can step into the second level. Fong Chun said slowly, almost all warriors who step into the second level can become true gods in the future. After the 3rd level, when he mentioned the 3rd level, Fong Chun took a deep breath and immediately said in a deep voice, even Senior Zhenlong only touched the threshold of the 3rd level. You can imagine how difficult it is. Perhaps only those who stand at the peak of the universe can feel it. In the divine world, there were very few divine gods who had reached the 2nd level of basic comprehension, except for true gods. As for Fong Chun, he had just reached the 2nd level. It is indeed different. Fong Chun grabbed the void with his palm and immediately caught a ball of light. The smile on his face became wider. The basic comprehension of the 2nd level was indeed extraordinary. Now, I feel that my understanding of the martial Tao is so little. Fong Chun thought to himself, congratulations. Suddenly, the pagoda's spirit appeared and said to Fong Chun with a smile, I really didn't expect that there would be a genius like you in this era. Fong Chun could feel that the pagoda spirit's attitude towards him was completely different from before. It seemed that the pagoda's spirit had acknowledged him. Master once traveled all over the lower realm in order to reach the second level. He personally disguised himself as an ordinary person and went with the flow. It took him more than 10 years to do it, but you can do it in such a short time. I admire you, the pagoda's spirit said. In terms of the most basic comprehension of martial Tao, the talent of the person in front of him had already surpassed his master. Senior Pagoda Spirit, you flatter me. I have to thank Senior Jinlong for being able to comprehend so quickly. Fang Chen cupped his fists and thanked him. If it weren't for the Cloud Dragon platform, which contained some of Jinlong's comprehension, Fang Chen wouldn't have been able to break through so quickly. The Pagoda Spirit waved his hand. He knew better than anyone how difficult it was to comprehend the second level. With your potential, becoming a true god is just a matter of time. The Pagoda Spirit said, I'll first congratulate you on stepping into the true god realm. Many thanks, Senior Pagoda Spirit. Fang Chen said. The Pagoda Spirit nodded. He was very satisfied with Fang Chen's attitude. Neither arrogant nor discouraged. There are very few in the younger generation who have such a character like you. I dare say that in the future, your achievements will reach the level of my master. The Pagoda Spirit said, So, do you want to continue comprehending or challenge the pagoda? Senior Pagoda Spirit, this junior has a matter to ask. Fang Chen said, Say it. With this junior's talent, is there any hope of comprehending the third level? Fang Chen asked. Actually, what he cared about was the third level of basic comprehension. The Pagoda Spirit shook his head and said in a deep voice, There is almost no hope. According to Master, if you can comprehend the third level of basic comprehension, it is highly possible for you to become a cosmos god. Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. He didn't expect the third level of basic comprehension to be so powerful. Then, I know what you want to ask. My suggestion for you is to challenge the pagoda and obtain a supreme treasure before going to the other 3 levels. If you can get the blood of a true dragon, you will have an unexpected harvest. The Pagoda Spirit said, You can't see any hope even if you cultivate bitterly here. It's a waste of time. Chapter 1832. Finally, Fang Chen bid farewell to the Pagoda Spirit and left the Cloud Dragon platform. In fact, Fang Chen was also reluctant to leave, but he had no choice. A place like the Cloud Dragon platform could only be found by chance. He was only able to enter the Cloud Dragon platform to cultivate because he obtained the Dragon Scale. Although my cultivation did not increase, I can clearly feel that my strength has increased by a lot. Fang Chen felt his body relax. Soon, he arrived at the True Dragon Sacred Tower. Whoosh, 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 Fang Chen immediately jumped from the first floor to the 9th floor. Standing on the 9th floor, Fang Chen closed his eyes and carefully sensed. Sure enough, as he guessed, every 9 floors of the True Dragon Sacred Tower corresponded to a realm of martial arts cultivation. The first 9 floors corresponded to the ancient sword continent's Qi refinement realm. The Qi refinement realm was the most basic realm for a martial artist since they came into contact with martial arts. The disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace were crazily trying to break through the tower, and they neglected the most basic realm. However, Fang Chen was different. He had just gone through reincarnation, and his basic martial arts comprehension had increased to the 2nd level. His knowledge was also different. He stayed on the 9th floor for a full 3 days before stepping into the 10th floor. The 10th floor to the 18th floor represented the Qi transformation realm. Fang Chen reached the 18th floor in one go and stayed there for 2 days. After that, it was the Qi Si realm. He stayed there for a day. The more he broke through the tower, the shorter Fang Chen's time was. In the later stages, Fang Chen had almost become incomparably crazy. A few days later, Fang Chen reached the 126th floor. He had already surpassed Fang Long and the others. The 126th floor corresponded to the Heaven God realm. Fang Chen stood in this space, and a strong martial arts aura appeared around him. It is indeed different. There was a huge change in his state of mind. Fang Chen took a step and entered the 127th floor. According to the Pagoda Spirit, Entering the 127th floor would allow one to obtain the treasure in the True Dragon's sacred tower. Rumble, rumble, rumble. All of a sudden, the entire True Dragon sacred tower shuddered. Fong Long and the others' expressions became extremely serious. The 7 of them had already arrived at the 118th floor. Damn it, it must be that brat who entered the 127th floor, Fong Long said coldly. At the side, Emohi's expression was somewhat gloomy. He's not a disciple of our South Doom Sword Palace. Should we kill him? Emohi asked. Oomph. He dares to touch the things of our Sword Palace of the South Tomb? He's courting death. No matter who he is, we must kill him. We'll wait for him on this level. Once he appears, the 7 of us will join forces and quickly kill him. The 7 strongest cultivators in the True Dragon's sacred tower immediately came to an agreement to wait for the rabbit to show up. We are, at this moment, on the 127th floor. Fong Chen's body floated up as the wild True Dragon aura surged into his body. Hiss, 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 the golden heart was wildly absorbing the True Dragon's aura. Crash, the pagoda genie appeared and smiled at Fong Chen. Since you've arrived at the 127th level, the treasure within this True Dragon Saint Tower shall be yours. The tower spirit said. Lying in his palm was a golden bead the size of an egg. What is this? Asked Fong Chen. A dragon pearl. The pagoda genie waved its hand and placed the dragon pearl in front of Fong Chen's chest. Fong Chen held in his hand and immediately felt a scorching heat. There are a total of 3 dragon pearls. If you can gather them all, you'll be able to enter the final True Dragon Saint Tower and summon the True Dragon's blood. The pagoda genie warned. However, you should still be careful. Of the heavenly gods that entered the treasury, there are 2 who are like you. Their foundation has reached the 2nd level, and they're quite powerful. One of them has even touched upon the threshold of God King and can be considered a half-step God King. Hearing the pagoda genie's warning, Fong Chen's heart shook slightly. The South Tomb Sword Palace was truly worthy of being one of the 7 peak powers of the divine world. However, as someone who cultivated the space-time cultivation system, he had nothing to fear. Many thanks for the warning, Senior. Fong Chen put away the dragon pearl and cupped his fists in thanks. The pagoda genie nodded, indicating that Fong Chen could leave. However, Fong Chen's gaze looked upwards before asking softly, Senior, I wonder if the final level of the True Dragon Saint Tower corresponds to the legendary Cosmos God realm? Amen. Hearing the words Cosmos God, the expression of the pagoda genie changed. You actually know about the Cosmos God realm? The pagoda genie asked with shock. Fong Chen chuckled, saying that he knew about it by chance. The pagoda genie did not pursue the matter. It only nodded lightly before saying, Cosmos gods are not existences you can come in contact with. Even my master is not worth mentioning in front of them. All right, you can leave now. Retreating from the 127th level, Fong Chen's speed was very fast. He was thinking about the other 2 dragon pearls. However, he stopped when he reached the 118th level. Just as he entered this space, he suddenly saw the 7 disciples of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb intercepting him from different directions. Brat, hand over the treasure you got. Otherwise, don't be anxious to regret it. Fong Long coldly said. With the 7 of us here, you can't escape. It is better for you to give up. Emohi said. The dignified inner palace disciples of the South Doom Sword Palace actually dare to bully me with numbers. Fong Chen spread his hands and sneered. Being mocked by Fong Chen, the disciples of the South Doom Sword Palace did not get angry. For the treasure, so what if they work together? Brat, this is the True Dragon Saint Tower. Even if we kill you, outsiders will not know. We are working together because we do not wish to waste time. Fong Long sneered. In Fong Long's opinion, any one of the 7 could casually act and kill this brat. But to avoid unnecessary trouble, they still chose to work together. I do want to see how strong the sword cultivator disciples of the South Doom Sword Palace, known as the strongest sword palace in the deity world, are. With a thought, Fong Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand. Sword chi surged around him. Fong Long sneered. You want to compete in swordsmanship with our South Doom Sword Palace? Are you sure you aren't courting death? The South Doom Sword Palace was a holy land for sword cultivators. This was publicly acknowledged by the other powers of the deity world. But this person actually dared to challenge the South Doom Sword Palace. Kill! Fong Long took the lead. His body transformed into a sharp sword as he rapidly attacked Fong Chun. The 7 of them can only be considered the most ordinary heavenly gods. Fong Chun calculated, but with the 7 of them working together, he was in a bit of a tight spot. With a thought, he set up a saint-level formation. In an instant, the 7 of them were trapped in the formation. A saint-level formation master. Upon seeing this, Fong Long's face turned completely cold. We have to kill this brat at all costs. Offending a saint-level formation master was clearly an unwise choice. So they had to eliminate him completely. Otherwise, there would be no end of trouble. Mo He and the others also began to pay attention to Fong Chun. Whoosh! In the void, streaks of sharp sword light shuttled back and forth within the formation. Let's get rid of the weakest first. Fong Chun's gaze fell on the only female disciple. Immediately, he used the space-time book and disappeared into the void. Whoosh! The immemorial soul refining art's destructive sword technique instantly erupted. Almost without any resistance, the female disciple was ruthlessly pierced by the hidden star sword. Pucci! The female disciple spat out blood as her vitality was fading. Junior sister! Fong Long and the others roared in anger. Form the sword formation. Following Fong Long's roar, the other 6 immediately stood at 6 different angles and waved their hands. Strange sword lights floated in the sky. The heavenly god artifact swords in their hands hung in the void. The tips of the swords touched each other, forming a powerful sword formation. Your sword formation is ineffective against me. Whoosh! Shuttling through space, his figure continuously dodged and instantly avoided the sword formation's attack. For a moment, Fong Long and the others could not catch Fong Chen's trace at all. Damn it! Fong Long cursed loudly. Sharp sword lights burst out from his body. Pucci! Silently, another heavenly god disciple died under Fong Chen's hidden star sword. At this moment, Fong Long and Mo He bared their teeth and their eyes turned scarlet. Brat! I'm going to tear you into pieces. Fong Long roared. However, Fong Chen was not afraid at all. If the 2 second stage heavenly god experts were here, I might be afraid. You. Chapter 1833. His mental state had improved, and so had his attainments in the Tao of formations. Now, Fong Chun could easily set up saint-level formations. Furthermore, their power was unimaginable. Using saint-level formations and the space-time book, he was able to easily break through. It didn't take long for him to break the sword formation. When the 5th sky celestial disciple died at Fong Chen's hands, Fong Long and Mo He's faces were filled with fear. They had never felt such a terrifying pressure. Even their first senior apprentice brother hadn't been like this. Damn it! Who are you? Demanded Fong Long. To the side, Mo He's body was trembling. He was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he would have just given up. Now that he had kicked an iron plate, it was impossible for him to kill a heavenly god. Even if he and Fong Long worked together, they wouldn't be able to kill this brat. The only thing they could do was pray that this person was afraid of the South Doom Sword Palace's pressure and let them go. Is it important who I am? Fong Chen smiled. You killed a disciple of the South Doom Sword Palace. The Sword Palace won't let you off. Fong Long used the South Doom Sword Palace to threaten him. If the Sword Palace targets you, even if you run to the ends of the world, you'll still die. Brat, I'd advise you to let us go. We'll treat this as if nothing happened, said Amohi. Otherwise, we'll immediately inform our first senior apprentice brother of what happened here. If our first senior apprentice brother makes a move, let alone you, even a heavenly god stronger than you will die. As he spoke, Amohi took out a special sword-shaped messaging jade pendant. This sword-shaped messaging jade pendant was used by the South Doom Sword Palace's disciples to send messages. Whoosh! Sword chi revolved around the jade pendant. With just a bit of force, it would send a message. You've already obtained the true dragon's sacred tower's supreme treasure. Why must you be so ruthless? This won't do you any good, said Emohi bitterly. To the side, Fong Long warily stared at Fong Chun. The two of them were rapidly retreating. Are you threatening me? Fong Chun sneered. The one thing he feared the least was threats. Moreover, this was the true dragon's sacred tower. Even if he killed them, what could that eldest senior brother do? Your first senior brother and I will have a battle sooner or later. I don't mind bringing it forward, Fong Chun said with a faint smile. You, upon seeing Fong Chun walk towards them, Emohi berated loudly. If you take another step, I will activate the communication jade pendant. Emohi tightly gripped the communication jade pendant as he roared. Whoosh! Gust of wind blew, and Emohi immediately sensed a cold aura approaching. Eldest martial brother. Emohi immediately activated the communication jade pendant and said hurriedly. However, he only had time to call out eldest senior brother before the sword-shaped jade pendant completely shattered. Pooch immediately after, a cold light flashed, and Emohi's body was pierced through by the hidden star sword. Blood sprayed into the air, and his vitality instantly vanished. "BR, I'll kill you." Fong Long knew that he could not escape, so he simply urged all the strength in his body to perish together with Fong Chun. Self-destruct? After dealing with Emohi, Fong Chen's figure flashed and instantly disappeared into the void. After cultivating the space-time book to the extreme, Fong Chen's comprehension of the space-time cultivation system had become even more powerful. As long as he did not appear, no one below the true God realm would be able to discover his tracks. Let's die together. Although they could not find Fong Chen's tracks, they could sense that Fong Chun was definitely in this area. The self-destruction of a heavenly God realm powerhouse, that kind of power was too strong. If it were in the lower realm, the self-destruction power would instantly destroy Green Bamboo Island. Boom! The self-destruction power was like a vast starlight that instantly spread out. The terrifying power constantly swept through the entire land. The true dragon sacred tower shook. Countless South Tomb Sword Palace disciples felt a terrifying aura and prostrated themselves on the ground. Cough, cough, the explosive power rapidly spread out. Fong Chun walked out of the void and coughed lightly, looking a little disheveled. I still underestimated the self-destruction of a Sky God Realm expert. Fong Chun muttered to himself, but fortunately, he had successfully dodged it. Let's go. After dealing with the trouble, Fong Chun left the true dragon's sacred tower. However, before that, he took away all 7 of their spatial rings. What's going on? What happened in the true dragon's sacred tower? Did senior brother Fong Long and the others enter the 127th floor? It must be the birth of a supreme treasure. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a huge commotion. The South Tomb Sword Palace disciples on the lower floors were all discussing. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. They simply could not imagine that the explosion from before was Fong Long's self-destruction. If this matter were to spread, the South Tomb Sword Palace would also be shaken. Within a certain true dragon sacred tower, he wore brown clothes and had sword-like eyebrows above his eyes. He looked very cold and emitted a faintly discernible terrifying aura. This person was sitting cross-legged on one of the higher floors of the true dragon sacred tower, comprehending. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and a sword-shaped communication jade pendant appeared in his palm. Eldest senior brother. A hurried voice came from the communication jade pendant. Then, there was a vibration, and the communication jade pendant was cut off. Emohi. This person's face instantly turned gloomy. He had sent Emohi and Fong Long's group of 7 to the first true dragon sacred tower to seize the supreme treasure. But now, Emohi had hurriedly sent back a message and could not be contacted. Emohi is dead. The eldest senior brother clenched his fist, and the sword-shaped communication jade pendant instantly turned to dust. Then, the eldest senior brother continued to send messages to Fong Long and the other 5, but the result was the same. Who killed them? The eldest senior brother said coldly. With the strength of Fong Long's group, unless it was a peak sky god, it was impossible to do so. And in the South Tomb Sword Palace, there were quite a few people who could do so, but they were not in the first true dragon sacred tower. The only explanation was that other than the purple-robed woman, someone else had entered the true dragon treasury. No matter who you are, you must die for killing the disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace. The eldest senior brother's eyes flashed with killing intent as he said coldly. Before this, he had received news that a mysterious purple-robed woman had started a massacre on the first level of the True Dragon Sacred Tower. When he arrived, the purple-robed woman had already left. However, from the aura left behind, he believed that the purple-robed woman must be a strong opponent of the Sky God realm. After that, he searched the entire True Dragon Sacred Tower, but could not find the purple-robed woman's whereabouts. But now another tragedy had occurred. Good, very good. You dare to target the South Tomb Sword Palace? Interesting. The eldest senior brother's face revealed a sinister smile. Ever since he had joined the South Tomb Sword Palace, no one had dared to challenge the authority of the South Tomb Sword Palace. This time, they had entered the True Dragon Treasury to find an opportunity to break through to the True God realm. So many disciples had died in such a short period of time. This matter isn't over. Then, the eldest senior brother calmed the anger in his heart and closed his eyes to comprehend the martial path. To him, even if he had to take revenge, it was not as important as his own matters. Once I find the true dragon blood, I will tear you to pieces. The second True Dragon Sacred Tower. When Fong Chun arrived, not a single disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace had obtained the treasure. The treasure is mine. With a thought, Fong Chun quickly climbed to the 127th floor. Soon, he arrived at the 127th level. Whoosh! The pagoda spirit appeared and carefully observed Fong Chun. His face was full of surprise. After a long while, the tower spirit stroked his beard and smiled. Not bad. You actually reached the second level. The tower spirit could tell at a glance that Fong Chun had come from the first True Dragon Sacred Tower. Whoosh! The egg-sized Dragon Ball was in his hand. There was only one Dragon Ball left. Fong Chun was a little excited. It's not easy for your martial path to reach the second level. I hope you can seize this opportunity to obtain the true dragon blood, said the tower spirit. I will work hard. With that, Fong Chun left the second True Dragon Sacred Tower. He had been using the Book of Time and Space to travel through time and space. The disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace did not notice his arrival. Boom! A deafening sound entered the ears of the South Tomb Sword Palace disciples who were struggling. Chapter 1834. The Third True Dragon Tower. The inner disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace were divided into 4 groups. Eldest senior brother was the strongest. He led the first group to the 4th True Dragon Tower, which was also the strongest tower. The 3rd True Dragon Sacred Tower was led by second senior brother Tan Hu. Tan Hu was a peak heavenly god. Strictly speaking, he was no weaker than heavenly god Lien Yi. From this, it could be seen that heavenly god Lien Yi's strength was enough to dominate a region. In the South Tomb Sword Palace in the extreme south, Tan Hu was only an inner disciple of the Sword Palace despite his strength. As one of the top 7 factions in the god world, the South Tomb Sword Palace's foundation was not something that a small faction could compare to. Speaking of which, Tan Hu's understanding of the martial Dao was also very strong. He was one of the 2 experts who had reached the second level mentioned by the Tower Spirit of the first True Dragon Tower. According to the standards of the first True Dragon Tower, Tan Hu could easily obtain the treasure if he reached the second level. However, the rules of the second True Dragon Tower were different. Reaching the second level only gave him the chance to obtain the treasure. The real treasure was on the 130th level. Tan Hu was currently sitting cross-legged on the 129th level, comprehending the fundamental martial Dao. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Not long after, Fong Chun arrived at the 3rd True Dragon Tower. The 3rd Dragon Ball. Fong Chun said softly. He then proceeded to the 127th floor in one go. After arriving, Fong Chun was a little confused. However, the tower spirit's voice sounded in his mind. You can only obtain the treasure if you enter the 130th level. Fang Chen nodded. Buzz. His martial Dao aura spread and emitted a bright light. Fang Chen took a large step forward. There was no resistance on the 127th floor, and he easily moved forward. After a while, he entered the 128th level. The pressure seems to have increased. Fang Chen felt that his movements were a little slow. He did not force his way through the tower. Instead, he chose to comprehend. He sat cross-legged and began to comprehend. UU1, the fourth true dragon tower. A purple-robed figure stood quietly on the 136th level. Her entire body was filled with a wild, golden aura. This was the aura of a true dragon. If it were an ordinary heavenly god, they would not be able to withstand this wild, true dragon aura. However, Star and Moon was no ordinary person. She possessed the profound Phoenix physique, and it was very likely that she would become a peerless expert in the future. The aura of a true dragon. There was a faint expression on Xing Yu's pretty face. Her red lips parted slightly as she spoke in a sweet voice. Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly raised her small, fair hand. Immediately, the power of the phoenix within her body crazily surged. Keep! Star and Moon shouted and immediately sat on the ground. She closed her eyes and formed a complicated seal with her hands, absorbing the true dragon's aura. Star and Moon's mind was filled with information about the mystical Phoenix physique. The Xian Phoenix body was very strong, but it had not been fully awakened. She was attracted by the aura of the true dragon and came here to use the aura of the true dragon to stimulate the power of the phoenix and completely awaken the mysterious Phoenix physique. The wild true dragon aura attacked the Star and Moon. At first, Star and Moon's body was a little shaky, and it was a little difficult for her to resist. But gradually, she stabilized her body and began to fall into a long battle. In the third true dragon, Sacred Tower, after 3 days of comprehension, the pressure on the 128th floor had greatly decreased. Fang Chen stood up and decided to enter the 129th floor. Whoosh! After entering, Fang Chen was surprised to find a disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace sitting here. Could he be the second-level expert that the tower spirit mentioned? When Fang Chen looked at him, the latter also slowly opened his eyes. A trace of surprise flashed across his face. Clearly, he did not expect that an outsider would come here. You are not a disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace. Second senior brother said in a deep voice, and a trace of killing intent flashed across his body. So what? Asked Fang Chen. You too die. Second senior brother roared, and his body flashed, turning into an eagle. He spread his wings and charged towards Fang Chen with terrifying power. Ding! Ding! Caught off guard, Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword to block. The sound of metal clashing rang out. How sharp! Fang Chen was shocked. This person's strength was extraordinary. With a thought, Fang Chen set up a saint-level formation. A saint-level formation. Interesting. Second senior brother smiled sinisterly. The eagle in the sky disappeared and was replaced by a scorching sharp sword. Whoosh! The sharp sword seemed to cut through the sky, bringing with it vast sword chi. Immemorial soul refining art. Fang Chen used a destructive sword move to block second senior brother's attack. Yes, second senior brother's eyes brightened. Not a disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace, but he actually had such a profound sword art. How interesting. South Tomb Sky refining art. This was a heaven-grade divine art of the South Tomb Sword Palace. It was extremely powerful. Whoosh! Following second senior brother's roar, a fiery red flower suddenly shot out from his sword. When the South Tomb Sky refining art was cultivated to the extreme, it could condense a fiery red flower at lightning speed. When the fiery red flower bloomed, the sword light soared into the sky, as if the entire sky was about to be refined. Create a sword move. To deal with this sword move, Fang Chen did not hesitate to use the sword move he created. The creation of laws was endless. With a thought, everything could be born, and the creation of a sword move corresponded to it. Endless streams of sword light materialized in the void, forming a powerful sword formation. Boom! Under Fong Chen's control, the sword formation and the fiery red flower fiercely collided. The entire sky seemed to be on fire. It was extremely hot. UU3 dang. Dang. Second senior brother could not help but take a few steps back. After stabilizing his body, his face was extremely solemn. His pitch-black eyes stared at Fong Chun as he enunciated each word clearly. Who exactly are you? And who are you? Are you the head disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace? Asked Fong Chun. Second senior brother shook his head and sneered. If my eldest senior brother was here, would you still have the chance to say that? In his heart, his eldest senior brother was the strongest expert amongst heavenly gods. Even if he faced a divine king, he would be able to escape unscathed. So it's the second disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace, Luo Tiandu. Fong Chun smiled. At the same time, he sighed inwardly. Luo Tiandu's strength was extraordinary, and his potential was limitless. As expected of one of the only two experts of the South Tomb Sword Palace who had reached the second level. Since you know I'm Luo Tiandu, do you still want to continue fighting? Luo Tiandu smiled indifferently. In the extreme south, Luo Tiandu's name intimidated everyone. He was nearly invincible amongst heavenly gods. Do you think you could defeat me? Asked Fong Chun. Luo Tiandu was startled and looked at him with a complicated gaze. Indeed, from their exchange just now, Luo Tiandu could sense that Fong Chun was also an expert of the second level. Upon reaching the second level, one's heart and soul would undergo a transformation. He wasn't someone an ordinary heavenly god could compare to. This person was a powerful opponent that he had to pay attention to. To be able to reach the second level at such a young age is definitely not something an ordinary person can do. At the very least, the extreme south doesn't have such a heavenly genius. You're not from the extreme south, said Luo Tiandu. Fong Chen ignored him. He just calmly stared at Luo Tiandu. He originally thought that Luo Tiandu would fight to the death, but who would have thought that Luo Tiandu would suddenly change the topic? Experts should appreciate each other. There's no deep enmity between us, so there's no need to fight to the death. That wouldn't be good for either of us. How about this? We won't attack each other. You can comprehend your own things, and I'll comprehend mine. As for who can enter the 130th floor first, that'll depend on their own abilities. How about it? If they fought with their full strength, it would definitely be a bitter battle, injuring the enemy while losing 800 of his own men. Luo Tiandu didn't like that. So the most important thing was to temporarily stop fighting and comprehend first. Fighting over the treasures was the most important thing. Although this person had also reached the second level, Luo Tiandu was very confident that he could crush him in terms of talent. Fong Chen's eyes turned. He understood Luo Tiandu's intentions. He spread out his hands and said, "Since you say so, then so be it." A confident smile appeared on Luo Tiandu's face when he heard that. He cupped his fists towards Fong Chun and then sat down cross-legged on the ground. Fong Chun glanced at Luo Tiandu and shook his head. Chapter 1835. Luo Tiandu's strength was strong, and he was good at scheming, making him a formidable opponent. After a short battle with Fong Chun, he could feel how strong Fong Chen's strength was and knew that he would not be able to defeat him in a short period of time. Even if he tried his best, it would still be a Pyrrhic victory. When that happened, it would greatly affect his chances of obtaining the treasure. Therefore, he decided to make peace with Fong Chun. They would not interfere with each other for the time being and would wait until they reached the 130th floor. Fong Chun did not have any objections as he sat down with his legs crossed and began to comprehend. Geniuses were called geniuses because they could crush their opponents in all aspects. Only those who could make their opponents feel despair could be called geniuses. Luo Tiandu was called a genius, but only in front of Fong Chun did he truly know what a genius was. Perhaps it was because of the golden heart, but Fong Chen's comprehension of foundational martial arts was extremely deep. Although he had only just stepped into the second level, he was constantly improving. In this floor, Fong Chun had only comprehended for a day before he took a step forward and disappeared from the floor. This scene caused Luo Tiandu's expression to change greatly. Did he reach the 130th floor? Luo Tiandu's heart was filled with unwillingness. At the same time, he was filled with hatred toward Fong Chun. The treasure is mine. No one can take it away from me. Luo Tiandu roared furiously as he clenched his fists and slammed them on the ground, creating a huge pit. 130th floor, I'm going too. Luo Tiandu's mind was filled with the aura of foundational martial arts. His eyes were bloodshot, as if he had gone mad. However, it was his demon-like state that allowed him to successfully open the door to the 130th floor. Kid, I'll let you know what true despair is. Luo Tiandu entered the 130th floor with a flicker inside the 130th floor of the True Dragon Sacred Tower. Fong Chun was communicating with the Tower Spirit. Senior Tower Spirit, can you give me the Dragon Orb? The Tower Spirit nodded, but just as it took out the Dragon Orb, its expression changed and said, your competitor is here. After the Tower Spirit said that, Luo Tiandu's figure quickly appeared in front of Fong Chun. The treasure is mine. You have no right to take it from me. Luo Tiandu said coldly. You won. Fong Chun frowned. He had not expected Luo Tiandu to reach the 130th floor so quickly. It seemed like a huge battle was unavoidable. If you want the supreme treasure, let's see if you have the ability. Fong Luo Tiandu's sword. Luo Tiandu's Luos was. Naturally, the latter knew how powerful Fong Chen's sword techniques were. He hastily dodged. At the same time, he took out his own heavenly divine artifact longsword and unleashed the Sword Palace's ultimate technique. Brat, I'm going to tear you to shreds. Luo Tiandu let out a furious roar as the aura surrounding him grew extremely dense. His body was like a sharp sword stabbed into the ground, giving people an extremely shocking feeling. Southern Tomb Ultimate Technique. Luo Tiandu shouted and used another sword technique of the Southern Tomb Sword Palace. The Southern Tomb Ultimate Kill Technique was an unconventional sword technique. The most important characteristic of this sword technique was that it was unpredictable. It was the best sword technique for assassination. When the Southern Tomb Ultimate Technique was used, Luo Tiandu's figure instantly disappeared into the void. Streaks of terrifying sword light suddenly appeared in the void. What a domineering sword technique. Fong Chun couldn't help but sigh. The Southern Tomb Sword Palace was number one in terms of comprehension of the Sword Dao. Luo Tiandu was only an inner disciple of the Southern Tomb Sword Palace. What if he was an inner elder of the Southern Tomb Sword Palace? And the legendary Sword Palace Master of the Southern Tomb Sword Palace? Fong Chun didn't even dare to think about it. He still couldn't come into contact with such an expert. Spacetime Book. The best way to deal with the Southern Tomb Ultimate Technique was to use the Spacetime Book. Using the Spacetime Cultivation System, Fong Chun's figure instantly disappeared. Trying to hide with me? Fong Chun sneered. The Spacetime Book was the ancestor of this aspect. Luo Tiandu's sword technique couldn't compare at all. As expected, Luo Tiandu's face darkened when he lost sight of Fong Chun. This move again. Luo Tiandu cursed. At the same time, the speed of the sword in his hand became even faster. He wanted to use violent attacks to force Lin Fan out. Yu too. However, it was obvious that he had underestimated Fong Chun's strength. Immemorial Soul Refining Art. After finding the right time, Fong Chun used the 5 great sword techniques of the Immemorial Soul Refining Art in one breath. Suddenly, the sky changed color. The atmosphere on the 130th level became extremely heavy. Even the pagoda's spirit exclaimed when it saw the 5 great sword techniques. This kid is not simple. Although the pagoda spirit didn't recognize the Immemorial Soul Refining Art, it knew that this sword technique was too profound. It was many times stronger than the sword technique of the South Tomb Sword Palace. I didn't expect such a monstrous genius to appear in this era, the pagoda spirit exclaimed. While the pagoda spirit was talking to itself, the outcome of the battle was decided. Boom! The 5 great sword techniques turned into 5 different auras. In the end, they merged into one and turned into a terrifying sword light that shot towards Luo Tiandu. No! Luo Tiandu felt fear and roared loudly. At the same time, he quickly retreated. Crack! Almost without any resistance, Luo Tiandu's swordsmanship was instantly shattered. Dong! When the sword light hit Luo Tiandu's body, the latter's body was suddenly sent flying. Boom! He directly smashed a huge hole in the ground. Pucci! Luo Tiandu spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. Who exactly are you? Luo Tiandu asked coldly. This person's strength was comparable to the first senior brother. It was impossible for him to be unknown in the extreme south. The only explanation was that this person had hidden his appearance. You 3. It's impossible for there to be an expert like you in the younger generation. Luo Tiandu stood up with difficulty and continued. Are you Sword Master or Sword River? The 2 people that Luo Tiandu spoke of were the strongest sword cultivators in the extreme south. They were almost invincible in the heavenly god realm. Moreover, they were experts of the older generation who had lived for countless years. Even the first senior brother would have to be wary of them. Luo Tiandu concluded that the person in front of him must be either Sword Master or Sword River. The reason why he disguised himself was because he didn't want to completely fall out with the South Tomb Sword Palace. After all, the South Tomb Sword Palace was one of the top 7 factions in the God Realm. No, Fang Chun directly said. Luo Tiandu shook his head. Impossible. He didn't believe Fang Chen's words, but Fang Chen didn't care. Luo Tiandu was just someone who lost him. Luo Tiandu also realized that he had lost his composure. He looked at Fang Chen with a complicated expression. Finally, he said coldly, you won't have a good ending if you offend the South Tomb Sword Palace. With that, blood mist spewed out from Luo Tiandu's body. He used an escape technique similar to the blood escape technique and left the true dragon's sacred tower. Amazing! The pagoda spirit's voice suddenly sounded. You are the most talented person of the younger generation that I've seen in this era. Especially your understanding of the sword Dao. It's too shocking. It's as if you were born for the sword. I never thought that there would be such a monster in this world. After watching the battle, just now, the pagoda spirit was full of admiration for Fang Chun. The pagoda spirit dared to say that this person would definitely have a place in the God realm in the future. Especially his achievements in the sword Dao. He might even surpass the South Tomb Sword Palace's swordless God Emperor. Walla 88. Oh, with the 3rd Dragon Ball in hand, Fang Chun was overjoyed. I can feel that the first 2 Dragon Balls were also obtained by you. Take these 3 Dragon Balls and head to the last true dragon's sacred tower. Once you reach the top, you will receive the true dragon blood, said the pagoda spirit. Thank you, Senior Pagoda Spirit. Fang Chen cupped his fists in thanks. The pagoda spirit waved his hand and said, don't be happy too early. Although you've obtained 3 Dragon Balls, it's still difficult to get the recognition of the true dragon blood. Moreover, you're not the only one who entered the true dragon treasury. There are a few strong opponents in the last true dragon sacred tower. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that the strong opponents that the pagoda spirit mentioned were the South Tomb Sword Palace's senior brother. He was also a monstrous expert who had reached the 2nd level of the fundamental martial way and was even stronger than Luo Tiandu. He was a half-step divine king. Chapter 1836. To Fang Chun, defeating Luo Tiandu wasn't a big deal. After all, he was the disciple of Cosmos god Gu Yuan. Furthermore, he had devoured the energy of the other 4 great inheritors. In other words, he had inherited a total of 5 inheritances. As long as he killed the last inheritor, he would be able to obtain the most complete Tao of sword inheritance. Even though he was only at the deity ancestor realm, it was hard for him to find an opponent in the heavenly deity realm. Luo Tiandu might be strong, but there was still a gap between him and Fang Chun. After leaving the 3rd true dragon sacred pagoda, Fang Chun rushed over to the 4th true dragon sacred pagoda. He originally thought that he could enter the pagoda smoothly, but who would have thought that he would meet with some trouble? His black eyes stared at the fourth true dragon's sacred pagoda. Fong Chen's expression was solemn. A Saint Realm array. There was actually a Saint Realm array revolving around the true dragon's sacred pagoda. Brat, you offended my South Tomb Sword Palace, and you still want to obtain the true dragon blood? Dream on. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded. Fong Chen looked up and discovered that Luo Tiandu was shouting from within the array. Just a stray dog. Fong Chen sneered. The person who set up the array was clearly an expert in the Tao of arrays. It seemed that after Luo Tiandu was defeated by him, he fled pathetically and came to the true dragon's sacred pagoda to seek help from the disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace. Senior brother Luo, you're talking about this person? A disciple emitting an aura of the Tao of arrays asked in a low voice. That's right, it's this person. Junior brother Yao, don't underestimate this person. He's also a Saint Realm array master. Luo Tiandu said. Senior brother is currently at a critical juncture and can't deal with this person. We have to stop him from entering the true dragon sacred pagoda. I'll leave this important task to you. Luo Tiandu lightly patted this person's shoulder and said in a deep voice. This person was called Yao Zhen. His cultivation wasn't strong, but he had an extremely high status in the South Tomb Sword Palace. Even the Inner Hall elders were shocked by his attainments in the array Tao. Of the Inner Palace disciples, only 3 had been summoned by the Swordless God Emperor. Other than Senior Brother and Luo Tiandu, it was him. He was the only one who was summoned by the Swordless God Emperor as an array master. One must know that God Emperor Swordless was one of the top experts in the God world. In the entire God realm, there were only a few people who could compare to him. To be able to be summoned by the Swordless God Emperor was enough to prove that their potential was limitless. Luo Tiandu had been severely injured in the battle with Fong Chen and had yet to fully recover. Therefore, he found Yao Zhen and asked him to use a sacred entry formation to stop this person. Senior brother Luo, don't worry. I also want to spar with an array expert. After saying that, Yao Zhen waved his hand. Immediately, a wild aura spread out. The entire True Dragon Sacred Tower was enveloped by a saint-level array. Fong Chen narrowed his eyes and stared at the array formation. This formation is rather mystical. Fong Chen was also a saint-level array master, but he was shocked to discover that the array formation that Yao Zhen set up actually had some existence that he could not understand. Brat, if you want to enter the True Dragon Sacred Tower, you'll have to break my formation first. Rumble in an instant, a monstrous array aura drowned Fong Chen. Lower Realm. The human race had unified the lower realm. The 3 god races and the human race, sacred grounds, had reached an agreement to jointly manage the lower realm. The lower realm entered a period of rapid development. It was peaceful. Among them, the most eye-catching one was Green Bamboo Island. Green Bamboo Island was the only one whose popularity surpassed the 4 sacred grounds. Every martial artist's dream was to join Green Bamboo Island. However, because of Green Bamboo Island's superior status, it was very difficult to join Green Bamboo Island. There were many experts on Green Bamboo Island. Black-White Heavenly Lords, Silver Moon Island, Saint Village, Purple Beard Emperor, and the others. In short, countless experts like to live in seclusion on Green Bamboo Island. The current Green Bamboo Island Lord was the former Vice Island Lord Yinfang. Yinfang was also a life and death realm expert and had a high status in the lower realm. Green Bamboo Island's forces were spread throughout the lower realm and had been thriving. On an island very far away from Green Bamboo Island. This island was a nameless island. There were 2 old life and death realm experts on the island. Kid, I'll ask you again. Will you agree to our request or not? The gray-clothed old man asked coldly. There was anger in his tone. Kid, in the current lower realm, our strength is enough to enter the top 10 of the universe's battle power list. You're lucky to have us as your master, but you actually don't agree. The blue-robed old man said. The young martial artist imprisoned on the island was Fong Chen's disciple, Tian Xin. Tian Xin's potential was very high. Moreover, he was Fong Chen's disciple. Therefore, he received a lot of attention in the lower realm. However, Tion Xin didn't want to rely on his master's connections to cultivate. Therefore, he concealed his identity and left Green Bamboo Island. However, he had carelessly entered this island. According to the two old men, they had been sleeping for 10,000 years and had only recently awakened. When they discovered Tion Xin, their first reaction was to accept him as their disciple. They were both peak life and death realm experts and could see Tion Xin's extraordinariness with a glance. However, Tion Xin didn't agree no matter what they said. He even said how powerful his master was. In short, he looked down on the two old men. This made the two old men very angry. "We don't have the patience. If you don't agree, we can only kill you," said the gray-robed old man. Tion Xin was very stubborn. "My master has already entered the divine world. As for you, you can only show off in the lower realm." "You," the blue-robed old man glared at Tion Xin. "Do you believe that I won't dare to kill you?" "Humph. If you kill me, you won't be able to live either," said Tion Xin without the slightest fear. "How laughable. There's practically no one in the lower realm who can pose a threat to us." The gray-robed old man laughed. "Besides, they won't start a war with us over a weak martial artist." Tion Xin was silent. "Olan, what do you think we should do?" asked the gray-robed old man. "What else can we do?" "Just kill him," said the blue-robed old man. "But we found such a seedling with great difficulty. Are you willing to give him up?" asked the gray-robed old man. "What else can we do?" The blue-robed old man suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He looked at Tion Xin and said, "Brat, you keep saying how powerful your master is and how powerful your Green Bamboo Island is. How about this? How about we make a bet?" "What bet?" asked Tion Xin. "We can remove the restriction on your body and allow you to send messages to the outside world. If the person who comes to save you is chased away by us two old men, you can become our disciple," said the blue-robed old man with a mischievous smile. "Not bad. That's a good idea." After sleeping for 10,000 years, they had just woken up. They were very unfamiliar with the lower realm. The two of them didn't know about Green Bamboo Island. They only sensed the existence of an eternal realm expert in the lower realm. "All right," said Tion Xin. Then the two old men removed the restriction on Tion Xin. Tion Xin immediately sent a message back to Green Bamboo Island. Green Bamboo Island. The island master, Yin Fong, was currently discussing some cooperation with the leader of a certain large faction. Suddenly, the communication jade pendant rang. "Tion Xin finally knows to send me a message," said Yin Fong with a chuckle. However, when he heard the message, he immediately exuded a terrifying aura. Crack! The communication jade pendant was directly crushed by his hand. His face was gloomy and cold. His figure flashed, and he immediately appeared above Green Bamboo Island. Dong! A series of chimes echoed across the Green Bamboo Island. Huff! Huff! Figures appeared one after another. Heavenly Masters Black-White, Emperor Zisu, Sky Devil Sword Emperor, Bai Qingqing, Princess X, many experts from Silver Moon Island, and warriors from Saint Village. Island Master Yin Fong, what happened? Yes, Island Master Yin Fong. Why are you in such a hurry? Almost all the experts who lived on Green Bamboo Island were present. They were very polite to Yin Fong. They were curious about what had happened to make Yin Fong lose his composure. Tion Xin was kidnapped. What? Suddenly, the entire Green Bamboo Island was in an uproar. Many experts were enraged. No matter who it is, we must make him pay the price. Soon, the news spread to the holy land of the Luo clan. Saintess Luo Lioli and the leader of the Luo clan immediately led all the experts from the Luo clan and left. Chapter 1837. On the desolate island, Tion Xin sat cross-legged on the ground. He was relatively calm and confident. The two old men sneered at Tion Xin, thinking that he would definitely lose this bet. "Brat, do you think the connections your master left behind can be used by you?" "What a joke." "Yeah, on the path of martial Tao, the strong are respected. Your master being strong doesn't mean you're strong. It's useless. There won't be many people coming to save you. Even if they come, if they discover an expert here, they'll immediately turn around and leave. Tion Xin was silent. He didn't have time to wait. He just had to wait. He was extremely clear on how strong Green Bamboo Island was. There was also the Luo clan, one of the 3 great god clans. They definitely wouldn't leave him in the lurch. Just like that, 5 days passed as they waited in silence. 5 days later, the fastest to arrive was the Green Bamboo Island experts led by Island Master Infong. Boom! A terrifying aura instantly spread out. Infong stood in the air and looked down. He instantly discovered Tion Xion's location. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Infong arrived at Tion Xion's location. Tion Xion, are you alright? Infong asked worriedly. Island Master, I'm fine. Tion Xion smiled faintly. You're this fellow's helper? The robed old man sneered. He intentionally let out a peak life and death aura, wanting to scare Infong away. Leave. We don't want to kill anyone. Don't force us. The blue-robed old man said coldly, his voice filled with dense killing intent. Seeing this, Infong's expression changed. He then sneered, You 2 idiots. Even now, you still don't know who you've offended. What a joke. Isn't it just trash? Why do you want to fight? The blue-robed old man had a violent temper. Infong looked at the 2 old men as if he was looking at idiots. I really admire your courage. Hearing Infong's words, the 2 old men felt even more disdain. Just putting on an act. It won't be long before you all know how wrong your decision was this time. Infong said gravely, I advise you to release Tion Xin as soon as possible. Otherwise, you'll definitely die. Infong's words weren't a threat. He was advising the 2 old men with good intentions. However, they clearly didn't listen. Moreover, they were provoked by Infong. While the blue-robed old man grabbed Tion Xion's collar and sneered, He is in my hands. If you have the ability, then come and save him. If you don't, then don't put on an act. You guys. Infong had yet to finish speaking when a mighty army swarmed over from behind. Leading them were the black-white heavenly lords, Monarch Purplebeard, Bai Qingqing, Princess Xian, and other experts. After so many years of cultivation, they had become the strongest on Green Bamboo Island. Even in the entire lower realm, such a lineup was no small matter. Release Tianxin. The black-white heavenly sovereigns said coldly. Beside them, Monarch Purplebeard immediately set up a powerful formation that enveloped the 2 old men. A terrifying pressure spread out in an instant. It was vast and mighty, and it was intimidating. There are quite a lot of people. Unfortunately, no matter how many there are, it's useless, the gray-robed old man said coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at the crowd, his heart burning with rage. I'll give you 3 breaths time. If you don't release him, you won't be able to bear the consequences, Princess Xian said coldly as she took a step forward and arrived in front of the blue-robed old man. In the next moment, Bai Qingqing arrived as well. Everyone in the lower realm knew that these 2 girls were secretly in love with Feng Chun. Ever since Feng Chun ascended to the divine world, the 2 of them had treated Tianxin as their own child. This was all because of Feng Chun. However, now that Tianxin had been kidnapped, the 2 of them could not tolerate it. Aunt Qing, Aunt Xian. Looking at the 2 ladies, Tion Xion's calm face was stirred. Then, he lowered his head, like a child who had done something wrong. He did not say a word. Xiner, don't worry. Nothing will happen. The 2 girls released powerful auras and were ready to strike at any time. Humph, they're just 2 girls. The blue-robed old man tightened his grip on Tianxin's neck. You're courting death. Seeing this, Princess Xian and Bai Qingqing were instantly enraged. The 2 of them unleashed thunderous attacks. Instantly, a terrifying aura spread out. Seeing this, the gray-robed old man stopped the 2 girls. Attack! Seeing this, with Infong as the leader and Heavenly Lords Black and White as support, they attacked the 2 old men crazily. On the other hand, Monarch Purplebeard was controlling a powerful array formation to assist everyone. Swoosh! A black light flashed past. The Sky Devil Sword Emperor was like a sharp sword that pierced through the sky, shooting into the battlefield. You too. rumble. The battle was about to start. At the beginning, the gray-robed old man could still resist. However, in the later stages, he could not even take care of himself. The blue-robed old man threw Tianqin aside and joined the battle. Pucci. Although the two old men were powerful, they could not withstand the joint attacks of so many experts. Damn it, how did this happen? The two old men did not expect that so many experts who had hidden themselves in the world would attack because of this little guy. Catch that, kid. The two old men who were retreating in defeat suddenly came up with a plan. Then, the blue-robed old man subdued Tianqin at lightning speed. Stop! The blue-robed old man shouted. If you dare to take another step forward, I'll kill him. Hearing this, everyone stopped fighting. If Exiner is injured, I'll let you die with him, Princess Exine said. Let Exiner go, and you can still live, Bai Qingqing said. Many experts surrounded the two old men in the middle. The two old men also had the thought of retreating. After sleeping for 10,000 years, they encountered so many experts as soon as they woke up. This was something they did not expect. After the two exchanged glances, the blue-robed old man used Tianqin as a shield and said coldly, "Get out of the way, or I'll take him down with me." As expected, this move was more effective. Tianqin was Fang Chen's disciple. Even if Green Bamboo Island used all their strength, they would not hurt him. "Get out of the way," Yin Fang shouted, afraid that someone would be impulsive and harm Tianqin. Heavenly Lords Black and White were furious, but there was nothing they could do. Bai Qingqing and Princess Xian were very anxious. They frowned and looked at Tianqin, saying, "Xer, don't worry. We'll definitely save you." In the blink of an eye, the two old men came to the seaside and prepared to escape. Splash! All of a sudden, a majestic water column appeared on the calm surface of the sea. Countless water droplets splashed on the water column. EU3. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Whoosh! Droplets of water shot toward the two old men with terrifying power. Although the two old men tried their best to block, they were still hit. These water droplets were very powerful and penetrative, but as soon as they got close to Tianqin, they would dissipate. Miserable screams came from the two old men's mouths. The two of them supported their bodies and blocked Tianqin in front of them. "Who is it?" The blue-robed old man shouted angrily. The void distorted and ripples flickered. A man and a woman walked out. The man was the leader of the Luo clan, who was famous in the lower realm. The woman was the Luo clan's saintess, Luo Lioli, who was also Fang Chen's mother. "Let Exener go," Luo Lioli said coldly. "You want us to let him go?" "Impossible." The blue-robed old man spat out a mouthful of blood and roared. At this point, there was no way out for him. "You two better think about the consequences." The leader of the Luo clan exuded a powerful aura as he said solemnly, "Don't move or he'll die." The blue-robed old man was about to choke Tianqin to death. However, at this moment, the sky changed color and the entire space seemed to have sunk into a quagmire. The two old men's bodies couldn't move at all. Their hearts were filled with astonishment. "Die!" A word floated in the void. Then, two sharp void blades instantly split the two old men in half. In an instant, the sky became clear again and the terrifying aura disappeared. Everyone cupped their fists at the void. They knew that the human Saint Lord had made his move. Only the sacred lords of the human race had such an ability. Fang Chen's contribution to the human race was too great. He had a very high position in the human race's history. Two-peak life and death experts were nothing. If they were killed, then so be it. A crisis had been resolved. Everyone's gazes fell on Tianqin's body. Xin. The three most dazzling women suddenly called out.